Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing in the Committee of Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 10:11 a.m. on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, and we are conducting this public hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. We're also streaming on the DC Council website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct performance oversight hearings for 3 agencies: the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, and the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We're going to begin with the Office of Attorney General for the District of Columbia, otherwise referred to as OAG, which is an independent agency charged with conducting the district's legal business. OAG represents the district in most civil litigation, prosecutes certain adult and juvenile criminal matters, and represents the district in a variety of administrative hearings and other proceedings. In addition, OAG is responsible for advising the Executive Office of the Mayor, the Council, and various boards and commissions, and for determining legal sufficiency of proposed legislation, regulations, and commercial transactions, and in pursuing the public interest. I'm thankful for the partnership with the Attorney General for helping us drive down crime in the district over the last year. Last committee period, we made significant progress in reducing crime and protecting DC residents so that more people can be safe and secure. We saw reductions in violent crime last year by 35% from the previous year, and the lowest violent crime numbers the Metropolitan Police Department has on record in 30 years. In partnership with OAG and General Schwab, we will continue to work and progress everything that has gotten us to this point, with more thoughtful legislation, robust oversight, supportive budget investments, and engaged work with the community and our agencies to drive forward needed improvements for public safety outcomes. OAG also plays an important role in prosecuting juvenile crime, and I look forward to getting into some of those numbers today with the Attorney General on the efficacy of different decisions that are being made at every step of prosecution to ensure that we are supporting our young people for long-term success. I look forward to hearing more today about the outcomes of OAG's Cure the Streets program, one of our 2 violence intervention programs, which also plays a key role in reducing violence in the district. OAG plays a significant role in addressing and helping our youth in reducing crime year over year. I also plan to ask Attorney General Schwab about OAG's very important work on the civil enforcement side as well. We know that to sustainably move forward with a safer and more prosperous city for all of our residents, there are many intersectional issues, from public health to community resources to education and economic insecurity, all of which impact safety and opportunity. I want to better understand how OAG is prioritizing its consumer protection efforts and what the agency is doing to continue to address affordable housing issues, housing discrimination in the district, to litigate against predatory and unlawful business practices, and to support robustly our environmental protection needs. The next agency for today's hearing is the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, or HSEMA. HSEMA's mission is to manage the planning and coordination of the district's emergency response efforts and to ensure the district is prepared to prevent, protect, respond to, mitigate, and recover from all threats and hazards, whether natural or man-made. HSEMA works towards this mission by developing emergency preparedness plans and procedures in coordination with district agencies, service providers, and private businesses. By maintaining ongoing situational awareness and by disseminating public safety information alerts and warnings to district residents. I want to first extend my deepest gratitude to HSEMA for its swift response in the devastating plane crash that occurred on January 29th over the Potomac River. In the face of this tragedy, the agency took immediate action and managed the emergency operations that helped our district's response during those critical hours and days following the accident. The dedication of the HSEMA staff during this challenging incident demonstrated HSEMA's crucial role in our public safety infrastructure. The response involved coordination across numerous agencies, including MPD, FEMS, OCME, Virginia and Maryland emergency services, and federal partners, and highlighting the complexity of managing large-scale emergency incidents in our jurisdiction. Over this past weekend, there was an incident underground in the West End area that led to a fire, causing for power disruptions for over 1,000 residents and businesses in both West End and South DuPont Circle neighborhoods. Pepco was on the scene and was working on repairs round the clock throughout the weekend, and I was in touch with HSEMA regularly to help coordinate as much response as we could. But I do plan to speak with the agency today about when HSEMA is more responsible for stepping in on some of those disasters that impact our utilities, but that also residents need additional support and additional communications from their government. Throughout 2024, HSEMA has consistently risen to meet numerous challenges and successfully manage security and logistics for major events, including the State of the Union Address, President Carter's state funeral, the 60th presidential inauguration, and numerous high-profile diplomatic visits, causing much planning and coordination in the city. They've responded to extreme weather events, gas explosions, fires throughout the districts, and helped keep our residents informed. During today's hearing, I'm particularly interested in hearing more about a few key areas, like the specific protocols and lessons learned from the recent plane crash response, how we're adapting the public schools emergency response plan that we've been speaking with HSEMA about for the last several years to ensure that when there is an incident in a school, the school community, parents, teachers, staff, and students can all be notified in a rapid way. And to discuss the new operations center and Navy Yard and planned improvements to the Alert DC system. HSEMA's behind-the-scenes work often goes unnoticed by the public, but it's fundamental to maintaining the safety and security of our city. The final agency for today's hearing will concern the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or ONSE. ONSE was launched in 2017 to create a public health-based, community-oriented model of violence prevention and public safety. ONSE was created based on the premise that the overwhelming majority of serious violent crime is often committed by a relatively small group of people, and that by identifying and engaging more robustly with these individuals, we can drastically reduce violent crime in our city. There was also some unfortunate news made around this agency last week when the U.S. Attorney sent an indictment alleging a former senior official took cash bribes of $10,000 at the time that she was in the agency. So I look forward to speaking with Director Sneed about these allegations today and to ensure that we are building in more safeguards so that this important funding and these important efforts that I believe in and know can be and are successful when done properly are done with fidelity to taxpayer dollars and the law. And I know we can get this right. I know we can do both of these things at the same time, but clearly there's more work to do to build in those safeguards. ONSE has several core programs aimed at meeting our goals through different avenues. I'll highlight 3 of them. The ONSE Leadership Academy, which is a school-based program that works with high-risk kids in our schools, offering them support to address behavioral and attendance issues and academic struggles. Look forward to hearing updates on that since that division was moved into the Deputy Mayor's office. The Pathways program identifies individuals at highest risk of committing or being victims of violent crime and places individuals in a program that offers intensive training along with the jobs program. And the Violence Intervention Initiative, which uses a community-focused approach to reduce violent crime, often through violence interrupters. Violence interrupters are community members who are able to connect with at-risk individuals, build relationships with them, and hopefully deter them from violence. Violence interrupters also identify interpersonal conflicts that might lead to violence and work to facilitate ceasefires and mediations. Gun violence is top of mind for me and for so many district residents. And so I'm eager to hear updates from ONSE about the vital work that they are doing and the need to stay laser focused on accomplishing this goal of reducing gun violence. No one agency can be all things to all people. And I really want us to focus this year with this agency on addressing our key metrics to driving down gun violence specifically. So for today's hearing, we're going to follow our usual practice. We're going to take one agency at a time. So we're going to hear from our public witnesses here to discuss the Attorney General's office, and then our government witnesses for the Attorney General's office, then public witnesses for HSEMA, government witnesses for HSEMA, and then public witnesses for ONSE, and government witnesses for ONSE. All of our public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present your testimony today. As a reminder to please submit your testimony in writing so we can have it for the record. And I'll now invite our first panel of public witnesses. The first person I call, if you can sit in the first seat to my right, furthest to the left chair on your side, and we'll move forward that way. Reina Moreno, Linda Mamani, Alana Eichner, Larissa Costa dos Santos, I understand our first witness will have a interpreter, so we'll make sure to give you extra time so that we can hear all your testimony. Thank you very much. Please go ahead whenever you're ready. Reina Moreno, public witness.
Buenos días, miembros del Consejo, señora Pinto, personal y miembros del comité. Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar hoy.
Good morning, Council Member Ms. Pinto, staff and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Mi nombre es Reina Moreno, soy una trabajadora del hogar en Washington, D.C., en el Distrito 4. Soy madre de 3 hijos y me dedico a limpiar casas y cuidar personas mayores. Amo mi trabajo porque lo hago con mucho amor y respeto.
My name is Reina Moreno, and I am a domestic worker in Washington, D.C. in Ward 4, and I am a mother of 3 children who clean houses and cares for the elderly. I love my job because I do it with love and respect.
Fui parte de esta lucha para aprobar la ley de los derechos laborales de trabajadores del hogar en D.C. Esta ley fue un gran avance por su implementación y una clave, un aspecto fundamental en esta ley fue el programa de subvención para los derechos de los trabajadores del hogar, administrado por la OAG. Gracias a este financiamiento, pues participé en el programa Lucha, donde crecí como líder y ayudé a muchas trabajadoras del hogar a conocer nuestros derechos.
I was part of the fight to pass the Domestic Workers Employment Rights Amendment Act in DC, and this law was a great step forward, but its implementation is key. A key aspect is the Domestic Workers' Rights Grant Program administered by the OAG. Thanks to that funding, I participated in the Lucha program, where I grew as a leader and helped many domestic workers learn about their rights.
En mi comunidad, las trabajadoras del hogar suelen trabajar solas y no tienen acceso fácil a una información sobre sus derechos. Pero a través de este programa realicé alcances comunitarios en ferias, clínicas, eventos para compartir mucha información y a cientos de compañeras. También aprendí a facilitar talleres sobre nuestros derechos laborales.
In my community, domestic workers often work alone and do not have any access to information about their rights. Through this program, I did outreach at fairs, clinics, and events to share information with hundreds of my peers. I also learned how to facilitate workshops on labor rights.
Recuerdo a una trabajadora que no recibía su pago. Le aconsejé que hablara con su hija y que le dijera con firmeza, si no me pagas, buscaré ayuda. Ahora sé que tengo derechos y los ejecutaré. Y su empleadora le pagó. Esto demuestra un impacto de nuestros derechos que nosotros ejercemos.
I remember a worker who was not receiving her pay. I advised her to speak to her employer's daughter and tell them firmly, if you do not pay me, I will seek help. I now know that I have rights and I will exercise them. Her employer paid her. This shows the impact of knowledge and organization.
Y es por eso que gracias a la Alianza Nacional de las Trabajadoras del Hogar y en apoyo a de la OAG, ahora conozco mis derechos. Ayudo a otras trabajadoras del hogar a hacer valer sus derechos. Es por eso que las trabajadoras del hogar merecemos un salario justo, con respeto, protección legal.
Thanks to the National Domestic Workers Alliance and the support of OAG, I now know my rights and can help other workers exercise them. Domestic workers deserve fair wages, respect, and legal protection.
Pues lo que yo pido es que este financiamiento continúe en el próximo ciclo presupuestario, pues porque ha tenido impactos positivos en nuestra comunidad para financiar y para poder nosotros hacer alcance para la implementación de la Carta de Derechos que ganamos en DC.
I ask that this funding continues in the next budget cycle as it has had a positive impact on our community knowing our rights.
Pues para nosotros ha sido un gran apoyo y espero que siga financiando.
For us, it has been a great deal of support that we hope that you can continue financing.
Gracias por la oportunidad de testificar hoy.
And I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Muchas gracias. Linda Mamani. Sure. Okay.
Oh.
Great, thank you very much. Alana Eichner, DC Chapter and Co-Director of National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Good morning. Like you said, I'm the co-director of the DC chapter of the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and we're here to testify about the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Grant Program, which lives at the OAG. I think a lot of times in these hearings, you hear a long list of things that agencies aren't doing well, so I'm very pleased to be here to talk about things we're really pleased that the OAG has done well. You understand that domestic work is done primarily by immigrant women of color with low wages, lots of vulnerability. So I won't spend too much time talking about that, but I want to talk about how this program is such an effective model of collaboration between the government and community-based organizations, and that model is especially important in this climate of increased fear for immigrant workers. Many immigrants I work with day to day have told me that they're too scared to leave their homes or even send their kids to school for fear of contact with immigration. So if you're not going to send your kid to school, how can you be expected to file a complaint potentially about a labor violation with a government agency? And so that's why this model is more necessary than ever, because workers already trust community-based groups, and domestic workers themselves, like Reina, like Linda, are the best ambassadors to reach their peers. In FY25, the DC OAG granted money to 5 community-based groups, us at Domestic Workers Alliance, First Shift Justice Project, Hand in Hand, MLEV, and Carescent. I have to sing the praises of the grant management staff at OAG. They really demonstrate the values that we expect of public servants here in the district. They are clear with their expectations, responsive to our feedback, flexible with how our work must adapt to an ever-changing and challenging environment for domestic workers. They're collaborative. They show respect for us and our unique expertise as community-based partners, and they're genuinely invested in the success of the program and the goals of the program. They really conduct themselves with a very high level of commitment to ensuring this program runs smoothly and well, and that makes a huge difference to us as grantees. I also want to demonstrate the significant impact of this program, which makes clear why it needs to be continued. Since this program launched a year ago, NDWA has graduated 2 rounds of in-depth 17-week training programs in which six domestic workers were trained as community navigators, like you heard Reina and Linda talk about, with expertise in workplace rights. Together, we've reached over 883 domestic workers. That's just us. There's 5 other organizations doing this with information about their rights. We've held 5 Know Your Rights workshops, some in collaboration with DOES and OHR and OAG. We've helped about a dozen workers take action in their individual cases and improve their working conditions. In the first year of the grant program, we also worked with the Kalmanovitz Institute at Georgetown to develop a guide about occupational health and safety for domestic workers, informed by focus group with domestic workers. And domestic workers are totally left out of occupational health and safety law, so this is a real solution for them to stay safe in their jobs. And the very last thing I'll say is I just have to laud the workers' rights section of OAG for their impressive work to combat wage theft and misclassification for all sorts of employers across the district. It makes a huge difference to know, as someone working with workers, that they're out there fighting for workplace laws to be respected in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Larissa Costa dos Santos, Organizer, National Domestic Workers Alliance.
Good morning, Council Member Pinto, staff, and members of the committee. My name is Larissa Costa. I live in Ward 1, and I am DC organizer for NDWA. Before I becoming an organizer, I was a domestic worker myself. I worked in Georgetown and Friendship Heights. Between 2019 and 2020, I experienced wage theft, where I wasn't fully paid for the hours of my contract. At the time, I had no idea where to go or how to demand those unpaid wages, and I felt isolated. That is why I am so passionate about my role. I want to make sure no one else has to navigate this challenge by themselves. In my position, partially funded by OAG, I focus on empowering domestic workers to understand and exercise their rights. Since November, I've been in my role for 90 days. I helped to distribute, I've distributed 27 of these Know Your Rights flyers, contacted 8 new workers, expanding our resources and network to provide tools for the community. And I also helped to follow-up on workplace violation cases. For example, I helped one worker who was facing verbal harassment and sub-minimum wage pay to reach out to legal support. Another worker was terminated in her job and she was a living worker, so she became homeless. So I helped her to connect with resources in the community for her to have a place to stay. I'm also making outreach for a Know Your Rights that's going to happen next week. And a very important part of my work is leadership development. So I've been working with about 23 worker leaders, including Reina, Linda, and other workers here in Washington, D.C., to spread the word. I wish this program had been around when I was a domestic worker, when I was facing wage theft, and even if I was reaching out for the agency that placed me, or I was reaching out to my employer, none of them paid my wages. And I wish that none of the domestic workers in this district can experience this situation. This program is an investment to our community. And thank you so much for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you. And thank you all so much for the work that you do and for sharing your experiences. It is extremely troubling and wrong to hear what you've experienced and the injustice that you've gone through. And so thank you for your bravery and sharing that with us. And as a reminder of why it was so important to pass this law to make sure people have rights and domestic workers can know where to go to enforce those rights. One of the things I'm wondering about is last year we invested $400,000 to OAG through this grant program to make sure that people were educated on their rights. And so what is the existing need going forward? What would more funding be used for in furtherance of this mission?
Yeah, what I can say is that the OAG funding is amazing, but it is not meeting the full need. So all of the community-based, can't say all, many of the community-based groups who are receiving this funding are cobbling together some money from OAG and money from other private philanthropic sources to be able to do the work that we're talking about. So the work that we told you about is only partially covered by OAG. The same is true with Hand in Hand, a First Shift Justice Project, who are fellow grantees of the program, because this is mostly new work that is being done, and so it needs new staff capacity. It can't just be absorbed with the existing staff of these community-based organizations. We've done work with domestic workers for years, but to build out a whole training program for workers, that requires new capacity. And so, for instance, Larissa's position is cobbled together with some private funding and some national funding and some OAG funding, similar of a new lawyer position at First Shift, similar organizer position for domestic employers at Hand in Hand. And so really the need is only partially being met. And I believe this is a government responsibility to do public outreach. This is actually not a private philanthropic responsibility to do the job of the government of educating the public about the laws on our books. And this is an incredibly important way to do it, but the $400,000 is not meeting that need. It's meeting little bits and pieces of the need, and we're cobbling together the rest because we care about the work, but an increase would actually cover the dedicated capacity that's needed to have this kind of trifecta of worker organizing, legal support, and employer organizing, so employers know how to comply with the law, workers know how to receive their rights. So I think increased funding is actually would fully support the work in a way that it is not being supported now. If that makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. We're going to call our next panel of public witnesses, Chris Weiss, Ruth Wilcox, Mary Chambers. Sure, thank you. Rod Adele. Ruth Wilcox? Okay, and Mary Chambers here? Okay. Robert Vincent Branham? Paola Henriquez? All right. We will start with Chris Weiss, Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network.
Good morning. Chairperson Brooke Pinto, Attorney General Brian Schwab, if you're listening, maybe you're in your office, and staff. My name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I'm submitting testimony on the performance of the DC office of the independently elected Attorney General. As I was checking in with the OAG's website and the documents they submitted to the committee for the hearing, I noticed that on their organizational chart, they now have a position entitled Acting Chief, Housing and Environmental Justice Section. That kind of excited DCEN a little. For a number of years, the DC Environmental Network has quietly advocated that DC OAG start thinking about committing funds for and creating an environmental justice division. Such a division could propose new environmental justice protections and ensure compliance with existing District of Columbia environmental laws and land use planning laws, penalize and prevent illegal discharge to air and water from facilities located in communities already burdened disproportionately with pollution, eliminate or reduce exposure to lead and other toxins in the environment and consumer products, remediate contaminated drinking water, and challenge the federal government's actions that inadequately protect public health and environmental protections, which I'm assuming there'll be a lot of that coming down the pike. I kind of took that list from the California Bureau of Environmental Justice, staffed by over 12 full-time environmental justice lawyers. But every idea or theme has been or is applicable and reflects genuine needs the district has experienced or is experiencing as we speak. We are very proud of the DCOAG's record. The district is lucky to have had two very talented and excellent AGs serving our city for over 10 years now, who both seem to have hired some of the best lawyers in the country to represent the government and citizens' interests. DC's Housing and Environmental Justice section is a good step in the right direction. We still think about creating an environmental justice division at DC Office of Attorney General. As the climate crisis gets worse and worse, and as the federal government abdicates its responsibilities to support climate mitigation and adaptation programs, every institution, including the DCOAG, needs to strengthen the structures we have in place to support progress. Creating the Environmental Justice Division, which many states already have done, including New York, Massachusetts, and California, is a way of recognizing where our planet is at with the climate crisis. We are fast approaching a point of no return and need to restructure and prepare for the future that has already arrived. And since I didn't know we only had 3 minutes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss, and make sure to submit your full written testimony for the record. We'll make sure to read everyone's full testimony if you didn't get all of it in. Ruth Wilcox, public witness.
My name is Ruth Wilcox. I have been employed with the Office of the Attorney General Child Support Services Division for 12 years. I am a native Washingtonian. I want to first start with performance Q&R number 12. The agency has received over $12 million to study and develop a functional child support system. The agency has invested over $20 and more than $12 million in such. Yet we still do not have a functioning system. The gross mismanagement and lack of funding oversight have left employees like myself as scapegoats for management by manipulating evaluations so that money for promotions can be unjustifiably allotted to the remaining deficit needed to complete the system project, as stated in the most recent Q&Rs. The DCE's legacy and 2.0 systems are very crucial to processing, and they are both riddled with flaws and frequent mishaps that create backlogs of cases and errors in case processing by duplicating cases, duplicating children on cases, and locking cases in the system for months without the ability to retrieve them. Employees have been reassigned from case management to managing Amazon Connect phone system, disrupting customer access to assigned caseworkers and case processing. This causes a backlog of work and frustration for our customers wanting to communicate directly with their assigned caseworkers. Our agency performance for the past 10 years, we have ranked in the bottom 5 of 54 states and territories. We are not in the bottom 5 because we don't work. We are in the bottom 5 because leadership doesn't effectively manage resources or involve line staff in the work process development. Now I will talk a little about the office culture. I am joined here today by my colleagues, some virtually as well. And we will talk about the foregoing concerns, and they will also submit their testimonies. The abuse of management rights runs rampant in CSSD, along with retaliation and hostile work environments. Employee rights are frequently violated. The PIP process is used in a punitive manner rather than a coaching or corrective manner. My colleagues and I work hard only to have our performance evaluations manipulated to justify not receiving promotions using the merit process. We are also refused promotions through the established career ladder process. Employees like myself and others who have had highly effective role model evaluations for 10 and 20 plus years, our evaluations are manipulated, yet an employee who is a friend of a section chief becomes a grade 12 in less than 3 years and is promoted through the merit process. It is a matter of concern that long-term employees with a history of positive performance reviews are being dismissed for performance-related issues. As employees, we are never okay with the lack of sympathy towards our colleagues whose livelihoods are taken away instantly. These actions are falsely justified in the name of efficiency. Furthermore, we refuse to accept the manipulation of performance evaluations that obstruct promotional and advancement opportunities for employees who voice their concerns. Because we will never be okay with these things, we will continue to appear and we will continue to write until the council takes the necessary matters seriously. We urge you today to review our testimonies along with the letters submitted over the past year and schedule a roundtable so that we may sit down and address these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rod Adele, public witness. Good morning.
Hi, Brooke, I don't need your cash, I need your courage. Okay, so I'm going to talk about credit first, crime, communication, and culture. I worked with the OAG with regards to repairing credit scores. This is something for everybody to consider. We live in a world where money is invisible, fees are invisible, charges are passive. We have credit cards stored in our phones. So we really don't have a lot of control over these transactions. When something does go wrong, we're thrown back into like maybe a 1990 system of repairing that. So that's something for the OAG to consider. Now, getting back to crime and communication, I'm going to use the analogy of, you know, when you go into a parking garage and you know how many spaces are left, so your expectations are met. I think DC needs to put crime digital displays when you enter DC, but just in the opposite. We haven't reached our crime goals yet. We need to have 200 murders, 300 murders a year. We need to have thousands of carjackings a year. So just let everybody know, because once we adjust our expectations, everything will be fine. I think we've gone over and over and over for 50 years with crime, and we've not solved it. More money has only caused more stealing and corruption, as we've talked about. So I think crime, it's just more culture. The last thing I want to talk about is culture. Crime it's not crime if it's just part of the culture, and it's been part of the culture. We just need to communicate, like, this is who we are. Maybe have a carjacking museum so people understand that this is who DC is. And if we can't do it, there's the federal government there that has made some suggestions that, hey, man, you guys had 50 years to deal with this and it's not helping. So I would say if the feds are listening, DC had their chance, man. We are who we are. Like that old saying says, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And I'll say this again, once we adjust our expectations, everything will be fine, okay? So we have DCPS standards that speak for themselves. The crime standards speak for themselves. So we are who we are. Thank you.
Paola Henriquez, DC organizer, Hand in Hand.
Hi, thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Paola, and I am the DC organizer for Hand in Hand. That was previously mentioned by my partners at NDWA. Hand in Hand is the Domestic Employers Network, is a national network of employers of nannies, house cleaners, home caregivers, and other domestic workers. Our mission is to ensure that employers of domestic workers have all the resources and education they need to make their homes safe, ethical, and legal workplaces. Over the past few years, we've advocated for the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights, bringing employers' voices to the forefront, to the conversations as they're also impacted by these laws. Today, we are glad to see the progress in the district, not only the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights has been passed, but there is more recognition for domestic workers, their value, and their rights in the city. We also do see the effort of the OAG in implementing the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights and have had exciting conversations about how our collective work can result in a more streamlined implementation process. We're also thankful that the Domestic Worker Outreach and Education Grant Program now includes Hand in Hand for the fiscal year of 2025. And we like to emphasize that continuing to support organizations like ourselves, the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and First Shift, who all work directly with people I'm forgetting two other organizations, MLove and Carecen, who all work directly with people in the care economy, primarily domestic workers and employers of domestic workers. This is the most significant way to tell domestic workers across the city that the OAG cares about their well-being, as we're working to inform and educate domestic workers about their rights and employers about their responsibilities. I can reaffirm that employers are excited and fully engaged when we talk to them about their duties as employers in upholding the law on their end, and we're working with other partners and government agencies to ensure that we're reaching as many employers as possible. We're also happy to collaborate with the OAG further to maximize our efforts in reaching employers in every corner of DC. And yeah, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Wilcox, I want to ask you about the kind of reaction that you've received from OAG. Do you get the sense that there is an appetite to look into this more robustly and to make steps to make these improvements? Or what is your sense from your conversations with folks there?
Sure. So we have meetings. Employees discuss their concerns and nothing happens. So there's no follow-up. So we've had 3 major meetings where we have discussed everything. And we even developed a small group, and we were meeting with the First Assistant Attorney General to discuss things, and nothing seems to move. Management at CSSD refuses to take the necessary action to move the agency forward. And I am very concerned because I am a Washingtonian, and I am concerned about how the cases are being handled for the residents of the District of Columbia. And the folks that are mainly impacted are people that look like me, Black and brown people. And to be specific, Black and brown males of the District of Columbia are hugely impacted by the failure to negotiate and sit down and talk about these things. We are willing, but we are refused.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll certainly follow up with the Attorney General about this later today. And Mr. Weiss, I wanted to ask you, there's a lot of strategies that we can and need to be taking when it comes to the environment. We have legislative protections, we have changes in consumer behavior, we have accords with other nations. There are a lot of different strategies, but one of them is proactive litigation to make sure that we're protecting the environment. In the last several years that OAG has been engaged in this piece of the strategy, have you noticed an improvement kind of more broadly that this litigation strategy is making an impact when it comes to changing future behavior and deterring violations of our environmental justice needs?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, settlements pay for some of our environmental programs now. There's a settlement project in the district, and OAG did a great job of working with PEPCO and other entities to settle on a significant amount of money to pay for this settlement project, which would have cost the district millions of dollars, millions and millions of dollars. So that's a direct impact. Having the money to be able to go forward with the settlement project is a really important thing. I'm trying to think over the years between Racine and Mr. Schwab in terms of impacts of the litigation and stuff that they move forward. But actually, the money was the settlement money was the biggest. I do have concerns though that often when they settled with Monsanto, for example, I mean that's it. They came to an agreement, money was exchanged. I always wonder, is that as much money as we should have got out of that process to mitigate for the damage done to our environment? But anyway, that's just.
Okay,
Oh.
thank you very much.
Could I just add one more thing too to my testimony? I just learned outside, I was talking about creating a environmental justice division and kind of prioritizing. And I talked to someone from OAG just before I came in here, and she let me know that one of the main lawyers, for example, is doing halftime now. We'll be covering a lot of these environmental justice issues, but that again, they're going to be relying on the fellowship. Fellows, they apply or
Yeah.
their fellows ask for that, but I just want to say, I don't think you can sustain that. That's a hard thing to sustain. Also, you want to create, like they have in California, lawyers that have been working on environmental justice for a long time. They get the experience. They know the state. But-
Understood. I think that's a fair point.
And
And something that we've been thinking about for several years with this agency. So I think it's fair. I am going to have to move on. We've got
No,
about
no, I
70
understand.
witnesses today, but thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you all. Alana Dean, Danielle Robinette, Lacia Jap, Lacia? Oh. Okay. Okay, great. Lacia Jap, you here? Laisha? Chandra Dawson? Great. Alana Dean, volunteer hand in hand.
Good morning, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Ilana Dean. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I used to be an employer of a domestic worker and have had family members with domestic workers. I'm now engaged as a hand-in-hand volunteer working with employers from around DC. Hand in Hand is the Domestic Employers Network. It supports employers across DC who are seeking guidance to ensure that their homes are legal, ethical, and fair workplaces. Hand in Hand literally works hand in hand with NDWA, who have testified today, and other organizations to make the home a fair, safe workplace, and is one of the 5 recipients of the grant funds that this fiscal year just came into being for Hand in Hand. Employers really want, as myself and other employers around the district, to easily find the guidance that the Office of Attorney General has funded as part of the DC Domestic Worker Bill of Rights. And we know that outreach to domestic employers is difficult and needs to be different from outreach to other employers. OAG has been a wonderful partner this past year. In this fiscal year, has given funding to Hand in Hand for the first time through the Domestic Worker Employment Rights Grant Program. And as being a grant recipient, that we hired the first DC organizer to help organize employers. Paola Enriquez is we are thrilled as an employer to have somebody professional, a full-time organizer, helping to not only do the outreach and education, but really bring so much more attention to these issues. We're so grateful for that support from OAG and from Paola. She's been able to connect with so many employers already, helping to create the foundation. She just started, but she also to create the foundation already for building contracts with domestic workers and domestic employers together, doing a lot of informational campaigns. She's planning on doing, organizing all of these volunteers to do tabling at different community events and places. She's working to create connections with ANC commissioners and across the district. So OAG support has been really wonderful. It's as an employer, a domestic worker employer, and volunteer with Hand in Hand. The support has been excellent. We already see the effects of it, and we're looking forward to everything that can come from it moving forward.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Danielle Robinette, Senior Policy Attorney, Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a Senior Policy Attorney with Children's Law Center, which believes every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Our work intersects with that of OAG in three key areas: child welfare, school attendance, and healthy housing. Over the past year, OAG has worked closely with Children's Law Center, CFSA, and community members, including current and former foster youth, to develop a new legal permanency option designed to better meet the unique needs of older youth in foster care. My full written testimony includes greater detail on this proposal, but we thank OAG for their partnership in that work. I would like to use the remainder of my time to focus on OAG's important leadership in the district's response to chronic absenteeism and truancy. Then, my colleague Laisha will discuss OAG's work to support DC tenants. Over the past year, the district has focused on the persistently high rates of chronic absenteeism among DC students. Both the council and the executive have invested time and resources to identifying and addressing students' barriers to regular school attendance. For many years, OAG has recognized that truancy is virtually always symptomatic of underlying issues that exist in a child's life. Despite changing trends in local political discourse, OAG has maintained their commitment to supportive truancy programming that identifies and addresses attendance barriers faced by students and families. And relatedly, the agency only uses prosecution as a last resort. We commend the agency for their steadfast focus on supporting students and avoiding ineffective punitive measures. OAG's approach does not mean that the agency has abdicated its responsibility to respond to truancy. For older youth, those aged 13 to 17, referred for truancy, OAG may, before pursuing prosecution, refer a young person to the Intensive Care Coordination Program at DBH or divert them to a truancy prevention program, namely ACE and PASS within DHS. For FY24, OAG reports that 67 youth were referred to ICC and 101 truancy cases were diverted to ACE. These alternatives to prosecution prevent harmful interactions with the juvenile justice system and connect the students to supportive services to address the family's underlying attendance barrier. An expansion of the PASS model is currently being piloted by DHS in 5 DC high schools, and the first report on that pilot is due to the council next month. For younger students, OAG operates the Addressing Truancy Through Engagement and Negotiated Dialogue, or ATTEND. This program brings parents and schools together with a trained mediator to identify attendance barriers and develop a plan to overcome challenges and improve school attendance. Last year, OAG reported that more than 75% of students and families referred to ATTEND successfully completed mediation. We thank OAG for their continued commitment to supporting DC students and families, and moreover, as the district prepares for another tough budget season, we urge the committee to ensure that OAG can continue their supportive approach to truancy prevention. Thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Leisha Jap, Supervising Attorney, Children's Law Center.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Leisha Jap, and I'm a supervising attorney at Children's Law Center. I work with families whose housing conditions resulted in health-harming conditions, such as tenants experiencing severe mold infestations, significant mold, and sewage leaks, through our medical legal partnership, Healthy Together. Over the past year, we've been glad to see the Office of Attorney General stepping up to support DC tenants through traditional litigation, as well as innovative and alternative dispute resolution tools. OAG's Public Advocacy Division has long been a champion for tenants through their targeted litigation against some of the worst landlords in DC. These properties are often abandoned by owners who are facing bankruptcy. They're using bankrupt companies as shields against accountability. That means there's no maintenance workers or rental staff. When landlords go into bankruptcy, cases in Housing Conditions Court are stayed, meaning we can't get orders to remediate the conditions. In a bankruptcy matter, OAG's Public Advocacy Division comes to the rescue. They're able to identify the landlords hiding behind bankrupt companies and appoint receivers to address problems that would otherwise have gone addressed. Earlier this year, an OAG attorney waiting in the gallery during a hearing for one of my clients that were stayed for bankruptcy was able to identify that our client lived in one of the properties OAG was litigating. They were able to share a list of addresses and receivers to contact for repairs. With timely contact, the repair started that very week. We regularly see cases where rental staff changes and does not leave working contact information. The landlord avoids service of process by not maintaining a registered agent or otherwise dodges court accountability. In these trickier cases where traditional lawsuits are just not viable, the OAG mediation program is a valuable partner. OAG's mediation program is able to determine who is responsible for a particular property. The mediation team can sometimes get repairs moving or at least get us accurate information regarding the outstanding repairs. This program is on my short list for referrals when housing conditions are poor, but the tenant is having trouble communicating the need for repairs or even finding an active contact to report the problem. For example, we recently worked with OAG mediation with a tenant who had been living in Ward 8, who had a housing conditions case open for over a year. Despite court orders and inspections by Department of Buildings, repairs came slowly, or not at all. Over time, the communication and trust between the tenant and the landlord broke down. The landlord was accusing the tenant of purposely breaking things and not using the fixtures correctly. They were also claiming they had fixed everything. They had not. We engaged OAG mediation. They joined as a calm and responsive third party. The OAG mediation team quickly responded to my client's request for help, patiently listened to both sides, and kept communication open, documenting everything through clear and accurate emails along the way. Suddenly, a frustrating stalemate had a solution. In summary, OAG is a valuable partner in Children's Law Center's housing condition advocacy, and we're grateful for the work of the Public Advocacy Division and mediation team in particular. I look forward to continuing to collaborate so that DC's children and families live in safe and healthy homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Chandra Dawson, Interim Director, Peace for DC.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, committee members and staff. My name is Chandra Dawson. I serve as the Interim Executive Director for Peace for DC. Over the last 20 years, I've also served as a licensed social worker here in the district, supporting the trauma needs of district residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Within our testimony, we will include both OAG and Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement in our testimony. Peace for DC is committed to ending gun violence. We are grateful for the partnership of both OAG and ONSE in the violence intervention space. Violence intervention work has been proven to be an essential component of any city's public safety strategy, and we urge the council to sustain funding for this work. We operate the Peace Academy, which is the district's only classroom-based training program for violence intervention workers. To date, we have welcomed over 175 peacemakers to the academy. Within these numbers, it is comprised of individuals employed by both ONSE and other district government agencies, as well as ONSE and staff representative of ONSE and OAG contractors. To strengthen the integrity of the academy model and content, we have also included district government representatives to serve and give us feedback in the fidelity of our work. And that representation include both managerial and program staff representative of both ONSE and OAG. At the Academy, we see firsthand how the CVI workforce is committed to this work. While meeting the daily expectations of their job, we have watched them navigate the grief,
the loss and sometimes guilt that they experience after a shooting that they work tirelessly to prevent. This ongoing exposure to work-related trauma coupled with their personal trauma narratives illustrates the complexity and associated risk associated with this work. For many of the violence intervention workers, their time at the Peace Academy is the first time they've acquired hands-on skills such as how to apply tourniquet or combat gauze to a wound, a gunshot wound, while they wait for the arrival of medical personnel, while how to facilitate mediations and resolve conflicts, and how to implement critical CBI or cognitive behavioral intervention skills that support trauma healing and much more. Our classroom is the only opportunity for district peacemakers from different district neighborhoods and communities to share in a collective space, build connections, and process the experienced workplace trauma that they acquire while serving our community. With financial support from the city, we would hope that the DC Peace Academy would become a training and wellness requirement for contracted community-based organizations facilitating CBI services. If OAG's Cure the Streets and ONSE eventually merge, we urge the government to maintain the structure of the Cure Violence model, and ensure the larger staff and contract size of the Cure program are upheld. We too understand the formal independent evaluation of the district's CBI programs is taking place, and we encourage the city to incorporate any recommendations and feedback acquired from this evaluation into our CBI programs. There is few examples of proven work around this space in this work, highlighting New York, Omaha, LA, as well as Chicago, where violence interrupters are moving more in the direction of recruiters and linking individuals to wraparound services. We are happy to support the council and government in the implementation of such models. We have begun that with our Heal DC program, where we have specifically looked at particular areas in individuals that are trapped in the cycle of violence. While it is a new program, we have already begun to see the fruit of transformation as these young men grapple with the complexity of navigating childhood, community, and generational trauma. Core to all of our programs is the implementation of CBI, or community-based interventions. And so we are poised to support council and government and the city in support in the implementation of our recommendations and provide needed expertise. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dawson. And thank you all for what you do. I think this panel is a good bite-sized example of the breadth of work that OAG is involved with and the many, many different topics and lives that you touch. So thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it. We're going to call our next panel, Marcia Nichols, Kristen Eliason, Kristen, Penelope Crum, Ed Lazier, Marcus Dantley, Marcus Dantley, Robert Holliday, Robert Hardy. Thank you. All right. Kristen Eliason, Head of Services at Valair.
Pinto. Other committee members and staff, I'm Kristen Eliason, Head of Services for Volare, formerly Network for Victim Recovery of DC. Since May 2012, we have provided free, holistic, and trauma-informed services to over 11,000 victims of crime in the district, including crisis support and advocacy, ongoing case management, therapy, and legal services. We're unique in that we support survivors of any type of victimization and do so from a philosophy of survivor-defined justice. Volare has partnered with the OAG for nearly a decade, working together to expand options for survivors and strengthen pathways to justice. Through OAG's Victim Support Grant, Volare has supported survivors exploring restorative justice, or RJ, as an avenue for healing. This work has included facilitating survivor surrogates to RJ practices, RJ conferences, developing referral pathways for victims, and increasing accessibility to RJ practices. With this funding, more than 60 survivors engaged in restorative justice services through Volare, with the majority being survivors of sexual violence. This effort led to Volare securing a multi-year federal grant aimed at continuing the important work that OAG led the charge on supporting. OAG has demonstrated a strong commitment to ensuring trauma-informed interactions with victims. Through our trauma education project, Volare has provided training for key OAG teams, including the Domestic Violence and Special Victims section, the RJ team, and the Civil Rights and Elder Justice section. In October 2024, Volare launched an OAG-funded grant focused on expanding access to trauma-informed therapeutic services for youth survivors of violence. Through this project, Racy Sims, our Director of Therapeutic Services, provides voluntary and confidential individual supportive counseling to young survivors, with the goal to be ensuring access to holistic, culturally competent counseling services that support survivors' mental health and well-being. This initiative directly supports OAG's goal of fostering a system that nurtures hopeful and healthy youth, ultimately improving the safety and well-being of the entire district. We are excited to continue partnering with OAG to enrich the ways we connect with youth in and outside of schools, encouraging healthy relationships and behaviors that prevent violence before intervention services are needed. Under Attorney General Schwab's leadership, OAG has shown a strong commitment to creating lasting change in the district through innovative policies and a focus on justice, accountability, and community healing. Volare is deeply grateful to OAG for leading efforts to ensure access to justice and recovery for DC residents. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Penelope Crum, Public Witness.
Good morning. After all those dramatic stories of violence and crime, and this is just a simple little personal story, but anyway, thanks for listening. I had been abroad for more than 30 years and recently returned to the US. I needed to pick up a statin prescription for my husband, so I went to the CVS. And in Europe, we'd paid about $10 a month, but I knew prices are higher here. But the bill was $363 for a 3-month supply. And I said, wow, is that normal? And the pharmacist said, well, the US is expensive. And I said, well, we'll take the generics. And she said, oh, those are the generics. So we needed the drugs, so I paid and I left. And then I told people, and they're like, you paid what? It's like, that's crazy. And I contacted the doctor who'd given the prescription, and she said, well, use this good RX coupon. And the drug that I had paid $174 for would have cost $26. And then I realized that only suckers pay full price, but we had just come back to the US and we were the suckers. And I was really frustrated and I didn't know who to turn to. So I Googled and I found the OAG Mediation Office Consumer Protection. And I wrote to them with the case and I got an email back and they said, call, we'll talk. And so I talked to a really nice paralegal and I said, look, I know I don't have any legal case. You know, they're totally entitled to charge me as much as I'm a doofus and willing to pay. But he said, well, you know what? I'm going to try and talk to them because you just got back to your country and I don't want this to be the impression that you have of America. And I said, okay, thanks. But I didn't really expect any results, but I was happy that someone had at least listened to me and shown some sympathy. And then a few weeks later, I got a text from CVS that says, come pick up your prescriptions ready. And I'm like, ha, you know, not going to trick me again. But I went ahead and went and they said, here's a 3-month supply. And it was $54 instead of $363. And then they said, oh, and we're looking at your case and you were overcharged. Here's a refund of $189. And I was like, what? And I was just amazed that the OAG had come through for me. And it reminded me, Ronald Reagan had once said, the scariest words in English are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. Well, I don't think those are scary words. I think those are beautiful words. And it's great to know that even like an ordinary citizen, that the government can have your back. And I just want to thank you for looking out for justice, even in this little small instance. Thank you for helping me and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing that story and welcome back home.
Thanks.
Ed Lazier, Public Witness.
That is a tough act to follow. But I will do that. So good morning, Chairperson Pinto, Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ed Lazier, and I am the Director of Legislative Advocacy at UPO, United Planning Organization. We are the district's community action agency and have been working since 1962 to improve the economic security of residents with low incomes. UPO is a member of the Fair Price, Fair Wage Coalition, which is a coalition of tipped workers, policy advocates and grassroots organizations who support the will of voters and Initiative 82 and are against junk fees and their deceptive nature. And I'm here to testify today on the OAG's role in enforcing consumer law related to restaurant service fees. In recent years in DC and other communities, some restaurants have adopted so-called service charges of up to 20%, sometimes more, which are not actually tied to any service and are just another source of funding for the restaurant owner. And they really primarily serve to hide the cost of the full price of menu items. Beyond being bad for consumers, service fees hurt workers. And that's because consumers often think that this service fee goes directly to workers, which it doesn't. Or even when they understand what it does, they're not comfortable tipping when they've already paid a 20% service fee. So the Office of Attorney General has weighed in on this with guidance in 2024 to restaurants to ensure that language around service fees is prominently displayed and clearly explains its purpose. The guidance requires restaurants to be clear when a service fee is not a tip. And this guidance was very important and helpful, but it unfortunately is not sufficient. Many restaurants still continue to place their service fee information in a small font, in a hard-to-see spot on the menu, and many use vague language saying things like the fee supports employee compensation, even though that clearly violates the OAG guidance. My understanding is that the OAG enforces this guidance primarily by responding to complaints in a reactive rather than a proactive approach, and that's just simply not enough. Even in the last month, I've been to restaurants with faulty service fee language, and when I asked workers what it was about, they couldn't explain it, meaning that restaurants are deviant explaining it to their employees. And even when it is completely clear, we know that service fees lead to reduced tips. One of the workers in our coalition worked at a restaurant with a modest service fee where the language was very clear this is not a tip, and they still saw tips go down relative to before the fee was in existence. So we urge the council to do more about restaurant service fees. That starts with more proactive enforcement of the OAG guidance and really highlighting and prominently letting the community know when restaurants are violating and deceiving consumers and potentially putting workers at risk. But that's just not enough. The better solution is for the OAG to use its responsibility to protect consumers and workers to push for the elimination of any mandatory fee at restaurants that does not go fully to workers as an auto gratuity. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Lazier. Robert Hardy, public witness.
How you doing? My name is Robert Hardy, here to testify on OAG. There are some great people. The things that people don't see them doing is, I can say like every week we have discussions going on Tuesdays and Fridays at 9 o'clock, 9:30, I mean. And they basically put their life on the line to help people like as in me, myself and other folks to better ourselves, give us a second chance, and to get to know each other more better. Like I don't know them, they don't know us, and we just trying to build a bond with each other to get to know each other more, and to see what obstacles they do have to help one another. And we just, I don't know. Well, that's all I would have to say.
Well, thank you for sharing. Thank you for doing the work you do. Thank you all. Really appreciate your testimony. I call the next panel Jarrett Harrington. John Del Rosario. Brendel Smith Starks. Brendel Smith Starks. Joseph Gelatic. Melvin Hart. Anthony Harvey. All right. Jarrett Harrington, public witness.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Jared Harrington, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the fathering program and the fatherhood court program that is offered by CSSD, Child Support Services Division. I'm not sure what their standing is as far as funding, but I would hope that they would continue to receive funding. And if they could receive increased funding, that'll be great. We meet every week, as Mr. Hardy was saying, we meet every week, Tuesdays and Fridays, in which we have basically a meeting. There's all Black men who have child support cases, and we are doing our best to avoid being locked up for delinquency cases. And these great gentlemen and woman, Miss Russell, every day, they take calls from countless men throughout the city, calling with their worries about child support, trying to find employment, having issues finding employment, license revoked, but I need a job to pay my child support. So they working behind the scenes trying to get us better resources, better recognition throughout the city, and throughout the country. We've met with the director of the child support division federally, so, and on top of that, they also have the fathering court program, which is a referral program, but I do believe that it should be expanded. I don't think it should only be a referral program. And that program it's slightly different from family court, in which, you would go in and typically the mother will have her whole legal team that the government presents. And a lot of the times us as men, we feel fairly intimidated in that situation, and we don't have just representation on our behalf. And the fathering court program offers that for us. I was indicted into the fathering court program for one of my child support cases. The relationship with my children's mom has greatly flourished. We've actually been almost lauded as like an example case. The only downfall is it's a referral program. So if you have a situation where the other parent is willingly being disruptive and they decide they don't want to be inducted into it, then you're stuck in this cycle of child support and fighting in the court system when you just want to do better for your child. So I would just like to speak on behalf of the CSSD, the Fathering Court program, the Fatherhood program that they have going on over there, and just ask that their funding not be cut and it's actually increased if possible. Once again, I'm Jared Harrington. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. John Del Rosario, public witness.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pinto, for the opportunity. My name is John. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I was a victim of a crime, and I am here today because I took part in the restorative justice program, and I am here in support of it. Ultimately, I believe the greatest and most long-term effects of this program is that it prevents youth recidivism back into the wrong side of our justice system. The RJ program provides this space for victim and assailants to dialogue and really convey their feelings, fears, and troubles that only lead to a greater sense of understanding between the two parties. It allows healing for both sides. Speaking only from my experience, my assailant did have a shaky family life, where his father was fast becoming a smaller and smaller part of his life. The dialogue was able to show that it wasn't only his mother who cared if he did well in life, but it was the community in the form of the AG's office and me, uncle type figure, if you will, who is invested that he stay away from trouble and get onto a path of success. Who knows what other positive adult influences he may or may not have had to get him straight. But through the restorative justice program, he was sent a message with appropriate and measured voices to help in that messaging. I was able to convey my understanding of his situation and tell him face to face that I forgave him and that I only want the best for him in life, valuable for healing and moving forward. The program also benefits the victims. I was the victim of a robbery that didn't leave any physical or mental scars, but if I was the victim of, say, a more serious, brutal beating or, say, even sexual assault, I would think that this program would allow me the space appropriate to confront my assailant and help towards my own healing journey. Um, Lastly, I do believe that it also kind of in a way builds community. After my session with the restorative justice program, I did meet my assailant once again on a metro. I was where he originally robbed me. But this time we shook hands. I wished him well. And that is more than I can say for the people who were around me during the original robbery who didn't help me at all. So, you know, it really does build that sense of community, and it was something that I really felt that was valuable. So I really do appreciate the restorative justice program, and I believe that you should keep it on. Thank you very much for the time.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that story and participating in that program. I think it's a program that does a lot of good, that there is not a lot of public insight into how it works. And so you coming forward and sharing your experience with it is extremely important. Thank you. Joseph Jelatek, am I pronouncing your name correctly? You just, oh, Melvin Hart, I'm sorry. All right, Melvin Hart, public witness.
Just speaking on behalf of the fatherhood program. Prior to me being enrolled into it, I was pretty much trying to deal with like child support and living on my own, and things took a little wrong turn. But I was introduced to those guys, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Isaiah. Meeting with them Tuesday every Friday, and it just kind of gave me a glimpse of hope. You know what I'm saying? As far as get on top of my priorities, and it kind of helped bring me closer with my daughter. So it's like it's a very great program for what I experienced. I done seen people on the or men. I mean, even it's women there too, but men on a glimpse of suicide, trying to deal with the cope with what's going on with things being taken from them, and this brotherhood or this family, because it's females in the program as well. But it's been very extremely helpful as far as getting the resources and getting your mental mind state on prepared of what you need to do and what you need to be taken care of, and to know that you're not alone dealing with this, and there's hundreds, well, millions of people dealing with the same kind of dynamic as you. I mean, it's been a very great program to be a part of. It certainly helped me progress out of, I guess you can say, a point of slavery, for where as though I can do something and learn something to further my career versus being at a stay-a-dead job, just doing the same thing and everything. But sorry to sound unprofessional, but yeah, it's a great program and I'm proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Anthony Harvey. Let's go ahead.
Name's Anthony Harvey. Been part of the Fatherhood ASC program. I think about me 2 years. The program is definitely beneficial for the community and people where a lot of people feel like they don't have nowhere to talk or speak their legal business and have legal direction, where the program allow us to have different opportunities to express each other avenues and what we went through and communicate with each other to learn how to deal with the legal part of it, and also with being better parents ourselves. Even for myself, I have a 12-year-old, and every weekend we're together now, regardless of me in the program or not, like, or having to pay. It's just the program have gave me a different insight on what is really important and how to make sure I represent myself as a good person, and to the community and the community around me, to even build future legacy to my daughter and make sure she's a good product to the environment. So for me, to lose this program definitely would kind of be a blow. So I hope we can keep the funding going for this program.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here. Vincent Armstrong. Darnell Turner. Daryl. Thank you. Is there anybody else who is here in person to testify for OAG? Hi, what is your name? Vincent Armstrong, great. Anybody else for in-person public witness testimony for OAG? What is your name? Marcus, okay, come join the table. Marcus Dantley? Okay. All right. Daryl Turner, public witness. Could you turn your microphone on, Mr. Turner?
Oh, it was on?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I'm here to represent a fathering court group for all that they have done. I had zero communications with my baby mother at the time, and it was always a battle. And even in the courtroom. So I was introduced into the fathering court program to help the communication get better between me and the mom, and the payment of what need to be, distributed to the parenting. So, and once I met these guys and, started listening to avenues that they have been down and ways that I can communicate with her, it worked. It was very helpful. And I would just like to say, I hope that the program can continue more with, the great help from the whole team, all of them, both sides, even the court system, they both, it was tough, but they did a very helpful job. I can communicate with the baby mom now. We speak now. Hi, bye. I didn't do that for years. I've been in the case like 16 years, and we can talk now. That's what I would like. Thank you for letting me speak.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Vincent Armstrong, public witness.
Yes, how you doing, Ms. Pentos?
Thanks.
And Chip. This program, it's been good for me because, like he said, not having to be able to communicate with the other parent, things of that nature, as far as child support goes. It's been a struggle, but it came a long way from what I've seen with child support, and that's only due through programs like this one right here, fatherhood program, father court program. I never knew that there was so many other good candidates, guys such as myself, that was having the same issues with child support, and focusing on having everyone have their say-so about things, about how life, different experiences from different people through child support is bettering other people, because of the simple fact you just think that you're the only one going through it, when in actuality it's other people that's going through the same thing. It's just that you all need to connect, and by being in this program, that's the best way to do it, and I recommend it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Marcus Dantley, public witness.
Hello, my name is Marcus Dantley. I'm a former employee of the OAG. As a member of the Office of Consumer Protection, I regularly help people, residents in DC through mediation. It was our job to listen to consumers' complaints and uphold the CFPB, I believe the right acronym is. I found that a lot of times district residents didn't know who to turn to. And it was a source of pride for myself to listen to their complaints and actively advocate on their behalf to help them get a resolution. It wasn't always as successful as I would hope, but I took a tremendous sense of pride in going above and beyond to make sure that they were made whole, or at least got a response. A lot of times I found that the businesses did not respond directly to the resident, but when it came from us, even if it wasn't always the resolution that the person was seeking, at least we got a response. At least we were able to get information. At least we were able to move it forward. And most of the time, not all the time, and not 100%. I found that people were very thankful for that. It made my job feel good. I feel that it was a resource to the community. Once a week on Wednesdays, we went to DHS centers in each ward. And each time, it never failed. Someone came to the table and said, I don't know if you can help me with this, but this is the problem. And I would listen. And if it was not something that was a mediatable complaint, I would connect them with the resources. And it was a lot of cooperation with various places like DOB for housing inspections and DLCP for business licenses and stuff like that. And I just felt that it felt like almost like the Avengers of the DC government. We working together to help people that were taken advantage of in a lot of situations. And I really feel like they were appreciative of that. And I really didn't know about it before I started working there. And I found that a lot of people didn't know about us either. So it was encouraging to see that light bulb go on, like, oh, really? Well, can you help me with this? And it felt good when I could. I really enjoyed that part about my job, and I felt like it was appreciated by the people as well.
Thank you, Mr. Dantley, and thank you so much for your service. I want to ask you, Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Turner, how did you find out about this program at OAG?
I found out about it when I went to court for child support. So once I left out of the court, it was a lady there. She gave me the information to Mr. Stevenson and them, and I gladly joined as soon as I found out about the opportunity to even get inside the program.
Were these people from OAG or from the court that gave you the information?
I think from OAG.
From OAG.
Yes, ma'am. Well, my situation was like from the courts. The judge recommended that she said that I was a prime candidate for the fathering program because the communication was not between, we couldn't mediate at all between me and mom. And whatever program it was before that, there was no mediation. The mom wouldn't show up. Only time she was called was when the appearance from the court. That was the only time she would come. And when the courts, introduced me to the group, it's been uphill since. I love it, Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, we are turning to our virtual public witnesses for the Office of Attorney General. As a reminder, please accept your invitation to join as a panelist when you receive that on your screen. We're going to start with Caroline Fair, Trupti Patel, Commissioner Patel, Sabrina Rhodes, Commissioner Ashley Ruff, Tiffany Montgomery, Maya Kinseth, Shamika Sherry, Oliver Slade, Emily Olesh, Britt Lucas, Maya Hambrick, Eleanor Phillips, Calvin Pan, and Dr. Monique Green. Join as a panelist, and we will get started with Caroline Fair, Senior Staff Attorney for Legal Aid DC.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Caroline Fear, and I'm a Senior Staff Attorney at Legal Aid DC in our Family and Domestic Violence Unit. Legal Aid represents and advocates for low-income residents of the district, including in child support and parentage cases with and against the Child Support Services Division of OAG. Our multifaceted relationship with the agency makes Legal Aid uniquely positioned to provide feedback and push for change. Over the years, we've testified about CSSD's performance and shared concerns about the agency's communication, transparency, and protocols. While some of these problems persist, we are pleased that OAG takes steps to address our concerns, such as creating an email address to accept e-service from litigants. However, perpetual challenges stem from CSSD's structure as a debt collection agency, whose purpose is to collect funds to reimburse the government for benefits that a family receives. This is not directly the fault of the Attorney General or agency leadership. Legislative reform is needed to eliminate the district's outdated cost recovery model. Legal Aid has spoken with the Attorney General and his team about these reforms, and we are appreciative and optimistic about their willingness to consider and support them. We urge the Council to prioritize reforms to ensure that all child support actually supports children. A cost recovery system like ours means that CSSD collects child support to pay the federal government back for TANF benefits a family received. When a parent applies for TANF, they must help the government collect child support from the other parent. The government then keeps much of that collected funds, split between the district and federal governments. The district's portion of this money funds CSSD's operations. And using child support in this way is inconsistent with OAG's values. Under current DC law, a custodial parent receives up to $150 per month if the other parent makes an on-time support payment. Anything over that amount or any late payment goes to the government. However, more states are moving to a system that passes through the entire child support payment. In fact, Maryland is holding a hearing today about moving to a 100% pass-through, as 4 other states already do. The district also can take advantage of these existing federal policies to do this. This would simplify distribution, decrease the need for complicated audits, and generally reduce agency costs over time. It also would increase trust in the DC government as a whole and CSSD specifically. Furthermore, parents who pay support are more likely to make payments when they know it benefits their children and not the government. Most importantly, it simply is the right thing to do to provide more children living far below the poverty line with safety and security they need and deserve. This money is a small percentage of CSSD's overall budget, but could make an enormous difference to these children. We ask the Council to keep these concerns in mind while reviewing OAG's performance and make these overdue reforms to put families first and ensure child support actually supports children. We thank you for the opportunity to testify. We look forward to collaborating with OAG in the year to come.
Thank you, Ms. Fear. Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC 2A.
Good morning, CM Pinto. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that our comments may be entered for the permanent record. My name is Trupti Patel, and I'm a 4th-term ANC commissioner that represents single-member District 2A03, which is a historic Foggy Bottom. In addition, I am the longest-serving elected official that is currently a tipped worker. Wage theft and wage transparency are major issues that impact both workers and consumers. The DC Council passed the Dram Shop Plus bill, which you co-sponsored, and the Fair Price, Fair Wage Coalition informed you that this would lead to a reduction in take-home pay for tipped workers, as operators would never be transparent about the service fees to consumers. We were right, you got it wrong. This very legislation does the following. It sanctions wage theft. It strips rights of consumers that are protected by the CPPA, erodes the ability of the OAG to protect workers and consumers. What resource do workers have when they're told that these junk fees will make it near impossible for workers and consumers to have confidence that wage theft isn't happening, and consumers know that these fees are being used the way it's supposedly been disclosed. The Consumer Protection Division, along with the Wage Theft Division, has been slammed with numerous complaints around wages and service fees. I'm beyond livid that you and other members of the DC Council want to freeze the next pay raise that Initiative 82 promises tips workers. You are a hypocrite while you're screaming at how dare President Trump strip you of your power and role, and you want to do the same thing to voters, consumers, and workers. Stop it. Respect the will of the people. I thank the Office of Attorney General for protecting me and my colleagues at work, but guidance on service fees is not enough. We need legislation that stops employers from using deceptive service fees and allows automatic gratuities that belong to workers. And we need our wage increases as voters approve them. You and the council say you're listening to workers, but you're not. Are you listening to DC Culinary Union? You should. Those hundreds of workers who are screaming about injustices in the industry, things I have told you about for the last 4.5 years, wage theft and sexual harassment. These restaurants are in your ward, and so have some of the biggest wage theft cases, from Founding Farmers and Swahili Village, which are in ANC 2A, in OAG Workers and Consumer Trust. It is the one entity that is truly independent, and they are unbought and unbossed on behalf of the people and workers. And I just want to add that there was a worker who wanted to testify before you today, CM Pinto, who is suffering from working for an establishment where they didn't pay him for 2 pay cycles. And he's a resident of Ward 2, and he works in Ward 2. And his name is Daley Kingston, and he submitted his testimony. So I would appreciate it if you and your team could reach out to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. Sabrina Rhodes, Community Organizer and Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner, Empower DC, ANC 5D02. Commissioner Ashley Ruff, ANC 7F02.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon now. Thank you for this opportunity. I didn't really prepare a full drawn-out statement, and I feel a little bit different this morning, Chairwoman Pinto, because my colleagues all had strong testimonies this morning. Mine is just to say that I am thankful for the OAG's office coming out and actually doing some of the things that we have asked other agencies and organizations in Ward 7. Matter of fact, I just left this morning working with the OAG's office with Takeover Tuesday. So I'm just forever grateful for them coming back and putting in the time and the effort into Ward 7, especially dealing with crime. Of course, we all know about violence prevention. And again, I'm just so thankful for them coming out there. I'm thankful for them also creating the Main Street Minnesota Avenue Action Group. And shout out to Aaron and also Zania Laws. Again, like I said, I'm just forever grateful and that times are changing in Ward 7 because of the OAG's office. And so that is my testimony for today. I yield my time.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ruff. Tiffany Montgomery, public witness. Ms. Montgomery, are you here?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning regarding the DC Office of the Attorney General. I read the mission statement of Mr. Brian Schwab claiming that the Attorney General's mission and objective is to be truthful and provide candor to the courts, which seems to be a joke because the DC Superior Court contacted me regarding the perjury of criminal suspect, Director of Office of Open Government, Nikhil Allen, who works at the DC Office of, or DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, which Mr. Schwab's predecessor, Carl Racine, knew was referred for criminal investigation by two separate DC government agencies, one being DC Human Resource Department, the other one being the DC Metropolitan Police Department's Internal Affairs Bureau. And Mr. Racine's office basically lied to the court. They knowingly submitted perjured testimony to the court, including but not limited to criminal suspect Nikhil Allen's testimony. But the Attorney General's office prevented government witnesses from testifying in court, including but not limited to the Assistant Chief of Police for Internal Affairs, Wilfredo Man Lopez at the time. But I did have several other DC government witnesses willing to testify on my behalf, which the Attorney General's office prevented. But the fraud at the DC Board of Ethics and Government Accountability was known to the DC Attorney General's office, and they allowed the fraud and corruption to continue. And it got to the point where the fraud at Bega has bled into the DC Superior Court system, where my former colleague, Chief Counsel Johnny Barton, who worked at Bega, started legally representing his private clients through the public office at Bega. So that's a criminal offense, not only according to the Public Corruption Division at OAG, but also according to two different DC Superior Court judges. I'm very concerned and disappointed at the dishonesty and corruption of the DC Attorney General's office. And I'm very glad that GOP Oversight has begun an investigation on various different corrupt DC government officials. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Racine was indicted on various different offenses himself, but there's a reason why he corruptly defended corrupt individuals at Bega. And I want to let the public know that I emailed Attorney General Schwab, against whom I have no complaints at this time. But I did let him know that the Bega chairperson, Norma Hutchison, and criminal suspect Nikhil Allen are now colluding with a DC nonprofit in order to defraud taxpayers through an unregistered lobbyist, which is a nonprofit, which is also not only failed to disclose its inappropriate relationship with Nikhil Allen, but it's also
Montgomery, Ms.
Yes.
Montgomery, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you're over time. If I can ask you to submit your full testimony for the record, and we'll make sure to review all of it.
Sure. I just want to say that the nonprofit is seeking millions of dollars reportedly, and I'll be submitting my testimony in writing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Maya Kinseth, Supportive Services Advocate, DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Maya, and I'm a supportive services advocate for DC Safe. DC Safe provides 24/7 crisis intervention for domestic violence survivors in the district, as well as advocacy services at DC's 2 domestic violence intake centers. This year, we served over 12,000 clients, including more than 1,800 clients assessing services at the Domestic Violence Intake Center and over 1,000 clients seeking assistance with filing for civil protection orders. In the DVICs and our work with the court, we have always found strong partners in the Office of the Attorney General's Domestic Violence and Special Victims Section. Not only do they offer excellent and trauma-informed services for our clients directly, but they have been responsive and progressive partners in working to improve the landscape of services and court access for survivors as a whole. As such, I wanted to highlight and express our appreciation for several areas of great work from OAG. Perhaps most pressing and urgent is their work on extreme risk protection orders and in strengthening the city's gun response to gun relinquishment and temporary and full civil protection orders. As a city, we are unfortunately familiar with the tragic impact of gun violence on our community, and we know the risks that our clients face when guns are a factor in an ongoing domestic violence. In fact, the presence of a firearm is the #1 indicator of risk for domestic violence homicide. The Office of the Attorney General has been a leader in not only training and education around extreme risk protection orders, or ERPOs, but also in pursuing these orders to help the city achieve safety. In collaboration with DC Safe and the DC Volunteer Lawyers Project, Legal Aid, and others, they are exploring how lessons learned from the ERPO process, both locally and nationally, can inform ways to create a more realistic and client-centered process. We need to provide the same serious response to guns in civil protection order cases as we see in ERPOs. We have also greatly appreciated their insight and participation in the domestic violence system review, and their perspective has been a vital element as we review urgent cases in need of critical intervention, but also in reflecting on the needs of survivors in a broader and system-wide context. While these specific requirements of our roles in working to combat domestic violence can sometimes clash, it is a pleasure to work with an agency that truly gets domestic violence and practices with compassionate and trauma-informed approach. Their spirit of collaboration and responsiveness to the community reflects a commitment to not only domestic violence survivors, but also our community as a whole. In the local federal mix that must be navigated by all DC residents, their responsiveness and investment in the city are refreshing and a reflection of the ideals we strive to achieve for ourselves as a city.
Ms. Kinseth, are you finished?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Shamika Sherry? Oliver Slade? Emily Olesh, Public Witness.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi there, I'm Emily Olish. I've been a DC resident for nearly 25 years, but this is my first time testifying. I hadn't heard about the OAG's mediation program, but I wanted to share my experience and express my support for the value that the program brings to the district's residents. I have a freshman at the School Without Walls, and as I'm sure you're aware, there are no athletic facilities for the students to use. While that's another issue for another day, it is relevant to my testimony. My daughter played volleyball last fall, and because of the lack of facilities, the senior night was hosted at an away game. It happened to be somewhat close to our home, and so we offered to host the team for pizza after the game. As it turns out, 20 girls were a bit too much for our plumbing to handle, and we ended up with a sewage overflow in our basement a few days later. After finding an emergency plumber on a Saturday night who worked for a large franchise, they offered to send its remediation services the next day. So on a Sunday morning, we got a quote, which seemed reasonable. The team came out and began cleaning that day. So we were pretty shocked when we received an invoice a few weeks later that was 3 times what they had quoted us. Our insurance adjuster looked at the breakdown of charges and we were told that he had never seen some of the charges in their 15 years of business. But our insurance policy just paid us a flat small rate, and so they weren't able to help me any further. After researching and doing what I could to go through an itemized list of questions, I went back and forth with the remediation company multiple times. They made some small adjustments here and there for things that were pretty blatant, like the wrong square footage of our basement. But the whole experience was really frustrating and time consuming, and it just kind of left me with a feeling like we were being taken advantage of. So I wanted to file a complaint, and I was fortunate to come across the OAG's mediation program. I submitted an online request on a Friday and received a call from Mark Thunstead 3 business days later. When we spoke, it was clear that Mark had reviewed my documentation, was prepared with a few questions, and he was empathetic and communicated clearly with me about options about how the OAG could support me. We agreed that the best thing would be for Mark to send a letter to the company on my behalf. And once his letter was sent, the company revised their invoice miraculously and brought it in line with the original estimate. I believe the whole process took less than 2 weeks once Mark was involved, and that included Thanksgiving week. So because of the OAG's mediation program, we saved several thousands of dollars by a company with suspect business practices. And at a time when consumer protections are under attack, I'm just really grateful for the district and for providing our residents with this OAG mediation program, and hope to see it continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Britt Lucas, public witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of this committee. My name is Britt Lucas. I am a tipped worker and a member of the Fair Price, Fair Wage Coalition. I'm testifying today on the performance of the Office of the Attorney General, specifically with regard to Initiative 82 and the service fees associated with it. I appreciate that last year, AG Schwab issued guidelines for restaurant owners and managers regarding service fees and the disclosure of how those fees are utilized by the business. But I find that this guidance is not enough. I work at a restaurant that already pays me $17 an hour and implements a 20% service fee on all checks that is supposed to be a stand-in for tips. A portion of this fee is supposed to go to my base pay, as well as health insurance costs and paid time off, and the rest is supposed to be divided amongst workers based on position and hours worked. However, there is no system in place for me to see a detailed report of how much of that fee is actually going to my pay, or if it is being utilized by the business in other ways. Because of this ambiguous pay structure, it's impossible for me to verify that the restaurant is indeed using a portion of these fees to pay me and my colleagues. Workers ultimately need legislation that turns these service fees into the property of employees, which would then be a gratuity, so that we can properly track our pay and make sure we are getting what we are owed. To make matters worse, there are members of the council who are still trying to overturn Initiative 82. Honestly, I find it a little hypocritical that on one hand, we are defending DC home rule, and on the other, we are talking about overturning an initiative that DC voters have passed twice now. I ask this committee and all members of council to respect the will of DC voters, to defend home rule, and to allow Initiative 82 to go into effect as scheduled. I thank the OAG for their dedication to protecting restaurant workers, but guidance on service fees is not enough. We need legislation that puts a stop to deceptive service fees and allows workers to be sure that we are being paid fairly and accurately. And we need our wage increases as voters have approved them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Maya Hambrick, Program Manager, Georgetown University Prisons and Justice Initiative, MORCA, Georgetown Paralegal Program.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and the other committee members for allowing me to testify today. I'm the program manager for the Morka Georgetown Paralegal Program at the Georgetown University Prisons and Justice Initiative, or PJI. I'm appearing today on behalf of PJI and in support of the OAG mediation program and continued and increased funding for the OAG and PJI employment partnership. Our relationship with the OAG goes back to the very start of our reentry program when the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizen Affairs, or MORCA, and PJI formed a partnership by creating a program specifically designed to serve formerly incarcerated district residents who have developed a passion for the legal field. The program aims to address the significant barriers to employment in the legal profession that returning citizens face. After completing their academic coursework, fellows explore opportunities for full-time paralegal and legal support positions. After creating and launching the Morka Georgetown Paralegal Program, the OAG has hired paralegals from each cohort, remaining a consistent employer partner. Over the past 5 cohorts, a total of 60 returning citizens have completed the paralegal program. A total of 15 graduates have been hired full-time at the DC Office of the Attorney General, and the new cohort of paralegals will begin work on March 10th. The OAG provides support and meaningful employment for our graduates, and they have created a comprehensive and supportive training and onboarding process for our graduates, which allows them to excel both in their positions and afterwards. OAG is also involved throughout the duration of the program by providing credit repair workshops for the fellows over the past 2 years. This is particularly helpful in helping our students understand how to have strong financial futures as they earn a stipend both throughout the program and are beginning their professional careers. The graduates who have worked for the OAG report great satisfaction in their employment and a welcoming and supportive environment. Our partners at the OAG also report positive outcomes from their perspective and the perspective of the DC residents whom they serve as well. Given this demonstrative positive outcomes of this program for returning citizens in the district, for the Morka Georgetown Paralegal Program, for the DC Office of the Attorney General, and for district residents at large, I wish to express my ongoing enthusiastic support for the OAG mediation program and their partnership with our paralegal program. We strive to create additional paralegal positions at the OAG to sustain and build upon the successful partnership and to provide more of our graduates with this comprehensive and positive employment experience upon graduating. On behalf of the Prisons and Justice Initiative and Georgetown University, we hope to see continued and increasing support and funding for this partnership moving forward. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hambrick. And I agree, it is an excellent program that we hope to see expanded. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Eleanor Phillips. Calvin Pan. Okay, and last on this panel, Dr. Monique Green, public witness.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pinto and other committee members. I contacted the OAG on behalf of my mother, Paula Green. We are both native Washingtonians and Ward 7 residents. My mother hired FH Fur to replace the pipes in her home, and FH Fur proceeded to do the following: initiate and complete the job without a work permit, not tell my mother they did not have a work permit, not tell my mother they discovered issues with the pipes, damage portions of my mother's home, and not complete the plumbing job per contract. My mother is a senior citizen with significant health challenges. Stress exacerbates her health conditions, and my mother was unsure how to proceed in rectifying this situation. So the OAG was instrumental in helping to relieve her stress by providing mediation services and helping to negotiate a settlement offer. The OAG is a valuable agency that significantly helps DC residents. There are many DC residents, specifically senior citizens, who are taken advantage of by unscrupulous businesses and need protection. And the OAG should continue to advocate for DC residents. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Dr. Green. And thank you to all the witnesses on this panel for your thoughts and your advocacy. Appreciate it. We're going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses. Dean Hunter, Willa Reinhard, Ryan O'Leary, Sandra S.S. Seegers, Maxwell Halla, Courtney Wilkes, Ashu Kingsley, Stephanie Perry, Rahaman Kilpatrick, Dr. Marquita Siller Tyler, Carly Goldenberg, and Shelley Repp. As a reminder, if you're waiting to testify, please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. All right, we'll give everybody a moment to join, but I see Sandra Seegers here. Sandra Seegers, excuse me, so we can start with you. Sandra Seegers, the founder of Concerned Citizens Against Violence, or CRAVE. Ms. Seegers, are you prepared to testify? Could you take yourself off mute?
Yes, okay, here we go. I thought I was going for it. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for joining us. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Sandra S.S. Seegers, Congress Heights, Ward 8, Southeast, D.C. The Office of the Attorney General serves as the district prosecutory agency for crimes committed committed by juveniles and certain adult offenses, including economic crimes, traffic offenses, and other misdemeanors. Prosecutor's role is just, let me get my camera on. Okay. The prosecutor's role is not just to seek convictions, but to seek justice. Sometimes I wonder about justice for the victims, because it seems the laws are too lenient when juveniles commit a horrific act of violence. Attorney General Brian Schwab said kids who break the law must face consequences for actions, and district leaders must do everything in our power to ensure that after a young person is arrested and prosecuted, they don't go on to commit another offense, which contradicts his idea of prosecuting juveniles as adults, because he said kids are kids. To support the law that juveniles under the age of 15 should not be charged as adults, regardless of the crime, is depressing, because it gives them the okay to commit any type of crime because they know they will not be held beyond their 21st birthday. It also gives adult criminals the opportunity to use juveniles in the crimes because the law is exceptionally lenient on the juveniles. Assumingly, the OAG stats are correct, and it seems and assumingly the small areas that Cure the Streets program has been assigned are true, it does appear that the violent crime in immediate areas has decreased. I am in Congress Heights, PSA 705, and following the MPD alerts, the crime is down. But PSA 706, which is Washington Highland, and PSA 708, which is Bellevue areas, crime is very heavy. They need to do a better selection of hiring violence interrupters after the police shooting of one of them at the McDonald's. They must be sure the person does not use the position to cover up for the criminal activities they commit. And lastly, when the OAG wins lawsuits against businesses or landlords, they need to share the winnings with the people who were affected by the wrongful act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seegers.
You're welcome.
Dean Hunter. Willa Reinhard.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Willa Reinhard. I'm a college and career success coach with DCPS Persist, a post-secondary success program within DC Public Schools. DCPS Persist launched in 2019 with the mission to help students make the transition from high school to college graduation and beyond. And to date, we have provided over 3,000 DCPS alumni financial help, individual coaching, and workshops to empower them at every stage. I'm here today to share my experience with the OAG's Credit Repair Workshop. Many of our students are first-generation college students They often have numerous financial hurdles to overcome themselves, account holds, food insecurity, loss of a part-time campus job, and they can be exacerbated if their family is dealing with similar challenges with housing insecurity added onto that list. We know that financial stability is central to success in college and beyond. Last winter, I was excited to receive an email from Emily Barth with the OAG offering a free credit repair workshop to our students. The workshop they outlined met many of the needs of our students, and they extended it to family members as well. I had the chance to observe a workshop they did for DC Central Kitchen and was impressed with the interactive nature and how Wendy Weinberg made murky topics easy to digest. I requested they make a couple of alterations to connect more with our students, and they were very accommodating. Almost every student and family member who signed up for the workshops saw it as a useful opportunity and showed up at 9:30 on a steamy August morning, credits report printed and ready. They were engaged in the presentation, and the most inspiring was the ability for each attendee to sit down in a one-on-one, unrushed meeting with a legal professional to ask their questions, review their credit report, and take steps right then and there to address errors and connect to resources for larger issues. Through the OAG workshop, participants were able to pick up materials to take home about other financial topics and connected to SEDEC DC, another organization offering free financial counseling and legal support. Through the OAG, I also established a relationship with SEDEC and found out about a free 8-session money management course for young adults, and I've been able to recruit our students to participate in their various cohorts. I was able to share information about the OAG's mediation program to my fellow Persist coaches as a resource for families when housing issues are reported in our regular student meetings. This fall, my manager and I agreed the OAG's credit repair workshop was essential to continue. I'm currently working with Emily and Wendy to set a date for June. I'm so pleased to have been able to find out about the OAG and all they offer to vulnerable communities. I encourage the DC Council to continue to fund the mediation program and credit repair workshop. They're doing necessary work that is inclusive of all DC residents. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhard. Ryan O'Leary. Maxwell Halla, public witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of this committee. My name is Max Halla, a Ward 4 resident who works as a bartender and server in Ward 1. I'm here today to testify on the performance of the Office of Attorney General. Over the last couple of years, AG Schwab has provided guidance to restaurant operators in the disclosure of service charges. This action was taken so that both consumers and workers could better understand how businesses allocate these fees. While I appreciate the AG and his team looking out for us, this guidance has not been enough. Unlike tips, a service charge belongs completely to a business to do what they want with them. Even if restaurants say the fee will be used like a tip going to workers, there's no mechanism to enforce this. Sometimes a business won't even disclose the service fee's purpose. This is personal. Back in 2021, a year before DC voters passed I-82 and we got some pay raises, a place I worked at had a 20% service charge that went completely to us on top of our low base wage, just as tips do. This was appreciated by staff given our low sum minimum wage, and our guests were fine with this charge. One day, however, my boss told me informally that the owners would be taking half of this fee to cover their business expenses. In other words, they would be taking money out of our pockets to cover overhead, a decision they made privately overnight and neglected to tell some employees. It took the better part of a year for the entire staff to figure out why their pay had decreased. Eventually, we confronted ownership and got all of that service charge back. In other words, ownership chose to reinstate an auto gratuity. My story is not unique, but many of them end poorly. I've heard of walkouts and mass quits because of similar snap decisions made by restaurant owners. Businesses are incentivized to have shady fees without enforced guidance, and the Department of Employment Services does little to no enforcement of wage theft. Ultimately, I believe hospitality workers need legislation that bars service charges unless they go directly to us on top of wages. That is, they must be an auto gratuity. But to make matters worse, we have DC council members trying to sabotage Initiative 82 and deny us our raises. Councilmember Anita Bonds held a roundtable with the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor last month regarding the tip wage. She didn't notify any of the workers or advocates who were part of the Fair Price Fair Wage Coalition, and stacked the hearing with owners and managers pretending to be tip workers, asking for a freeze of the initiative's implementation timeline. It is clear by Councilmember Bond's comments during the hearing that she wants to overturn I-82 again. This is relevant when the only agency that has protected tip workers has been the Office of the Attorney General. It protects us at my place of work, and my income is more secure. If my employer wishes to resume taking any of our auto gratuity, they must update our menu to state where that service fee goes. With timeline freeze coupled with a system in place incentivizing vague and confusing fees is a recipe for wage theft. At a time when protections for tip workers already need an increase in support from the OAG, please vote against the timeline freeze, which would compound wage theft cases for the OAG across DC. So I ask this committee and all members of the council to again respect the will of voters and allow I-82 to continue as scheduled. Again, I appreciate the Office of the Attorney General for protecting us, but we need more than guidance and service fees. We need legislation that stops employers from using deceptive service fees, but allows automatic gratuities that belong to workers. We need our wages increases as scheduled. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Holla. Courtney Wilkes, Staff Attorney, SEDEC DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members and staff of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Courtney Wilkes, and I am a staff attorney leading the Economic Exploitation and Fraud Prevention Project at SEDEC DC. SEDEC DC is an independent public interest law center headquartered at the UDC David A. Clark School of Law in Ward 3, with a second location in Ward 8. Our mission is to safeguard the legal rights and financial health of DC residents with lower incomes, dealing with the often devastating consequences of abusive debt collection practices and other consumer-related issues. We offer direct legal and financial counseling services at no cost to DC residents within 400% of the federal poverty guidelines. We engage with a broad range of coalition partners, including the district's Office of the Attorney General under the outstanding leadership of Attorney General Schwab. We are grateful for the work of the OAG and today want to focus on the OAG's Office of Consumer Protection. There are 3 areas of the office's work that we are seeing make a particular difference in our day-to-day work for DC residents. First, the OAG's mediation program has helped many of our clients resolve consumer disputes within the District of Columbia. The Office of Consumer Protection has also helped the broader community through their credit repair workshops, which give some of DC's most vulnerable residents an opportunity to review their credit reports and dispute inaccurate information. Through SEDEC DC's Economic Exploitation and Fraud Prevention Project, I often work with victims of scams and fraud. All too commonly, victims of scams and fraud feel hopeless and disempowered. Our office has found the OAG Office of Consumer Protection to be an extremely helpful resource for cases involving frauds and scams perpetrated by known local actors. We have seen scammers and fraudsters quickly agree to return money to their victims after being contacted by an OAG Office of Consumer Protection mediator. Second, we appreciate the great work that the OAG Office of Consumer Protection has been doing around organizing credit repair workshops. SEDEC DC has been able to partner with the OAG in these workshops, enabling workshop participants an opportunity to learn about and sign up for SEDEC DC's free legal and financial counseling services. Finally, SEDEC DC regularly shares resources from the OAG Office of Consumer Protection website, such as sample letters to debt collectors, with our clients. By sharing these resources publicly, OAG enhances DC residents' ability to manage debt collection issues on their own. We greatly appreciate the work of OAG and look forward to expanding our collaborative partnership in support of DC consumers. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Ashu Kingsley, public witness. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I do appreciate the fact that I had the opportunity to come over here and testify. I want to thank the AG office for coming in to assist me. I was a victim of a crime on December 25th, my car was stolen while I was working in DC. The police were able to recover the car after 5 days. On the 31st of December, I had to go over to the towing company where my car was towed to for safekeeping. The car had been with the company for 4 days at the time I arrived at the tow agency on the 31st of December. When I got there, the towing company gave me a bill of about $1,600. They told me the towing fee was $120. They told me storage per day was going to be $50. And they told me again the special towing fee for $500. And then there was labor for another $500. And there was an administrative fee of $120. So the total amount came to close to about $1,400 or $1,600 thereabout. I tried to negotiate with them to see if I could pay less or pay the accurate amount, because the accurate amount as of that day was about $220. I asked for an invoice. They refused to give it to me. I was so frustrated because I live in Virginia and I come to DC to work. I was so frustrated. I spent almost 4 hours there trying to see if I could get the car back, but they totally refused. So I contacted the Consumer Protection Office, the OAG. I sent them an email. It took about 4 days. They responded, and they reached out to the towing company. When they reached out to the towing company, my car had been with the towing company for close to 3 weeks. The towing company now reached out to me and told me they were bringing the bill down from about $1,400 to $600. About an hour later, the towing company called me again and said they were not longer going to charge me anything. I should come and recover my car. So even out of the Office of the Consumer Protection under the DC Attorney General, for that kind of intervention, I wouldn't have been able to get my car back. And I really wish to appreciate them for the great work they're doing to protect consumers out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsley. Stephanie Perry, public witness.
Okay, sorry, trying to work technology. It could be a little challenging sometimes. Good afternoon. Thank you, council member, for this opportunity and other committee members. My name is Stephanie Perry. I was a 30-year employee of the Child Support Services Division. I started at a grade 7, and I was able to elevate into management my last 10 years. During my last 10 years, I had a very wonderful experience as a manager. We had our good times and our bad times, but I also felt like I had the leadership of my director to support and direct me in making sure that our staff met our goals and were performing on all levels. Unfortunately, during my last year, which was about the time of COVID, I had, like I said, during my 30-year career, I was a stellar employee. I received numerous awards and accommodations, and my career was going good. I never had an employee file a grievance against me or anything like that. However, during my last year, I was given my performance eval, which was satisfactory. And less than 2 months later, I was notified by my manager that I was being placed on a performance improvement plan. I was informed that I had to perform various tasks that my staff had to do that I was not usual, that I was uncomfortable and unable to perform because I explained to the manager who put me on this performance improvement plan that I would not be able to accommodate and that I needed their help. I was informed there's nothing that they can do and that I needed to do that. And if not, I often received these words: I would be fired or riffed if I did not do my duties on my performance improvement plan. I talked to the director and I asked for help. This was during the regime of Carl Racine. I asked for help from his office and I got nothing. Deaf ears came home. I was a good worker. I'm going to be honest, I had a great team. There are a lot of good workers in Child Support Services Division. Ms. Wilcox, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Tillman, you have a lot of great folks in there. However, if management keeps on thinking that a performance improvement plan is a way to beat down workers, which I was given, I received numerous statements of if I didn't improve, then I would be fired or I would be reduced in force. This was not a good way to use it. It's supposed to help the staff, it's supposed to help the agency, not be beaten with. And that's the end of my testimony. Thank you very much for this time and opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Thank you for sharing your experience. Rahaman Kilpatrick. Dr. Marquita Seiler Tyler. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Seiler Tyler, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. So when my mother, who was residing with us at the time, could no longer manage 3 levels of narrow stairs in our Washington, D.C. row house, we had to make the difficult decision to temporarily place her in a nursing facility. This prompted my family and I to seek a new home that would better accommodate her needs. At that point, my realtor at the time introduced us to Curbio, a construction company that promised to transform our home, making it ready to place on the market within 13 weeks, and whose fees for services would be paid at the sale of our home. What began as an enticing prospect quickly devolved into a distressing ordeal as we faced broken commitments, rising costs, inferior workmanship, and persistent delays, all while my mother and family waited in anticipation. We clung to hope until it faded and my beloved mother passed away, still longing for that nightmare to revert to a dream. To make matters worse, Curbio resorted to unfair business practices, threats and intimidation, and unreasonable demands. After terminating my contract with our realtor and hiring a new one, we continued to struggle, but Curbio remained unyielding, demanding immediate payment of fees that were over $80,000 more than the original price, and we were utterly exhausted. It was only when Jason Jones from the Attorney General's office contacted me, assuring me that I was not alone and that they would pursue legal action against Curbio for their predatory practices, that I felt a glimmer of hope. I thought finally someone would hold these individuals accountable. Saving my family and I over $100,000. My family and I are profoundly grateful to Mr. Jones and the Office of the Attorney General for their unwavering support. They stood up for the residents of the District of Columbia and sent a clear message to companies like Curbio that when you exploit a resident of the District of Columbia, the dedicated advocates of the Office of the Attorney General will be there to defend those they are sworn to protect. Thank you for letting me provide testimony today.
Thank you, Dr. Seiler Tyler. Carly Goldenberg, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with the Council today. My name is Carly Goldenberg, and I'm testifying about the Office of the Attorney General's mediation process that I utilized as a Ward 6 resident. When I moved into Crossing, DC, which is a Gray Star property in Southeast DC, I thought it was a dream come true. Unfortunately, it turned into a nightmare after I moved out at the end of my 13-month lease. Even after I'd moved out, I continued to get charged rent and utilities for months that amounted to over $10,000 that I did not owe them. I reached out to the leasing office countless times and was met with silence or false promises that these rent charges would be rectified. I was a 20-something-year-old young professional up against the nation's largest apartment landlord who is currently being sued by the Department of Justice, and I knew I needed help. So I found myself in a gray legal situation. The charges were too high for small claims court, and the property management company did not owe me money, just a zero balance on my account. It felt like I had to get something expunged that was never on my record in the first place. So I filed a consumer protection complaint and was swiftly helped by Assistant Attorney General Emily Barth and her staff. What if Greystar doesn't answer? I asked her. I think they will answer us, she reassured me. And they did. Within weeks, the mediation process produced results that I had attempted to get internally for nearly a year. And with the help of Assistant Attorney General Barth and her staff, I was able to rectify Greystar's record to reflect that I did not owe them anything and correct their internal collections when they later failed to recognize the updated record as well. Thanks to the mediation process, I was able to resolve this longstanding issue that took almost a year without going to court, and I was able to finally move forward with my life. Over 60% of housing units in the DMV area are occupied by renters, according to 2023 Americans Community Survey data. As such, the OAG mediation process remains essential to ensuring that Washingtonians are protected and can receive accessible, free services when they face difficulties from businesses and landlords when they need it the most. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Goldenberg. All right, our next and last public witness for the Office of Attorney General, Shelley Repp, the Chair of the Committee of 100.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Pinto. My name is Shelley Repp, and I am testifying today on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the performance of the Office of the Attorney General in the areas of housing and land use. As recommended later, we urge the Council to act on legislation recommended by the OAG and to enact legislation to remedy systemic problems raised in 2 lawsuits brought by the OAG. We also urge the OAG, through its equitable land use section, to be more active in zoning cases, even if that means challenging the positions of the Office of Planning and Developers. Last fall, the OAG proposed legislation known as the SAFE Act to protect tenants from dangerous, disruptive, and violent conditions. The Committee of 100 testified in support of this bill and urges the Council to enact the legislation. Through its Public Advocacy Division, the OAG can and does bring lawsuits to halt and remedy unlawful and abusive practices that harm DC residents. 2 of these cases are of particular significance. They are the Real Page litigation. The OAG brought this lawsuit against Real Page for colluding with landlords to illegally raise rents of DC residents by using a centralized pricing algorithm to inflate prices. We applaud the OAG's efforts to put an end to this price setting scheme. However, the OAG's lawsuit will not stop other companies from engaging in similar practices. We therefore ask the Council to take the next step and enact legislation to prohibit the use of algorithms by landlords to fix rental prices. The Petra Management Group litigation. The OAG filed suit against Petra Management Group for discriminating against prospective tenants who do not have housing subsidies. The OAG found that Petra excludes low and moderate income tenants and rents only to voucher holders in order to receive the higher voucher rates and avoid the rent controlled rates. Council Member Fruman has introduced the Rent Stabilization Protection Amendment Act of 2025. The bill seeks to ensure that the voucher program can thrive without jeopardizing existing rent stabilization policies. We urge the Council to hold hearings on this most recent bill. Back in 2021, then Attorney General Karl Racine announced a new focus on advocating for the public interest in zoning and development cases by creating the equitable land use section. While we appreciate the equitable land use section serves as a resource for the community, we find its recent advocacy efforts disappointing. A major disappointment was the position taken by the section in the proposal to upzone for possible sale public land at 1617 U Street. Under district law, affordable housing there should exceed the requirements of IZ plus because it is public land. Nonetheless, the Office of Planning proposed only IZ plus, and the Office of the Attorney General gave them a pass. We understand that under a recent reorganization, the Equitable Land Use section now reports to the Senior Council for Housing Protection and Affordability. The Committee of 100 is hopeful that this change signals a return to a more active, proactive agenda. Thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Rep. I understand that Rahaman Kilpatrick may be here. If you are trying to testify, you need to accept our invitation to join as a panelist. All right, I see you. Okay, so this will be our final public witness. Rahaman Kilpatrick, Advisor for Community Engagement and Advocacy, Horton's Kids. Rahaman, if you can hear me, you'll need to take yourself off of mute.
I'm sorry.
There we go. No problem. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good day, Chairperson Pinto and the members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and thank you to the entire council for your ongoing support. My name is Rahaman Kilpatrick. I'm the advisor for community engagement and advocacy for Horton's Kids. I'm here to add my voice to those calling for investment in youth development and programming in the violence prevention measures. I'm grateful to Attorney General Schwab, who visited Horton's Kids this month as a special guest on our student-led podcast, HK Confessions, to discuss safety and belonging in our city. I'm also thankful for the Office of Attorney General selected Horton's Kids as one of the Leaders of Tomorrow grant recipients for a second year, providing much-needed resources for our work with youth and our families, most of whom have been directly impacted by persistent violence in our neighborhoods. Programs like Horton's Kids are integral to a city where youth and families are supported and violence is prevented. Since 1989, Horton's Kids has partnered with thousands of youth, and interpersonal bond is critical, especially for older youth who have become disconnected from school and their community. And our experience often begins early, peaks during the middle school years, and crystallizes in high school. Disengagement from school and proactivism activities stem from a range of issues like trauma, undiagnosed learning differences, and mental health challenges, housing and food insecurities, and other adverse life stressors that undermine stability. Horton's Kids uses evidence-informed strategies to create a whole community approach to violence prevention. Our approach centers on comprehensive engaging youth and year-round programming and helping them envision a positive future where they are supported by their peers and caring adults. This year, I've had the privilege of being part of the University of Chicago CBI Leadership Academy, which brings together individuals from across the country who are doing the violence-interrupting work, creating a powerful network of shared knowledge and experience. These connections are not only for fostering a sense of solidarity and unity across the country, but it also enables us to learn new strategies, share best practices, and collaborate on innovative solutions to violence prevention. Spending a week a month with this collective has enabled me to return to the district with a revitalized passion and new ideas to continue to serve the Ward 8 community through building partnerships between different organizations, community leaders, and law enforcement engagement to create a united front. Horton's Kids supports the district's continued investment in programming initiatives that prioritize the critical work of addressing community safety by addressing root causes and promoting healing. We aim to create a ripple effect, inspiring positive change, not only in the lives of the family we serve, but in the broader fabric of our community, ultimately contributing to a more promising future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kilpatrick, and thank you for the work that you do. I want to thank all of our public witnesses today for joining us and sharing your experiences, your advocacy, your relationship with the Office of Attorney General is very instructive to us, so appreciate it. That is going to conclude our public witnesses for today. So I'd like to call our Attorney General, Brian Schwab, up. It's our government witness, and if you have anyone from your office joining you. And first, let me just say, I say a lot that not all agencies can be all things to everyone, and that sometimes agencies really need to stay focused on their core functions to deliver them with competency and excellence. And I think what we heard today about OAG and really what we hear throughout the year is an example of proving that a little bit wrong. That theory, the breadth of the work that you and your team are engaged in on a daily basis that we just heard a sliver of today, from protecting domestic workers to housing justice, the environmental advocacy you're engaged with, the violence prevention, the restorative justice. We heard from a victim about how that experience was so informative. It really covers so many different issues that affect the lives of district residents, and is clearly making such an impact for people on behalf of our city. So thank you very much, General Schwab, for all of the work that you do, and thank you to your entire team, those of you who are here with us today and those who are not, but work hard every single day on behalf of district residents. We are all extremely grateful. If we can introduce everybody for the record, if you can say your name and position, we can start with you, Seth.
Chief Deputy Attorney General. Yeah, Seth Rosenthal, Chief Deputy Attorney General.
Lauren Cooper, First Assistant Attorney General.
I'll also keep my microphone on. Raise my right hand, your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you very much. General Schwab, I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you. Chair Pinto, members of the council, district residents. I'm Brian Schwab, and I have the great privilege of serving as the District of Columbia's Attorney General. This year, the Office of Attorney General marks a major milestone, 10 years of serving the district and its residents as an independent office led by an elected Attorney General. It's worth pausing for a moment to remember how we got here. In 2010, over 75% of district voters overwhelmingly approved a charter amendment to establish an independent elected Attorney General. This marked a significant change in district self-governance, bringing the District of Columbia in line with the majority of other states around the country that also have independent elected attorneys general. 4 years later, DC elected its first independent attorney general. And in so doing, district residents entrusted a chief law officer accountable directly to them with the awesome obligation to build and lead a first-rate law office to represent, advise, and defend the interests of the district and the public. Chair Pinto, I appreciate your comments about the Office of Attorney General and the care you've taken as chair of this committee to truly understand the work we do. As an alum of our office, you know firsthand the commitment of an extraordinary group of professionals. Many of those leaders are in the room today, and while I appreciate what many of the public witnesses said about me and my leadership, none of it happens without the extraordinary team of people that work every day with a mission committed to justice, the rule of law, and supporting the residents of the District of Columbia, and never is that more important than right now. For the past decade, the Office of Attorney General has successfully taken on diverse, challenging, and consequential work, winning lawsuits, settling landmark cases, protecting our most vulnerable neighbors, fighting for the rights of DC residents, and delivering bottom-line positive financial results for the district. The Office of Attorney General has indeed become the top-notch law firm that district residents and the district had hoped for and which we deserve. Our office has prioritized cases with the greatest potential to improve the lives of DC residents, protecting seniors, workers, tenants, and consumers. We are responsive, proactive, and nimble. We hold bad actors accountable, and we ensure that all business in the district, including small local businesses, have the opportunity to compete fairly on a level playing field. Against that history and framework, I'd like to share briefly some of the exceptional work that the OAG and its professionals achieved last year. I'm going to focus on two key measures of OAG performance. First, there is OG's quantitative return on investment. OAG again last year generated substantial revenues while avoiding and minimizing massive financial exposure. These measurable financial benefits far exceed OAG's annual budget. Second, there are OAG's qualitative contributions to promoting safer, stronger, healthier communities across all 8 wards. Contributions to the quality of life in the district, which are not easily quantified. So let's talk about return on investment. Since becoming an independent agency, OAG has secured hundreds of millions of dollars in judgments and settlements for the public interest from affirmative enforcement actions and has saved the district billions of dollars through defensive litigation and advice. Our affirmative public interest work provides tangible benefits to harmed, often vulnerable district residents, and also results in substantial financial recoveries. We not only generate funds for the district's general budgetary needs, but are also able to self-fund programs such as Cure the Streets and Attend, staff our divisions with additional high-quality lawyers and professionals, and afford the critical litigation support services necessary to operate as a high-performance law firm which goes toe-to-toe with any private law firm in the country. It bears emphasizing that because of the successes we are realizing in our affirmative and enforcement litigation, we do all of this without requiring additional local funds. Just a few examples from last year. We secured $3.75 million from construction firm Power Design for misclassifying and denying sick leave to construction workers, the district's largest ever workers' rights award. As you heard, we protected district seniors from the predatory practices of home renovation company Curbio, which was running a scheme that trapped homeowners, many of them senior citizens, in deceptive onerous contracts. This action resulted in the recovery of $7.5 million in restitution and penalties. We secured $40 million from Michael Saylor under the district's False Claims Act for defrauding the district out of millions of dollars in income taxes by falsely claiming not to be a district resident. Since October 2023, we recovered over $14 million through an array of consumer protection actions. And as you have heard, our consumer mediation program was not only able to promptly address numerous issues confronting district residents, but also returned $1.1 million to district residents. And we secured over $1 million to improve housing conditions at a 410-unit Ward 7 apartment complex. In addition to our affirmative enforcement litigation, OAG continued last year to successfully defend the district against lawsuits that exposed it to hundreds of millions of dollars of liability. Our civil litigation division handled over 940 cases last year. That's more than a 20% increase from the prior fiscal year. And despite that increased caseload, successfully avoided more than $300 million of potential liability. Our tax and finance section defended challenges to over $66 billion in assessed property tax values, allowing the district to retain over $180 million in real property taxes against claims for refund. OAG's advocacy also contributes directly to building safer, stronger, healthier communities across the district. We accomplish this by taking a comprehensive approach to protecting the public, prosecuting misdemeanors and juvenile crime. Last year, the district saw an overall decrease in violent crime from 2023. I'm proud that OAG, in direct partnership with you and this committee, as well as with MPD and other district and federal law enforcement partners, contributed to a 35% decrease in violent crime and a 15% decrease in overall crime, making 2024 the year with the lowest annual crime rates in over 3 decades. Our line attorneys in the Public Safety Division prosecute every serious violent offense when we have the evidence to do so. Last year, we saw increases in both our criminal and our juvenile prosecution rates. The number of adult misdemeanor prosecutions handled by our criminal section increased by 38% to over 3,600 cases. Our juvenile section papered and prosecuted more than 84% of the violent juvenile offenses MPD brought to our office, and 76% of all arrests presented to us, amounting to the highest papering rates in more than 5 years. Now, prosecution and policing do play a very important role in making sure that young people are held accountable when they commit crimes. And we have continued to work closely with MPD to ensure that we have sufficient admissible evidence to meet our proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. And as our papering rates reflect, we do not shy away from prosecuting difficult cases. But as this committee has recognized, prosecution by definition occurs after a crime has occurred. And so we also need to focus on preventing crime before it happens. That is how we improve public safety now and in the long run. And while juvenile crime makes up a very small percentage of overall crime in the district and an even smaller percentage of overall violent crime, there are still too many young people who commit crime, and that is not acceptable. Disturbingly, too often, even after we have prosecuted youth and they've been held accountable with a commitment to the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, they are subsequently arrested and found responsible for another offense. Last year, we focused on curtailing the unacceptably high youth recidivism rate, introducing the ROAD Act, a bill unanimously passed by council that requires DRS to more effectively identify and provide young people with the rehabilitative services that are critical to decreasing recidivism. We look forward to further discussing our focus on juvenile justice at the upcoming oversight hearing before the Committee on Youth Affairs. Combating gun violence. There are too many illegal guns in the district, fueling too much gun violence. At OAG, we are using all the tools available to us to drive down gun violence. We are prosecuting all gun cases where we have sufficient evidence to do so. We are defending against numerous constitutional challenges to our common sense gun safety laws. We are continuing to invest in violence interruption programs, supporting 10 Cure the Street sites across 6 wards. And we launched an anti-violence credible messenger campaign, #FutureMeDC, in partnership with the American Psychiatric Association Foundation, aimed at reaching district youth at risk of becoming justice involved. We're making roadways safer. We are committed to making the district streets safer for all road users, cars, bikers, and pedestrians. As you know, traffic deaths in the district tragically have risen to historically high levels, with more than 50 people killed in each of the past 2 years in vehicular accidents. In fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 to date, our criminal section has papered 94% of reckless driving cases and secured convictions in 2 criminal traffic cases that resulted in death. This month, we filed the first 3 cases under the council's recently enacted STEER Act against Maryland drivers who repeatedly drove recklessly through the district, broke our traffic laws, amassed hundreds of speeding and red light tickets, and then snubbed their noses at paying the resulting tens of thousands of dollars in fines. By aggressively enforcing the STEER Act, we are letting all drivers know that they will face financial consequences if they don't slow down and drive safely. We're also attacking crime in and around businesses and homes. Last year, the Office of Attorney General created a new position, Special Counsel for Nuisance Abatement, to increase our capacity to address residential and business properties presenting a risk to public safety. During fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 to date, our office has investigated nearly 150 nuisance complaints. Often, we are able to resolve cases without filing suit. One such case involving Ivy City Hotel involved working to secure an agreement with the hotel owners after a series of violent crimes that occurred, working to improve safety measures in and around the building. Starting at the end of August 2024, our civil enforcement section has been working very closely with MPD and the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration to shutter 20 illegal, unlicensed cannabis shops. We are also working to support families and healthy kids. Family stability is critical to creating and maintaining community safety. In fiscal year 24 and 25 to date, our Family Services Division attorneys helped 187 children exit from foster care, reunifying nearly 50% of them with their families. To ensure that custodial parents are better able to support their families, last year OAG collected $47 million in child support payments. Additionally, we filed lawsuits against Meta and TikTok for knowingly inflicting physical and psychological harm on district children through social media platforms designed to keep kids glued to their screens. And we took on companies selling addictive and dangerous nicotine products to kids. We are also working to provide access to quality, safe, and affordable housing. In fiscal year 24 and 25, we have continued to invest in advancing safe, affordable housing in the district. And in January, we restructured our housing work to bring even greater synergies and strategic alignment across the many different OAG work streams that impact the district's housing stock and housing market. In fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 to date, our consumer mediation program received nearly 900 complaints related to landlord-tenant issues. Frequently, those complaints not only result in the prompt fixing of a particular problem, like a tenant immediately getting heat or running water turned back on, but they also help us identify patterns and repeat bad actors so that we can pursue investigations and impact advocacy. Recently, we brought 2 lawsuits against the notorious district slumlord for horrific housing code violations, illegal construction, and defrauding the district's rapid rehousing program. We are working to protect consumers from deceptive and fraudulent practices. As you know, unfortunately, there are too many unscrupulous businesses that use predatory, fraudulent schemes to exploit district residents, including seniors. Last year, we continued to focus on holding accountable companies that unlawfully prioritize profits over people. For example, we stopped a company that was preying on foreign teachers coming to teach in DC schools by lying to them about its affiliation with the State Department, charging improperly high fees to the teachers, and threatening them with deportation when they were unable to pay. The settlement we obtained ended this company's illegal practices and resulted in thousands of dollars of restitution to the teachers. OAG also aggressively enforces the district's wage and hour laws, protecting employees from wage theft and ensuring that all businesses compete on a level playing field. Protecting workers is good for business and good for workers. And particularly at a time when so many district residents are struggling to afford to live here, we are committed to making sure that workers receive every penny that they have earned. Finally, we could not achieve these successes without our investigators and support team within Support Services Division, nor could we achieve these results without the legal counsel and advice of our legal counsel division. Just to give you a sense of how much work LCD handled last year, LCD provided a legal sufficiency review for approximately 730 bills and rulemakings, 50 memoranda of understanding, and 185 confidential requests for legal advice. So in closing, we very much appreciate the opportunity each year to participate in Oversight. It provides us with an opportunity to share with this committee and the public the varied and extensive work OAG has done over the past year, and to reflect on how we can continue to improve. As an independent agency accountable directly to DC residents, we hold ourselves to the highest standards of excellence, and we strive to fulfill our obligations to protect and defend the district, uphold the public interest, and serve everyone who lives, works, and visits here. So together with my colleagues, Chief Deputy Attorney General Seth Rosenthal and First Assistant Attorney General Lauren Cooper, we are here to answer yours and the committee's questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Attorney General Schwab, for that review of some of the many initiatives that you and your team are involved in. And I want to welcome my colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's joined us, and we're going to do 15-minute rounds, Councilmember. So General Schwab, I want to start with some of your team's efforts around safe housing. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how the Housing and Affordability Initiative has worked and what proactive steps you are taking to go after slum landlords?
Sure, and much of the work in the housing initiative that we do rolls up under our public advocacy division, although it is in other places. And so I'm going to ask Chief Deputy Rosenthal to get into some of the specifics. But, you know, one of the things that I have focused on is focusing on how important housing is to so much of the work that we do. We know the District of Columbia has become less and less affordable for more and more residents. And we also know that so many district residents pay a disproportionate amount of their income in housing costs. We need to invest in making sure that our existing housing stock remains livable, available, affordable, and we have to develop new housing units. It's all about increasing quality supply. And we think we play a very important role in helping the city do that. We recognize that the Office of Attorney General touches the housing market and housing conditions in a lot of different ways. Building code conditions and enforcement of the Tenant Receivership Act and the Consumer Protection Act when tenants are not being provided with the safe, code-compliant housing that they're legally entitled to. We know we have to deal with nuisance properties, sometimes deal with vacant properties. We know that there's market manipulation that can happen in the housing market. That's where our RealPage lawsuit and dealing with title insurance kickbacks come in. We know that there can be discrimination in the housing market, unfortunately, racial and otherwise, but also source of income discrimination. We know that there are nonprofit organizations that purport to be looking after the housing and housing issues that are not living up to what the nonprofit laws require. And of course, we have consumer protection scams. So what we are trying to do is across all of those areas, make sure that everybody is aligned, working together. And that was really what the realignment this last year under an extraordinarily talented lawyer, Beth Mellon, who, in addition to being the assistant and deputy for our public advocacy division, in my view, is probably the most knowledgeable person in our city when it comes to our housing laws, our landlord tenant laws, and how do we make sure that as an ecosystem, we're doing everything we can. Mediation is a part where we're leaning into it. So it's not just litigation and investigation. We're thinking about mediation. We're thinking about our ELU, our equitable land use team, making sure that proactively we're thinking about new developments and expanding the opportunity for affordable housing. And of course, we're regularly wanting our policy and legislative affairs team to work with the council, with the housing committee, and really with all of the members when there are particular housing issues. Every one of the members of the council has constituents that raise issues around their housing. We welcome being partners with the council when those types of issues come up. So that's an overview. And if you have sort of specific questions about particular housing matters, I may defer to Mr. Rosenthal on that, but I hope that gives you kind of an overview about how I think about using the resources of the office to advance affordable, safe housing across the district.
Thank you very much. That's a helpful overview, and I think a good reminder to the public that if you are dealing with a housing issue that might not squarely fall into one avenue of litigation that you've heard about or that you know is a possible legal tool, there may be another initiative or support or resource that the office can provide. Let me be one of those council members who raises a specific issue that I am deeply concerned about, which is the building called Traymore at 1717 17th Street. So it's always an easy address to remember. This is a property that is owned and operated by Sam Julian. And it is really experienced, in my view, almost every level of unacceptable behavior by a landlord. For years, we have been working with this property to try to address some of the specific issues. There have been over 30 agencies involved at this point. Last Friday, I went out again to the property and met with several of the residents, folks from your team, folks from about 15 different agencies who joined us. And so I understand that you likely can't talk about possible or existing piece of investigation or confirm if there is one. So with that context, let me phrase the question in a slightly different way, which is with those types of issues where there is mold, where there is evidence where a landlord may be intentionally trying to push someone out, where there are open cords and fire hazards. There was a stove leaking while I was there. Heat issues, rodent issues, units being purposely created that I couldn't lie down in because they were so small. What are some of the legal tools available to those residents in a case like that to make sure that their housing conditions are safe and habitable?
You want to take the specifics?
Sure. So yeah, we can't talk about that particular property. We are familiar with the landlord that you mentioned because he is the subject of one of the lawsuits that AG Schwab mentioned in his opening statement. He is also the owner of 19 different properties that are in bankruptcy court right now that we are monitoring. But if conditions get to that level, what we can do is what we did with respect to two of the properties that Mr. Julian owns in Ward 7 and 8, a property on W Street in Ward 8 and a property on Minnesota Avenue in Ward 7. And that is file a complaint and go to court seeking a temporary restraining order and a preliminary injunction to get the landlord to fix up the conditions right away. And that's what happened with respect to the Minnesota Avenue and W Street properties is we went to court, our great lawyers in our housing and environmental justice section got a temporary restraining order and ultimately a preliminary injunction. And we're monitoring what's going on at those properties right now. So again, I can't speak to the Traymore property, and I do not know off the top of my head whether that is one of the properties that is currently in bankruptcy or not. It may be, But that is what we do when things go to that level. I do want to emphasize something that AG Schwab said just a few minutes ago, which is, before things get to that level, we obviously try to intervene because litigation is often not the best means of addressing problems, right? So we have a consumer mediation program, which I know you heard about during the public witness testimony, which in FY24 alone fielded over 880 consumer complaints related to housing conditions. We prioritize those complaints that involve urgent conditions like the shutoff of utilities or the absence of security measures. And we work with the landlord to try to resolve those short of litigation. We're often able to do it short of litigation and get landlords to fix people's problems right away. If things don't get fixed right away, we work closely with our partners at the Department of Buildings to try to see whether we can intervene in that way before we have to go to court. But sometimes things do get so serious, as they did at Minnesota Avenue and W Street, where we need to go to court and get a temporary restraining order and ultimately a preliminary injunction.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up on that. What is the enforcement tool if the conditions of a TRO or an injunction are not followed?
Well, look, I mean, when we file those lawsuits, we file under the Tenant Receivership Act, right? So when we're filing those lawsuits, in addition to getting that kind of preliminary relief from the courts, we are seeking to have a receiver appointed, right? And if they continue not to comply with a court order requiring them to fix up conditions, particularly urgent conditions, we will move to have that receiver appointed ASAP. So that has happened in some property. That has happened at some properties, and we currently have a couple of properties that we have sued that are in receivership.
Have there ever been steps so egregiously taken by a landlord that the person is prohibited from serving as a landlord in the future in the city?
I'm not aware off the top of my head of an injunction that prohibits somebody from owning property that they can rent to others. Maybe it's happened, but I'm just not aware of it.
Okay. Because, we do it all the time for other topics when someone engages in repeat behavior and then we determine that they're no longer fit to serve in a set of jobs or be privy to a set of information because of those violations. And so something to think about. Okay, speaking of consumer protection, I know you all have a hotline that receives a large intake of information and of course have a breakdown of a lot of different divisions. What does your prioritization look like when the intake is greater than the availability of resources to respond to each case?
So I've set out for our public advocacy division certain priorities that are informed by the residents of the District of Columbia. This is part of the importance of having an elected attorney general that is accountable to the people. We are listening through a lot of different ways. The hotline and other things are way complaints come in, but our community engagement teams and our consumer protection teams are engaged all the time with stakeholders throughout the city. I have prioritized consumer protection claims and really any claims that affect DC residents, and in particular, DC residents that are vulnerable, that may truly be put on to the precipice when they are being taken advantage of. When you're living paycheck to paycheck and you think you're getting something for the money you're paying and you find out that you've been ripped off, it is a very, very damaging experience. And so we are focused on DC residents and we're focused on affordability. We want to address issues that are hitting people where it matters most, which is the kitchen table issues of affording their lives. So when we have an issue that comes in, and sometimes these issues are issues that are of national significance. The RealPage case is an example. That's a national platform. But when it talks about, an impact on DC residents and the rent they're paying, we know that's a hyper-local issue for pocketbooks in the district. So affordability is one of my priorities. And as you know, children and protecting families and children is another priority. So when we have people taking advantage of and putting kids at risk, whether it's Zyn packets or it's vaping or it's the social media problems that we have with teenagers who are preyed upon through this addictive algorithm that is designed to sell more advertising. by keeping kids, they know what's happening to kids' mental health. They know what happens with respect to body image issues for teenage girls. They know the increase for suicide ideation, but the profits generated by these targeted advertising, by keeping eyeballs on the screen longer for longer is what's generating bad behavior. And so where we can use our consumer protection laws to protect children, we're going to do that too.
Thank you very much. And thank you for raising those important issues. I think we need to be talking about it more in our community of how detrimental these ads are for young people and just overexposure to cell phones at all. And I'll just put in a little plug and reminder for my bill to ban cell phone use and personal devices throughout the school day, so our kids can focus on being at school, learning and playing and engaging with one another. So hopefully we can get that implemented soon. I want to ask you about your use of the Nuisance Abatement Act. I understand that your office has investigated nearly 150 nuisance complaints, settled 3 nuisance cases, 1 pre-litigation, 2 post-litigation. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what these cases look like and what the threshold is for you to pursue that avenue?
So again, I'll let Mr. Rosenthal get into any specifics, but as you know, the Nuisance Abatement Act passed by the council does not address all things that we would colloquially think about as being a nuisance property. The statute is defined around criminal behavior that happens at property, and it's specifically guns, drugs, and prostitution. And so when we have those types of predicate acts in a sufficient number of demonstrated complaints to MPD for those types of behaviors where we've secured guns or drugs, or have evidence that guns and drugs and prostitution is happening at a property, we have the ability to require the property owner to do something to change that, to make sure that that type of criminal behavior is not happening. We have expanded the nuisance work that we're doing through our special counsel to addressing maybe some of the more colloquial aspects that we think about in terms of being a nuisance by bringing people together and trying to figure out how do we solve problems. We did that on the Minnesota Avenue corridor recently, where we were getting a lot of complaints about criminal behavior, but not necessarily resulting in what would trigger the nuisance statute. So when we have nuisance statute opportunities, what we're going to do is we're going to work with owners of the property, with the community, with the affected people, and figure out what needs to be done. And more often than not, we are finding landlords that are willing to work with us, putting up more lights, fencing, cameras, sometimes a need for security guards to address particular issues and drive crime down. And if we have a recalcitrant landlord who's unwilling to address that, we have filed lawsuits. But what I have urged my team to think about is we need to try to solve problems for people who are impacted by problems. And while litigation is a powerful tool, it is a tool that takes a long time to bring about results. So sometimes you need to have that. Sometimes you have to bring lawsuits, and we will. But where we can solve problems by engagement, by encouraging landlords and community to come together and solve problems right away, like we are trying to do more and more through nuisance type actions, we find that to be getting to a much better result. So that's why you see 150 matters with only 3 litigations, because I'm finding that there is a willingness of the business community and the landlord community to work with us. When the Office of Attorney General shows up, people recognize that it's serious enough that we have to figure out how to solve the problem.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome my Ward 7 colleague, Wendell Felder, who's joined us. We're going to do 15-minute rounds. Councilmember Henderson, please go ahead, and then we'll turn to Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I have a roundtable at 2, so I'm going to try to get it in myself. Good afternoon, Attorney General. I want to start with asking questions about recidivism and ACE diversion program. We've talked about the ACE diversion program before. This is one of those that's shared between you all and the Department of Human Services. And so I'm now on the Human Services Committee, so we haven't had a joint conversation, so I have to sort of go back and forth with the two of you. When I talk to DHS, they'll say they have the number of ACE cases that have been referred to them. And of course, in terms of the ACE program, if they are unable to get the youth or family to actually participate in the program, they refer it back to OAG. And then the question has always been, then what happens next? because as far as DHS is concerned, we referred the matter back to OAG, and so that is on you all. And in the pre-hearing documentation that you all submitted to the committee, there doesn't seem to be a follow-up on OAG's end of what happens with those quote unquote early closure cases where someone actually never started the program or they didn't complete it. How does your office follow up with those cases?
So I'll give a slight overview, but I'm going to ask Ms. Cooper to talk a little bit about the
Okay,
specifics.
just remember, I have 15 minutes to have a hearing at 2 o'clock.
So you want me to be done in 15 minutes?
No, I want you to be brevity.
Ah, okay. So you want me to just turn it to Ms. Cooper?
That would be great. The fact that your whole staff is laughing means that they know that this is a thing.
That you're going to push me on time?
Yes.
Yes, they know. They know. Here's the overview. We had a previous conversation, I think, on a hearing that you were involved in, where it became evident that one of the things we needed to improve on was the communication between DHS and OAG.
Yeah.
Because the communications between the two offices were not as regular in real time as they should have been. And so I know we have focused since then on making sure that when we hear back from DHS that a parent and a child have not shown up for the diversion engagement, that we get on that more quickly and sometimes bring them back in for a more formal prosecutorial path. But I'm going to let Ms. Cooper tell you the specifics.
Sure, and that's right, Councilmember. So since we last had that conversation, we have tried to make significant efforts to coordinate with DHS as it relates to ACE diversion. So having someone kind of co-locate to look at the lockup list. So when we're diverting a youth, that representative from ACE can more quickly connect with those parents. We are also making sure that we are staying in communication. So when we have a youth and a family that is not engaging, that they are referring that back to us in the sense to say, hey, we can't get in touch. And so we're having our attorneys, our investigators themselves trying to connect with those families to say what is going on.
Okay.
By way of numbers, that's something I can absolutely follow up with you on.
Okay.
In terms of seeing how it is.
Why do we give 28 days?
28 days for to connect with parents and
Yes.
families.
If my child has been arrested for some particular thing, the Attorney General's office is giving me an opportunity to divert that case by participation in this program. Why do I give you a month to decide whether or not you're going to engage? Should that not be an immediate, you're going next week?
So that's ACE's process. So I mean, I think that they would probably be in the best position to say why they give 28 days. But I could think that it's not always that, hey, here's your opportunity and then get back to us in a month. Sometimes it does take that amount of time to talk to the family, find the family, get them on the phone, follow up with them, making sure that they're responding to getting their child in.
Okay. So we had 860 youth were referred by OAG, referred to OAG by Court Social Services for truancy. I understand that OAG has a few sort of diversion options, obviously ACE being one of them, but there's also PASS, there's Attend, and then there's the DBH Intensive Care Coordination. Is there a program that I'm missing specifically on truancy?
PASS, I believe. Did you say PASS?
I said PASS.
Okay. PASS, ICC, and ACE diversion and Attend. Yes.
Okay. When OAG receives a person in need of supervision referral for a truant youth who's between 13 to 17, OAG staff, I'm told, contacts the caregiver, provides to determine whether or not they have exhausted all community-based options. What are some of the community-based supports that must first be exhausted before you all take action?
So to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly, so when we have a youth, again, that might be a better question for DHS in terms of the specific services and supports that they provide to the youth and family.
Well, so I know that DHS provides that. What I'm trying to figure out is what is the trigger for you all? So you have a referral of a youth in need of supervision, but you're coming back to DHS saying, have you exhausted all available options? I'm trying to understand what your threshold on that is. Is that, did you call through who is available in terms of a family member, or are there particular programs that they have to call first? I guess I'm trying to understand at what point do you all say, okay, we're going to move forward with this? What threshold does DHS have to clear in order for you to move forward on a referral?
I think there may be a disconnect in what happens. So we get referrals for the PINS children. These are 14 to 17-year-old students who have not been in school from court social services.
Correct.
We screen those cases. Some of those cases are, for whatever reasons, no longer subject to our jurisdiction. Child may have been referred when they were 17, but now they're 18. They may have moved out of the jurisdiction. So there's a screening process of children who might then be subject to the PINS statute. Many of those children are then referred to one of the 3 diversion programs that you referenced. So there isn't a preliminary conversation that says, before we can refer them to you, we need to make sure they've exhausted other aspects.
Okay. So in terms of this relationship between the two, I guess a better question I should ask is, and I know that DHS is going through a leadership transition, but how often are you all speaking with DHS about these particular cases on the leadership side of things, as opposed to just on the programmatic side? Are there regular meetings?
Well, I would say regularly. I'm looking to my deputy AG, Liz Weiser, who I know is in consistent communication with DHS, especially those who oversee the ACE diversion program, because that's how we determined what are the ways that we can better have a referral process and communication. The former director, I know that her and I, along with Attorney General Schwab, were in fairly regular communication, if not at least once every other month.
Okay. Perhaps that should be more frequent. Or I don't know, right? If your deputy attorney general has standing weekly conversations to check in on the young people who have been diverted from your office into their programs, I feel like people would want some reassurance that there's touch points that are happening. How is Joey doing? Is Joey going to what he's supposed to do? Are we having some issues here? Right? And having that sort of conversation about things.
I think it's a good idea. I think that one of the questions we'd have to really look into is just the practicality of that and the resources available. I'm understanding that on some of the diversion, that DHS has only so many spots in the ACE program.
That's true.
So when you're thinking about providing more touch points, more time spent, more resources are going to be necessary to manage that. And so be delighted to be engaged in a conversation with you and the council as a whole on how that gets budgeted.
Okay. I think one of the things I'm just trying to get at is, what is our determination of success for these diversion programs if there's not ongoing monitoring of who's completing, who's started, and who's in it? You know what I'm saying? And so, like, what do you all consider success with your diversion programs?
When you're talking about the truancy diversion, you're talking about the juvenile delinquency diversion?
Any of your diversion programs. I'm trying to understand how you all are evaluating success.
On truancy, we want kids to be in school. That's where they should be. And we want to try to address what are the barriers that are keeping kids out of school. We do that with our Attend program, which is addressing younger kids and their families. And we do it when we're expecting older kids, 14 to 17, to get to school. So success is reducing the amount of absenteeism and being in school more. And if traditional school is not the right place for them to be, finding another place where kids can get the resources and attention they need. So that's my measure of success, is getting kids engaged in school and eliminating the barriers. Sometimes success means fewer absences. You don't have no absences, but you've been in more. On the criminal delinquency side, obviously diversion is keeping kids out of the criminal justice system. We know that when we push kids deeper into the criminal justice system, we make worse outcomes for them and for public safety generally. Sometimes you have to do that. But for me, the diversion program on the criminal justice side is marked by success, where we prevent kids getting deeper into the system and where the recidivism rates are lower.
Okay. I noticed in your testimony, when we were talking about, you were giving some statistics about the juvenile cases. You're a lawyer, so you use very specific wording, but I picked up on that in terms of talking about the juvenile section, paper and prosecuting more than 84% of all violent juvenile offenses. The word violent there is an important modifier because Of all of the arrests that were presented to you, it was 76%, which is the highest. When you all are making sort of determinations around prosecution versus not, is it the strength of evidence? Is it what happened in the part? I'm just trying to understand how now, for it to be the highest that it's been in 5 years, something has improved. And so I'm just trying to understand what has changed.
So we evaluate a variety of factors in deciding how to exercise our judgment on prosecution, what to charge, and how to pursue a case. And there's no one size fits all. But obviously, the strength of the evidence drives any prosecutorial decision on what you can charge. The child's situation and involvement in the system is an impact. The age of the child, the level of the offense, the engagement that the family and other protective factors around the child. So there are a lot of factors that we consider when we make a judgment on whether or not to charge a child. Now, why has the number gone up? We're also always working with MPD to try to make sure that cases are stronger when they come in. We have a pre-petition process where effectively cases can be investigated and developed. Our hotline available for MPD officers in the field to call and get information directly from our lawyers about what additional evidence do we need to pull together to make sure cases are stronger. And a commitment that one of the policies that I established was that we weren't going to divert gun cases. Even if you have sometimes a fact pattern that may have historically been one where a first-time offender with a gun may have been diverted, that has not been our practice. So we have changed some of the policies about how we think about cases in response to what's happening in the community.
That's, which I think is what people want to hear, particularly on the gun cases as well. That the Attorney General's office is responding to, you know, what we're seeing in sort of the upticks. I want to turn really quickly to talk about the STEER Act. I worked on that legislation with Councilmember Allen. And, you know, I read recently in the Washington Post that you all sued 3 Maryland drivers who collectively owed the district more than $90,000 in fines and fees. And so I'm glad to see that you all are exercising that authority out the gate, and hopefully for our neighboring jurisdiction partners, they'll understand we're back in the business of on enforcement. And not just back in the business, I'll take that a step back, but we are going to enforce our laws fully, especially when we look at the number of fatalities from hit and runs in our region has gone up. I'm curious, how long did it take for you all to do the hiring? I've been asking every agency about these FTEs because everybody likes to charge us 2 FTEs for everything. And so how long did it take for you guys to hire the FTEs that we provided for this implementation?
I think we posted it right at the beginning of the fiscal year, which is when the funding came in. We got some great candidates. I think we had hiring decisions made by Thanksgiving.
Look, that's excellent. And
Am I right?
Could be a model for the rest of this government.
In fact, both of the people that we brought on were hired before Christmas, the first before Thanksgiving, the second right after Thanksgiving.
Okay, so you guys hired these folks at the end of 2024 and you already have cases filed. Look at that.
Well, Councilmember, first of all, I want to thank you for recognizing the importance of this tool on traffic safety. And we do have a problem. We've known it as residents in the District of Columbia forever, that we don't have the reciprocity with Maryland and Virginia. We don't have the easy ability to collect as we should. And so people were taking advantage of that. Will this fix all? No. Does it going to take time and resources to go after people? Yes.
Yeah.
But we are developing a system to aggressively enforce the STEER Act. We are going to get judgments, substantial monetary judgments, and we're going to enroll those judgments in the jurisdictions where people are.
Yeah.
And it's only because the council and through your leadership and Charles Allen's leadership that we have a law now that we can use. And when the council gives us resources to go and find people to hire, we do that. And one of the things about being an independent office is that we are recruiting some of the most exceptional legal talent and professional talent around, and all Washingtonians deserve that. We should be proud of that.
Yeah.
So thank you for the resources.
No,
and
I
the-
want to thank you guys for the work. I do want to mention, and I'm going to turn to Councilmember Felder because he is next, but that I would say for the record for people, the money part is less to me, right? I prefer for people not to speed on our streets and treat it like highways. I prefer for one of these Maryland drivers to not have hit a 12-year-old girl in the crosswalk. And so for people who are thinking that we're just doing this for budgetary reasons, we're not. But if I have to hit your pocket in order for you to slow down, I'm okay with that too. Councilmember Felder.
Uh, Thank you, Councilwoman Anderson. Good afternoon, Attorney General Schwab, members of your senior leadership team. It's good to see you guys. I appreciate all the work that you all do in the District of Columbia, and I'm looking forward to working with you all in my new capacity as a Ward 7 council member. Jumping right in, Attorney General, could you walk me through the way the OAG's office coordinates, if any, with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement in the execution of violence prevention programs, particularly in Ward 7?
Sure. And I'm going to let Ms. Cooper walk you through some of the details about our violence interruption program, the Cure the Streets program, which does have sites in Ward 7, and the growing collaboration with the ONSE office. I will say from my vantage point, I'm very appreciative to Chair Pinto and to the council. We now have permanent leadership at ONSE, and working with Director Sneed has thus far, in what I'm hearing and seeing, has been very productive. There's a lot of work that can be done collaboratively. As you know, the models are different in terms of what the Cure the Streets model is to some of the work that ONSE is doing. It's very important to remember that it's not a one-size-fits-all. But some of the nitty-gritty about the collaboration and work we're doing with ONSE right now, I'd really like Mrs. Cooper to walk you through some of that because it's very important for the council to know.
Sure. So there's always going to be collaboration with boots on the ground. ONSE VIs and Cure the Streets VIs are going to just instinctively talk to each other, especially if they're operating in the same target area or a priority area on the one side. And a leadership, well, before I get to leadership level, so there's this joint weekly meeting that happens with both sides. It's in person. And it's where within 7 days of a shooting each week, they talk about the shootings that happened the previous 7 days, who is doing what to ensure that we're not duplicating efforts, see where there's service gaps, additionally figure out like who's going to take ownership of the next action items. We also are engaging with the deputy mayor for public safety on rejoining the weekly shooting reviews. And I will say last year, to the deputy mayor's credit, she really has leaned in to talking with us more about where are the synergies, where can we coordinate, where can we collaborate? And I'm also echo what the Attorney General was saying on the chairwoman for helping push along through the roundtables on it, having ONSE have a permanent director, because it really is difficult when you don't have someone permanent who can make decisions that impact the future of the agency. And so Director Sneed has been welcoming, forthright. I love that they're taking grants in-house now. So that's allowed us to find, again, points of collaboration for us to share what we've done, especially on grant accountability side, that she can take and use it in order to build up the agency moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. AG. Could you speak to the criteria that your office used to select the sites for the Cure the Streets program, and how do you determine where to expand the program?
And again, the specific details, I know Mrs. Cooper will get into a little bit with you, but those sites have been selected largely through the use of data and looking at neighborhood sites that have historically seen the highest levels of gun violence and investing in those hyper locally. Part of the process of questioning expansion is a question of resources. And we oftentimes have people asking us, can you expand? Many of your colleagues, I'm sure now that you're in this role, will say, hey, this might be a place where I could really serve Ward 7 by an expansion of a Cure site. We appreciate that the success of the sites is breeding the desire to expand, but these are resource intensive endeavors. So it's a combination of following the data, looking at the neighborhoods where there have been historically high levels of gun violence, and the nature of gun violence being in the retaliatory gun cycle that the Cure model is really designed to try to disrupt, and then putting the resources and the right CBOs into place.
I appreciate that. I would just say this, given Unfortunately, Ward 7 has been plagued with a number of public safety challenges. I would strongly encourage you and your agency to work with our office to figure out how we can expand those resources and identify additional neighborhoods in Ward 7 that could use those resources as well. You answered my next question in terms of barriers as it relates to expansion, so we could talk offline about that. Mr. AG, during your previous response to Chairwoman Pinto, you mentioned the work or the meeting that your office had on Minnesota Avenue, came in at the tail end of that meeting. I appreciate the leadership for just bringing the right stakeholders to the table. What was the follow-up from that meeting? What's next steps? I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I was delighted, council member, that it was before you were inaugurated, but you were there, and it was important for you to be there as a leader in Ward 7. Regular follow-ups with Ms. Laws, who is special counsel to me on nuisance properties, with the business owners, with the community benefit organizations and nonprofits, follow-ups in terms of linking community members with resources like MPD when it comes to crime cameras, learning how to get barring orders, making sure that the folks in the community could connect to resources that would respond to some of the phenomena they were seeing in the neighborhoods. More importantly, or equally importantly, is bringing neighbors together so that they can be solving problems. I was responding to the chair's point that the problems we heard about and have heard about along the corridor there don't all trigger nuisance statute criteria. But that doesn't mean that the Office of Attorney General doesn't want to be focused on trying to find a way to solve problems. And so by listening to community, we probably pick up on some ideas of, hey, we might be able to address a problem. Can we do it internally within the Office of Attorney General? Or can we connect resources that we're familiar with to the community? And we still are working very hard on the corridor project.
Okay. I have some ideas. Would love to work with you and your team to get them implemented. Circling back, you mentioned when we talked about Cure the Streets, how it's resource limited. Given that the resources are so limited as it relates to focusing on specific neighborhoods, how do you and members of your senior leadership team go about evaluating the effectiveness of individuals who oversee the Cure the Street programs?
So we have a variety of metrics, quantitative and qualitative, that we keep track of. That's part of the model. As we have developed and refined it, we have brought additional criteria into what we expect of our grantees. And some of it is measuring shootings. Part of it is measuring mediations, community organizations, participants. These are things you can count and quantify. But it's also the professional development of the teams that are on the ground, how they present their monthly and quarterly goals to the Office of Attorney General and then report out on how they're doing, developing that sense of accountability within the organizations that we have refined in terms of what we're asking our community benefit partners, the grantees, to do and show us that they're doing. We track the minutia. If you're using public dollars and grant dollars, we want to know where that money's going. Are you doing the work you need to do to substantiate your expenses? All of those are things that we measure in terms of deciding whether an organization is being successful.
So I'm going to dive a little deeper into that. Are there monthly reports that are required? Do you identify the number of public events that have been attended? Are you going door to door, making sure that neighbors in the most vulnerable communities have access to extended resources? Like those are some of the answers I'm looking for.
Sure, council member. And it's a good question. So I kind of think about it in two different buckets. So that first bucket, really what you're speaking about is that accountability piece, which the Attorney General was talking about. So first, whenever a grantee applies for a Cure the Streets grant, they must submit to us a work plan that outlines their goals and deliverables. And once they are awarded a grant, they have monthly performance reports that they provide to us that we review each month. And we line that up to see, are you meeting the goals and deliverables that you set out for yourself when you applied to our grant. We additionally quarterly have site visits where we go in person, often sometimes unannounced, to see what's happening at that particular locations. We also have a report card that goes to our grantees throughout the month, lets them know, like, where do you need to step it up and where are you doing a good job? We also require, this is new for this grant cycle, concept plans. So before you have a community event, we want to know where it is, how many people do you expect to attend, and how does this align with the purpose of Cure the Streets? Afterwards, you have to submit an action report to say how many people showed up, what were the challenges, what were the things that went right. So that's kind of one bucket. The second bucket in terms of metrics of success, so we are very transparent with our data. We have the CTS data dashboard on our website that we consistently update. That's going to tell you about our mediations, shooting responses, and number of high-risk participants. Additionally, we look at gun ADWs and gun homicides district-wide and in our particular site. So for example, for FY24, in our Cure the Street sites, we saw a 20% decrease in gun homicides, while district-wide, I believe it was only like 14%. So we are seeing those great things, and anecdotally, like the Attorney General was saying, when we go to our sites, we see the engagement that our VIs, our outreach workers, have with community members. If you haven't been, I highly would say come out and visit and come and meet some of our workers, especially at the Marshall Heights location in Ward 7. But those are descriptive statistics. So we did partner with Johns Hopkins University and the University of Maryland to do a causal study. It'll be a multi-year study, and it's with Dr. Webster and Dr. Richardson.
Thank you. You mentioned the tracking system. If I was to view that tracking system, would it be able to articulate clearly to me specific data and or outcomes that demonstrates the successes and challenges of this program?
Go ahead.
Well, you certainly would be able to follow the metrics and the data that we're keeping track of. And I believe that there are success stories in each one of those metrics as you think about what the overall CVI model is and the program is. But as I've said multiple times, it's very difficult to measure the shooting that doesn't happen. The connectivity in the community that wouldn't otherwise have happened, but for the CVI workers building relationships, being in community, being visible, creating a sense of feeling safer because they see the Cure jackets and they know somebody's keeping an eye on their neighborhood. So I don't want to get too tied up in the fact that a lot of what's being done in terms of you being able to measure what is good about these programs is something that you could look at the scorecard and see. But what we've tried to do, as Mrs. Cooper was saying, is work with professional researchers to do the type of outside evaluation to come in and look at this program, tell us what's working, what isn't, and give us a sense of, is it working? If when people ask that question, is it worth doing what you're doing? What's the answer to that? I have my view on it. Having watched it happen, I believe that dealing with gun violence requires a comprehensive citywide approach. Prosecution and policing and all that is critical. But I think we also have a community commitment that we have to do. And part of that community commitment and prevention is leaning into CVI.
I appreciate that. I think for me, while I appreciate your approach, Mr. AG, in terms of hiring outside, I guess, performance evaluators or people that now analyze was working and was not working. Being a native, recognizing that my constituents measure success on things that they can feel, touch, and see. I rely on them as experts, right? They have to live in those communities. They have to, we want them to enjoy the quality of life as other neighborhoods across the district. So that's what some of my questions are leaning towards. We'll love to have additional conversations to talk about how we can expand the program. You mentioned Marshall Heights, Paradise Mayfair, Kenilworth, Benton Park, the whole nine. So I would love to have additional conversations with you. Shifting gears, wow, I feel like I just started. I'm less than a minute left. Shifting gears to nuisance properties, and I heard that Some of my colleagues talked about that earlier. My office is constantly receiving complaints about properties in the ward where illegal activities is occurring. How many nuisance properties are in Ward 7 that your office is aware of?
I don't know that I have that number offhand. We could certainly try to get that information to you, council member.
What government agencies does the OAG partner with to address nuisance properties?
MPD, DOB, DHS, DBH.
Okay.
I remember.
The
Emergency
Mayor's
management.
Office of Community Relations and Services, et cetera. My point of asking that question is, how would you measure the success of the coordination or the collaboration? Are you guys meeting regularly, right? I try to be very proactive as a council member. I don't want to wait until I get calls and then go to the scene. How frequently are you meeting with your sister agencies to get in front of some of these challenges?
I think there's a lot of work on the ground at the staff level being done in regular real time. We can always do a better job as a city collaborating and communicating across the different agencies that have overlapping jurisdiction on these issues.
Okay. Councilwoman Janice Lewis-George, do you need more time or can I continue?
I got to go back to DOB and planning.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you so
Saved by
much.
the bell.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yes, it's time to turn to Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate your support there. Thank you. It's been a whirlwind today of cases. AG, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Let me hop right in. I'm going to start in the public advocacy division space. First with worker rights. Want to go to, I know you all just, we've been seeing sort of the theme of wage theft and wage across the district. I know you all recently were able to sue district restaurant owners for some of the worker rights violations, which I truly appreciate. What are we seeing as far as sort of that the restaurant you sued there and are doing that work with? How proactive are you all being as far as seeking the systemic issues out, or are you waiting for restaurant workers to sort of flag it for you? Or is it more proactive or more reactive to complaints?
So I think it's both. I think as we see and receive complaints, obviously a lot of the cases that we bring come from tip lines and people raising complaints that bring us to our attention. But over the number of cases we have, we start to see patterns. We can see things that can be corrected. And what we try to do is work with restaurants. We try to, again, address issues where we can. There are things where there are ambiguities, that there are practices that we can bring a little bit of light to and try to resolve things. And some of our pre-suit investigation is leading to solving some of these systemic problems we see. But they work together. We're really informed by what's happening on the ground, usually on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
And then we evaluate that and we see repeat issues. That's how we see, for example, some of the confusion around service fees.
Right.
How service fees are being used. We know that the transparency that workers have with their paycheck is sometimes not as clear as it should be. So workers don't know if they're getting what they've earned. It's not that they are being cheated. They just deserve to know that they're getting paid what they should be paid. And so these are the types of issues that as we float them up, we see them as systemic issues. Maybe we address them through a alert that goes out. Maybe it's in our pre-suit investigation and dealing with restaurants. You want to weigh in on that, Ms. Rosenthal?
Yeah, you may recall, council member, that we sued and ultimately entered into a settlement with the restaurant Swahili Village over the summer. And in the wake of that lawsuit and settlement, we have received a flood of complaints and concerns from workers. So much so that we've actually developed an expedited resolution, an expedited investigation protocol involving restaurants. So that we can try to nip the problem in the bud right away, make sure that restaurants understand what their workers' rights are. If there are problems, get them to fix them. And if the problems are serious enough where they've cheated workers out of their wages, make sure that they make full restitution. So we have actually implemented a new system as a result of the flood of complaints we're getting from restaurant workers over the past 6 to 8 months.
Great. That's what I wanted to hear, because I think that's the system that we need in place, given the nature of those claims and many of the times workers not having that information. And so I appreciate the steps you all are taking, continue to sort of move forward in the area the way you are, and just being, the information source for our workers, but also being as proactive as possible, given the nature of the work and sometimes the gaps in education and understanding around workers' rights, if you would be great.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Last year, we put some funding in for domestic worker grants, as well as worker rights. And I just want to get an update on where you all are with that work.
You want to provide that?
So we have sort of two buckets of grants in the workers space. We, thanks to you all, have $750,000 in grants to expand education and legal services programming. We have two grantees there who are
Great.
doing really good work to educate the community on it. That's DC Jobs with Justice and First Shift Justice Project. On top of that, and we heard some testimony about this from some participants in the program, we have domestic workers grants. We have $400,000 in domestic workers grants to build capacity for outreach and education about domestic workers' rights. And we have 5 grantee organizations that are working on that grant program right now.
Got it. Okay. Continue to do that work. If there are hiccups, please, I would like to know if there are any hiccups so that we can smooth those out and work. I continue to be in this budget coming up, going to continue to fund those programs and make sure that work is happening. I want to figure out, I know we used to have a lot of sort of environmental litigation that we pursued as the AG's office. I want to hear where you all are now as far as working with DOEE and pursuing any environmental justice aims here for the district. I want to make sure that continues to be an aim of the AG's office.
Well, there's no question it's a high priority, because I hear from residents how concerns about environmental, clean air, clean water impact their lives. We certainly now have a new tool, thanks to the council last term passing the Illegal Dumping Act, that we can use some of our additional legal authority to lean into enforcing our environmental laws. The collaboration with DOEE is essential to that. It has been a very good relationship historically. And my hope is it will continue to be that way. And I appreciate you expressing, interest in understanding that importance of how we can do what the residents of the District of Columbia want and expect of us as leaders. When the council passes an enforcement law and asks DOEE to administer it on the administrative level, it should be in collaboration with the Office of Attorney General, using our tools to make sure those laws are complied with, and that we're all working to have a cleaner, safer district. And so staying focused on that relationship and making sure that the oars are rowing in the same direction is essential. And so I appreciate you being willing to continue to lean into that.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. Recently, as you know, I have the DGS, and I want to thank David Roosevelt for showing up to my hearing and allowing me to yell at him for a second. He took it like a champ, just so you know, AG Schwab. I do want to follow up here. During our joint roundtable on HVAC and air quality issues a few weeks ago, the chairman and I discussed OAG pursuing contract enforcement or suing construction companies that do shoddy work for the district. Chief Rosendahl said OAG does not have the authority to bring a claim under the Procurement Practices Reform Act involving a district contract in the Superior Court, because the Contract Appeals Board has exclusive jurisdiction over claims involving district contracts. Is that something that needs to change?
Well, I think that is an accurate statement of the law. Chief Deputy Rosendahl gave you the correct assessment of the law. And the question is, do we think that bringing lawsuits through the Office of Attorney General is going to be a more effective tool? Should we have a remedy available in certain cases?
Correct.
To that? And while the Contract Appeals Board and the contract process is effective for the mass numbers of contracts that the city enters into, it's an efficient administrative system. I believe there are cases that are unique, extreme, and I put my lawyers at the Office of Attorney General toe-to-toe with anybody else anywhere to protect the district's interests when we enter into contracts. And I think this is a good topic for the council to weigh in and consider about whether or not there should be some ability in some kind of cases for the district to be represented by the Office of Attorney General in Superior Court or in
Yeah.
another court to enforce contract rights.
Great.
As it stands right now, that's not the law in the district.
That's right. It's something I'm considering, but I obviously won't move forward or do anything without making sure input is coming from the best attorneys we have, which is the Attorney General's office here in the district. Does OAG or an agency decide whether to defend a contracting officer's claim?
So a contracting officer's claim, I mean, look, if a contracting officer's claim is challenged by a contractor, we're necessarily defending it, right? So
Okay.
that's the way it works. I mean, we're sort of always on the defense there. So it's if a contracting officer, basically says to a contractor, you've claimed that we still owe you money. We don't. It's the contractor that then files an appeal with the Contract Appeals Board. OAG gets involved. In the rare circumstance where the contracting officer, after the fact, after the contractor has been fully paid out, says, hey, you know what? We think you got overpaid and you owe us money back, right?
Right.
And the contractor says, no, we don't. We did all the work and you paid us what you should have. Again, it's the contractor that then appeals that contracting officer's final decision to the Contract Appeals Board. So we are always going to defend the contracting officer's final decision. That's where we are. Now, there may be, look, there may be situations where, we work closely with the agency, we work closely with the contracting officer, and we say, you know what, maybe there are certain parts of this decision that we can defend, and maybe there are certain parts that aren't. And so a lot of cases, just like a lot of civil litigation, gets settled before the Contract Appeals Board actually has to decide the case. That happens a lot.
Okay, so does OAG believe there are, what if anything, or what elements does OAG believe are prohibitive to bringing an affirmative claim to the appeals board?
I don't really, I mean, it just, there aren't really opportunities, kind of the way that the system works for us to bring an affirmative claim. It's again, if the contracting officer believes, I'll just repeat, that the contractor has been fully paid but still owes the district something because the contracting officer believes the district overpaid for it or performance in hindsight was deficient.
Yes.
Again, the contracting officer makes that decision and says you owe, and then the contractor takes the appeal. So there really aren't opportunities for OAG or for the contracting officer, for that matter, to take an affirmative appeal to the Contract Appeals Board. We're always on defense there.
You're always on defense.
Because the contracting officer is making the decision. And again, under the PPRA, the contracting officer is the one that brings all affirmative claims on behalf of the district. That's the way the PPRA is written.
That's the way the PPRA is written. Okay, I think I've identified the problem with not being able to get to the solution that I'm trying to get to here for the district, which is we have a number of school buildings that get beautifully modernized, we spend millions of dollars on them, and then warranty runs out and now the school is broken. HVAC isn't working, all types of issues. There's no way we should be expending millions of dollars as a district and not recouping those dollars if a contract didn't, if they're not meeting the needs of the community, the school. Like, it can't break after a year, a $31 million building. It just, something went wrong. And so I'm trying to get to the bottom of that for my colleagues as we continue to have modernizations happen in the district. I want to go to Petra Property Management. Has long been a problem housing provider in Ward 4, and I'm grateful to see the lawsuit you all filed against them in January. Would you explain for everyone here the scheme your investigation uncovered? And do you have any policy recommendations for preventing landlords like Petra from taking advantage of DC and its residents?
So in the Petra matter in particular, I am recused from that matter. So I'm going to ask Mr. Rosenthal to respond to your question.
Sure, and obviously it's a matter that's in active litigation right now, so we can't say a whole lot about it other than what's in the complaint.
Okay.
And within the four corners of the complaint. But generally speaking, what's happening there, or what we have alleged is happening there, is that Petra is exploiting an exception to rent control, right? These are all rent controlled buildings that Petra owns in your ward. And under rent control, the landlord is required to charge the rent controlled rate unless for a particular unit, after somebody has applied for tenancy, that person has a voucher and is qualified, right? Only then can the landlord get an exception to rent control. But what we've alleged Petra is doing is basically just completely ignoring the rent control laws and financing these properties on the representation that they're going to charge the maximum rates, meaning the rates that are paid for voucher holders, which often and almost always far exceed the rent control rates. And not only financing them, but advertising them at the maximum rates that are available for units occupied by voucher holders rather than the rent controlled rates. And then renting them only to voucher holders at the higher rates rather than at the rent controlled rates. So it's basically an end run around rent control. And the problem there is that you are discriminating against non-voucher holders. And when we say that, it's important to emphasize who these people are. We are not talking about fantastically wealthy people just because they don't have vouchers.
Right.
We are talking about people who are still working people who simply make too much to afford a housing voucher. We are talking about seniors and people with disabilities on fixed incomes who make too much, or because they're in a different government program, don't qualify for a housing voucher. So we were talking about low and moderate income people who are being excluded from these properties because of their source of income, which is a violation of our Human Rights Act.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your work on that. AG, I know my colleague asked about sort of expanding cure sites. My question is, are you retaining and keeping cure sites and making sure that none are eliminated?
So we're looking at all of our sites and how they're doing. We're going to assess what the needs are. I've been very proud of the work that the sites have been doing in terms of their progress over time. And as part of our annual review process, we do a needs assessment of those sites.
Okay.
I'm very much interested in continuing the conversation with the council and with Chair Pinto about what we're doing writ large in the city. As I said earlier, that Director Sneed is now in a permanent position at ONSE, opens up hopefully some opportunity for us to think about resources across the city. And so you know how I feel about CURE and the folks that have committed their professional blood, sweat, and tears to the program and the progress they're making. But we also have to recognize that each year we got to look at the resources, look at the needs, and figure out how are we going to move forward to try to keep a city as safe as we can.
Okay. I'm going to continue to say that I believe in the CURE program, and I believe in the work the CURE programs does, and I believe in the way in which the Attorney General's office does that work. And I do not believe we cannot have the AG's office not doing that work in this current environment and at this current time. And I just want to put that. My colleague, Christina Henner, already mentioned the STEER Act. I want to thank you all for that work on the STEER Act. We worked really hard on that legislation as a Transportation and Environment Committee. And so I'm looking forward to see the results of this year and coming back. With that, thank you to Chair Pinto for allowing me here, and I have to run to another hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lewis George. AG, I want to give you a chance. We've been going for about an hour, 15 minutes. If you want to take a little 5-minute bio break, you're welcome to.
You weren't about to tell us that we're done for the day?
No, I am not.
Sure, let's take a quick stretch and we'll come back.
Okay, great. It is 2:09 p.m. We're going to recess this hearing until 2:15 p.m. All right, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I can ask folks to quiet down in the chambers a little bit. Thank you. Okay, the time is 2:17 p.m. We are re-adjourned. We are having our performance oversight hearing with the Office of Attorney General, and we've just taken a quick recess. So Attorney General, I'd like to pick up with a conversation around our juvenile crime and some of your prosecution efforts there. Sorry, excuse me one moment. What were the prosecution rates per arrest for violent juvenile offenses in 2024?
And Chairwoman, I'm sorry, you said the specific papering rates for 24 for all or a certain type?
For violent juvenile offenses.
Got it. The papering rate for crimes of violence as defined by statute was 85% for all arrest matters for crimes of violence.
Thank you. And how about for homicide and attempted homicide?
Due to juvenile confidentiality, I don't think I can give a number on homicide and attempt homicide, just to say that it's less than 10.
Less than 10 cases or less than 10%?
Less than 10 cases.
Juvenile confidentiality prohibits sharing even aggregate numbers of juvenile cases?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
When the number is so small, giving even a percentage would allow the public to be able to basically reverse engineer back to specific cases. So out of abundance of caution, we draw a line at 10. And that's why you'll see in our answers, when they're very small numbers, we say less than 10 to make sure we're complying with the confidentiality laws.
Understood.
I don't mean to be a stickler here, but does your 15 minutes start running at any time, or does it get to just stay at 15 minutes? Like, because
you know,
I know
what?
as a lawyer, you're going to keep me here until that clock goes.
General, I really appreciate that. Rules are rules. My mistake. The clock is running. Thank you.
When we go to the videotape, there'll be a certain number of seconds or minutes that they have to take off the clock to make sure that we're square right now. So whatever questions you got, Chair, we're here for you.
You know, I'm gonna use chairwoman privilege that I'll still get my 15 minutes, but I do appreciate you pointing that out genuinely. Thank you. Okay, so if there are fewer than 10 cases pursued, we're not going to give the specifics, so we can't reverse engineer what cases there were. How many arrests were made of juvenile homicide? Can we share that? No. Okay. How about for carjacking cases?
For carjacking cases, we papered 79% of carjacking arrest matters.
Okay. Of course, this will be a generalization because every case is different, but for the violent offenses or the carjacking cases that are not papered, can you give us a sense of what some of those circumstances are? Is it usually a lack of evidence, that there are too many people involved, we can't tie it to? Well, extenuating circumstances, what does that look like?
By and large, when we're talking about violent crime, it is a question of the evidence available. But it's also important to remember that sometimes in the juvenile system, the number of matters that are involved can be larger than the number of youth involved. And so what that means is we may no paper a matter because the youth is going to be papered in another matter that's a related matter where the evidence may be stronger. And because of the way in which our juvenile justice system works, it's important to move forward on the solid cases, even if it means we ultimately decide another matter is one that we can no paper.
So is there a better way to measure papering rates then that would accommodate for the fact that another case may be addressing the underlying issue, but it's being perceived as a no paper on that particular matter?
I don't know that there's a better way to measure it, and I also don't know that we should be too slavish to papering rates as a metric that we put a lot of weight into. It's important for people to know. It's important for people to have a general understanding, and the more that we can educate about the way the criminal justice system works, the way the juvenile justice system works, I think the public is better off for that. But I do think it's a matter of education. The papering rate is a data point. And the way we track it is we track it by matters and we track it by youth. And inevitably, you're going to have fewer youth than matters. So the denominator, if you measure by youth, is going to be smaller than the denominator if you measure by matters. And therefore, the percentages are going to be skewed that way. And if people understand that, they can appreciate, okay, I understand what this metric is telling me. I think the metric is sometimes important if we look over a period of time. And it also has to be connected to what's happening in our community, what other factors are happening in the community to give that data point some contextual significance.
I hear that. I guess my sense is that there are a lot of people in the public, and because there's so much, there's not a lot of daylight into the juvenile justice system because of the privacy that we need to have to protect our young people in the system. People are looking at various points of the timeline. Okay, we saw a crime, or we heard of a crime, or we were victims of a crime, and then was there an arrest made, and is the prosecution proceeding? And so, prosecuting, papering 85% of violent crimes that are arrested, I do think is an important metric for the public to know, to have a sense of every step of the timeline. Once we get into those 85% of cases, let's talk about what happens afterwards with some of the outcomes you're seeing. Do you have the breakdown of numbers of which of those youth, or how many go into diversion versus are committed, and all the different options that are available through those route paths?
I mean, I can follow with you, Chairwoman, to kind of give you a sense of where we're at now. It's a little bit challenging because of all the cases, for last year, let's say we're going by calendar year, a lot of them haven't been resolved yet. So if we're looking at FY24, you have maybe 33% cases that are still pending. But by and large, I would say, I think, and I'll confirm this in the follow-up, that we're looking about 7 to 8% of youth who are no papered for diversion. Kind of historically, when we look at FY19 through FY23, I think 40%, roughly 40% end up with some sort of disposition, meaning probation, commitment. The remaining, there's a split with dismissals. Dismissals could be for insufficient evidence. As we get closer to trial, maybe a witness no longer wants to testify, but also a dismissal could be part of a global plea to say, if you plead to this case, we will dismiss this one in order to effectuate the plea. And then the other half are the prosecution alternatives. So when you think of your DDAs, but I'd be more than happy to kind of go through to get you a little bit close to the answer that you're asking right now.
Okay, let's talk about the DDAs a little bit in more detail. Trying to be careful with how I frame this, so again, we can't back into a particular case, but what are some of the conditions that your office will seek in a DDA or a DPA?
You want to do it?
Sure.
Okay. So for a deferred disposition agreement, so that is a youth who is pleading guilty. So every case we look at, there's really no boilerplate language for a deferred prosecution agreement or deferred disposition agreement. Sometimes it really is, what are the challenges and the obstacles to rehabilitation that are surfacing for this particular child. So we rely heavily on the court social service reports that we see. We talk to defense counsel to see how they've progressed until the time that they enter into their plea or enter into this DPA. So that could look like anything from community service. It could be therapy, especially trauma-informed therapy, going to school, staying out of trouble, meaning no rearrest. Is there anything that I'm missing? Yeah. And saying the guilty plea too for the DDAs, but those are some of the things that can go into it. But again, they're uniquely tailored to that child on a case.
Right.
And I think in the conversation, because there is confusion around this, so the more we can educate, I think it's good, is that people should think about a DDA as a plea agreement. It's cases resolved by plea agreement, which is good for the system in the sense that you have a person taking accountability and an adjudication of guilt. Sometimes a plea agreement involves a DDA, which means that if that young person engages for 9 months, 12 months, whatever the length of it is, the fact of that conviction goes away. Contrast that with the services and requirements that a kid might get if they're on probation or they're committed. They may be getting the very same type of structure and commitment and resources, but on the other end, where it's a probation or it's a commitment, they don't have that plea option of having gone through it and then having the conviction or the finding of responsibility taken off their record. And sometimes that ability to work towards something, get the services they need, get the treatment they need, with the carrot of being, if you get to the end, you're going to have this conviction effectively wiped out, is exactly what the kids need to get back and get what they need. More serious cases may not be eligible for that type of arrangement. Those may be cases where we're pushing more for a probation or a commitment, or we're seeking commitment and the court orders probation. But plea agreement is part of what a lot of these cases involve. And people need to understand that when a DDA is used, that means a young person is pleading guilty, accepting accountability. And if they don't do what they are required under that DDA to do, we don't have to go back and try that case. We don't have to go find the witnesses to come back and re-traumatize the witnesses to come to trial. There is already an adjudication of guilt, or in the juvenile system of responsibility, on the record. And that's why it's such an important part of the overall tools we have in our office. And that is not diversion. So when people talk, the public should know that the diversion rate of cases in our office is less than 8%.
Okay. Thank you for that distinction. Let's talk a little bit more about the DDAs. So one of the conversations we had last summer around the Uplift Act was that the recommendation or the proposal to require the Attorney General to make certain decisions with violent crime was the wrong tool, because 85% of the violent crime cases are already being pursued. But what do we do in the cases that have DDAs where there are conditions associated that are not met, whether that is curfew or a requirement to go to school or to not pick up a weapon or to show up to the brag, any of the conditions that we may associate? What is the next step procedurally if any of those conditions are unmet?
They haven't complied with the DDA, and that triggers back to the finding of guilt, the finding of responsibility. Effectively, they have their agreement rescinded.
And how often does that happen?
We can get you the numbers, assuming we can pull them together and get you the numbers of how frequently we go back to court and have to ask the court to effectively undo the agreement and go forward with the guilty plea that's already been made.
Okay, thank you. That would be very helpful, both to understand how many times the conditions are not being met, and then how many times there is additional action taken. And then as a third step, what happens after the additional action? Does that mean commitment, or does that mean another DDA, or does that mean something else? I think that's still a missing piece, at least from my understanding, to determine where there may be a gap and how we can be better responding to providing more resources or response if these conditions aren't being met. Because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I agree that there are many cases where conditions are the appropriate avenue, and we want to give someone another chance, and we want to demonstrate to them what some of these conditions of return to the community are. But if there's no weight to that, if there's no kind of adult support to ensure those are achieved, then how are we progressing? And I do worry that there is a sense from some who have been through the system that there is not going to be a response. And that's what anecdotally sometimes gets shared among young people that then comes back to me.
I totally understand the concern. It's hard to deal with sense and vibes as opposed to we deal with specific cases and facts and deal with the circumstances of each crime victim, each child, each time we have to make these types of decisions. And so it's hard to, do it on vibes and sense. I will say though that, remember the goal of our system, of our juvenile justice system starts with rehabilitation. Everything that is in our laws that the council passed start with that principle. We have to hold kids accountable. We have to keep the public safe. And we have to focus on the fact that we have a lawful legal obligation to think about rehabilitation. Many of the services that we want to get kids to rehabilitate are the services they're going to need, whether they're locked up at New Beginnings or at YSC, whether they're in a shelter house, whether they're on probation, whether they're on a DDA at home. We know that many of these kids need to be back in school. They've got educational loss. We know there's trauma that we have to address. There are health issues. There are psychological issues we need to get them. And we're focused on how do we get those services to a young person so they don't commit a crime again. That's how we get safer in the long run. So we want to think about it not like somehow DDA is soft, probation is harder, commitment is hardest. We should think about it as like, how are we delivering on our legal obligation to keep the public safe, hold kids accountable, and get them rehabilitated? What services do they need? How are we going to get them? How are we going to make sure they comply with them?
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm trying to be careful because I also don't want to expose too many details of any particular case that I may have heard about or that I have more facts on from the victim perspective. But I'll just share loosely an event where there was an attack on some adults by juveniles. And there was a case that proceeded, and there may have been conditions associated with the DDA that may be appropriate, but in the same public spaces in the coming weeks, those same parties were in the same spaces in a way that was re-traumatizing, I would say, to the victims, because they were, experienced some violence, and they were left confused as to why the same young people could be in the same space with them and their family after they had all of the evidence they felt that they needed to proceed. And so I know you can't comment on specific cases, but that is a challenge of trying not to just go on sense and vibes. And I hear you there, but with a lack of availability of the specific information from the juvenile justice perspective, when we hear these cases from our constituents, it leaves us with limited avenues.
I understand.
Okay, so let's talk about diversion programs, understanding that they're different than the DDAs we just talked about. Your office has highlighted the use of diversion for youth offenders, both for low-level offenses and for first-time offenses. How are you measuring the efficacy of diversion programs like alternatives to court experience? And what timeline are you looking at that efficacy?
You want to take that one?
Oh, sorry.
Sure. So I think that's exactly what we were talking about with Councilmember Henderson. So to make sure I understand, so we're talking about youth in the juvenile system delinquency calendar, that we have no papered for diversion. You're going to ACE, you're going to CAPC, or you're going to kind of this high fidelity rapport, which is ICC now, just to make sure. Right, correct. Okay. So one of the things that we have been working on, again, as I was telling Councilmember Henderson, in terms, especially as it's to ACE diversion, where we send most of our youth for diversion, is ensuring that we are in communication, having ACE workers in our office every single day. So when we look at the lockup list, we're having real-time conversations between the families, ACE representatives, and our screener who's reviewing those cases. Coupled with that, I know that Liz, my deputy AG for Public Safety Division, is in consistent communication with DHS talking about how we can strengthen our communication so that if a case, they're not able to engage with a youth, they can, let us know so we can use our own resources to try to make connection with this family. By when the council asked us, and the reason that you maybe hear me hesitating a bit is that these programs don't belong to OAG, right? So these are other agencies that run that program. So they would be, I think, in the better position to define what is success. We can really only go by what happens when the kid comes back to us, or what efforts are we making to strengthen the referrals to make sure that there's engagement.
Thank you. I'll have some follow-up questions on this next round, but I'll turn to my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. AG, picking off where we left off, pertaining to nuisance properties. Do you think the current laws and regulations regarding nuisance property in the District of Columbia are sufficient? If not, what recommendations does your office have to strengthen the laws and regulations?
It's a fair question, council member. And as I said earlier, the nuisance statute that currently is on the books in the city is triggered by 3 specific criminal acts: drugs, guns, and prostitution. And when you think about properties that are magnets for crime, that are the focus points of crime, sometimes those are the crimes that are occurring. But if other types of crimes are occurring in those areas that don't fit into that bucket, or you don't have the seizure of guns, you don't have the seizure of drugs, then the nuisance statute as currently written is not the tool we need by itself in terms of bringing a nuisance action against the property owner. So I think one thing for the council to think a little bit about is, do we expand the definition of what triggers a nuisance? That needs to be weighed against the fact that, is this really the best use of resources and strategy to deal with what's impacting quality of life around these properties? And we know that to bring a lawsuit, to litigate a lawsuit, to get a judgment against a property owner and then to enforce that takes a long, long time and a lot of resources. And oftentimes months and years have gone by and the community and the neighbors continue to live with conditions they shouldn't have to live with. So I think that I would encourage the council to think proactively and creatively about getting to the root causes of the nuisance than thinking more back-end litigation through the Nuisance Act is the solution. I don't think by itself it's the solution. I think focusing on investment, focusing on getting resources out into community to disrupt some of the cycles at properties is something that also needs to be included and is happening. Collectively, though, the nuisance property phenomena is not one we'll solve simply by leaning more heavily on the nuisance statute.
Oh, thank you. Shifting gears to slumlords. From your experience, what tools do you have available to hold slumlords accountable in your role as the Attorney General?
So we have our Tenant Receivership Act, which addresses the conditions of properties. Mm-hmm. We use our Consumer Protection Act, because oftentimes what slumlords are doing is misrepresenting to the renter what they're going to be getting for their rent. We use our anti-discrimination laws, particularly discrimination on source of income, because oftentimes slumlords are using the economics associated with discriminating against certain renters to bring about their model. And it's important for us to remember that slumlords, certainly not all landlords that we are addressing where they have poor conditions in their properties are slumlords. But slumlords are that unique group of landowners, land property owners, whose business model is fixated on preying upon their tenants. So constructive eviction cases where landlords are trying to drive their tenants out of the building so they can redevelop the building. Landlords that have a business model of intentionally exposing their vulnerable tenants to unlivable conditions because it's just more profitable to force people to live in that. Or as Mr. Rosendahl talked about a little bit earlier, landlords who are trying to seize on either the voucher program or the rapid rehousing programs to line their own pockets.
Thank you. Could you speak to how your office is keeping track of the reported slumlords, and is there a specific list of Ward 7 slumlords that you can share?
I don't know that
office?
I don't know that we keep a list of slumlords.
Okay.
But we certainly publicize the cases that we bring in all of the wards after a lawsuit is filed or a settlement is reached.
Do you have a list of repeated slumlord offenders that you keep track of?
I don't know that we keep a list per se, but we are certainly aware of the repeat players.
Okay.
And a lot of the enforcement work that we have done has focused on the fact that we know there's some repeat players in different parts of the city, certainly not just Ward 7 and 8, that we have our eyes on.
One thing.
Councilmember, if I could just add to that.
Yes.
Yes. So, we work closely with our partners at the Department of Buildings to track notices of infraction at certain properties. And, with some properties, they accumulate these notices of infraction, right? Which gives you some idea about which property owners are not maintaining their properties. One of the things that we are doing in this new housing initiative that the AG talked about in his testimony is we have created a new position, special counsel for housing and property maintenance code enforcement. And one of the goals of creating that position is to have that attorney partner even more closely with the Department of Buildings to identify, particularly the types of folks, property owners that you're talking about, who pile up these notices of infraction without remediating them, so that we can actually work with the Department of Buildings, not necessarily by going to court, but in the Office of Administrative Hearings, in an administrative context, to make sure that they fix the problems.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. AG. What support does your office provide to tenants who may be impacted by the actions of slumlords?
Tenant support?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question,
I said,
Councilmember?
what support does the OAG's office provide to tenants who may be impacted by the actions of slumlords?
So I'll go back to talking about our consumer mediation program in the first instance. And I mentioned that in FY24 alone, we fielded almost 900 consumer complaints regarding housing conditions. And what our mediators in that program do is they intercede right away with the landlord to try to fix those problems, right? And we find that in the vast majority of cases, we are able to fix those problems without legal action.
Okay.
Right. What's that?
No, I said copy. Thank you.
Yeah, gotcha.
Shifting gears to effectiveness of legal and policy actions. Could you walk me through what legal actions has the OAG taken in FY 2024 and FY 2025 to address issues such as affordable housing, consumer protection, human trafficking, and overall public safety?
How much time do we have? Look,
I have
our written responses go through in great detail, council member, the work that we're doing in a variety of different special areas. So our public advocacy work is focused in different sections. We do housing and environmental. We have workers' rights. We have consumer protection. We have nonprofit. We have antitrust and fraud. And within each of those sections, there are dozens of cases that we have focused on. When I talked earlier about synergizing all of the work that touches on housing, it's because we have a recognition that affordability in our city, and in particular housing affordability, is an issue that we all need to roll up our sleeves and do everything we can to address. And we are touching on the housing issue through poor conditions. We need housing to remain habitable. We're touching on it in terms of consumer protection, misrepresentations being made. We're talking about it in discrimination suits where people are being discriminated against on terms of race, disability, and source of income. The antitrust case is the real page case that we talked about. Consumer protection was the title insurance kickback case where the costs of buying or renting are being driven up. So we are using all of those public advocacy tools to think about how do they touch on the affordable housing market. And then, of course, our equitable land use unit is thinking about the development side, about when the city is going to be giving developers rights to develop new properties, giving them the entitlements that they have to make sure that those entitlements are consistent with the comprehensive plan that the council has passed in terms of commitments to affordable housing, environmental sustainability, racial justice are all part of what that ELU team is looking at. And that has been brought into our public advocacy division as part of that overall housing team.
Thank you. Ms. AG, I do want to say this. I do appreciate how aggressive your office has been going after bad actors, whether it's suing Amazon, Pepco, slumlords for not, taking advantage or for taking advantage of our most vulnerable residents. Once you guys collect that money, where does it go?
So the money comes in through the statutes that have been passed by the council, usually in the form of one of three buckets. One is restitution. That money goes to the people that have been harmed. And a claims process is created so that the people who have been harmed, whether it's workers, consumers, get a claim to the restitution dollars. Much of the dollars that are recovered are in the form of penalties. That's statutory penalties that are created as a stick to make sure that bad actors stop doing what they're doing.
Yes.
And then the third bucket is attorney's fees,
Gotcha.
statute and title. So our litigation will drive towards recovery of all three of those when the statute allows. The restitution dollars go back to the victims. The attorney's fee dollars and the penalties dollars go into the government fisc. Much of that is funding the work of our office to move forward, and in years past has resulted in money coming back to the general fund to support the city's budget citywide.
Copy. And point of clarity, Pepco nor Amazon are bad actors. I just threw that out there in terms of you guys, you've been on a suing spree. Follow-up question or shifting gears rather, want to focus on contracting and procurement processes. Could you walk me through the current contracting and procurement process of your violence interruption programs?
Sure. Ms. Cooper, you want to talk about how the grants around Cure the Streets are done?
Sure, council member, sorry, can you ask your question one more time?
Yes, can you walk us through the current contracting and procurement process for your VI programs?
So our Cure the Streets grantees are not contractors, they receive grants. So that's a little bit different.
Okay.
So to make sure I understand your question, you're asking how do we go about issuing a grant to them?
Yes,
What's the
like
process?
making sure it's a fair,
Gotcha.
transparent process.
Sure. So we open up the RFA, we request for application typically in the spring before the grant cycle starts. Community-based organization can apply. Again, there are a number of requirements. I think I talked about it a little bit on the last round where you had asked about accountability. So they will put forth a budget plan, a work plan on goals and deliverables, along with a number of other things to showcase that they can, in fact, take on a Cure the Streets grant. We take those applications. We have an independent panel. They signed a conflict of interest form. They have no affiliation or don't work in OAG. They independently review those applications. They score them, they talk, and then they provide them to our violence reduction unit and our grants unit to give us who they think should be awarded the grant. Separate and apart, my director, Gabby Stevens, along with her team, they also review the applications and score them before it makes it up to the Attorney General and myself for final sign off. Gabby has to give any justification for going against what the independent review panel elected to, but more than times than not, we're very much aligned. And that's pretty much the process at a very high level, very quickly for you.
Copy. Several residents from Ward 7 have raised concerns about the OAG's workplace culture. How does the OAG address issues related to employee morale and create an environment conducive of high performance?
So there really is nothing more important to me than the excellence of the office and creating the kind of professional environment where the work that our office is entrusted to do can get done well. And that's creating a culture of team and inclusion. We have excellent HR team, and we take seriously our commitment to making sure our environment is one where people are held accountable, but done in a fair, transparent way. You may know that there are 2 labor unions that represent the employees in the Office of Attorney General. We meet regularly monthly with the labor management meeting to hear directly from our labor partners on issues that are systemic. And we try to make sure that we are not only living to the letter of the law, but to the spirit of the law in terms of holding people accountable while being fair. And so I did hear some of the public testimony. With an agency of 700 people, there are occasionally going to be people that, no matter how hard we work at it, feel like they got the short end or weren't treated fairly. And I appreciate that. I would never begrudge anybody for raising a complaint or even filing lawsuits, as some of those folks did. But, you know, we hold ourselves to making sure that we create a culture where people can be successful.
Thank you, Mr. AG. Could you speak to how many vacancies are in the areas of violence prevention and nuisance property abatement within your agency?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You have a number of vacant positions within your agency. From those vacant positions, could you speak to how many of those positions are geared towards nuisance abatement and or violence interrupters?
As it relates to violence interruption, we're fully staffed.
Okay.
We don't have any vacancies
Okay.
there.
And the same is true with respect to nuisance abatement. We do
Okay.
not have any open vacancies. I mean, we have a special counsel for nuisance abatement. That position is filled, and we are fully staffed up in our housing and environmental justice section currently.
And I'm just asking that question in preparation for budget and oversight. Want to make sure you have the resources that you need to continue to do what you do for the District of Columbia.
I appreciate that. And when we get around to budget, I may come and tell you there's some things that we need if you want us to continue to do the work that we've been doing. But I will say that I think it's important that the district residents get the benefit of tax dollars used well. And that's something we hold ourselves accountable to. We know that we are a people-intensive organization. The vast majority of our budget is in personal services. And we got to take care of our people. We got to recruit great people. We got to create a culture where people want to come, and we need the resources to pay people. And when there's more and more work, we want to do the work. We answer the call, but when it comes time to having the resources available, that's where we come to the council and say, the power of the purse is with you, so let's make sure we can continue the work.
We're all one government and we're in this together. I'm looking forward to providing additional support.
Thank you.
Just a couple of
Appreciate
other
that.
questions, and I do want to be mindful of my time. So looking ahead in FY 2026, what are your key priorities for your office regarding public safety, community engagement, and collaborating with other DC government agencies? If I'm the everyday resident, you know, the OAG office hits everything, and 5 key points, what would you say your priorities are looking ahead in FY 2026?
Yeah, no priority is more important than public safety.
Okay.
And so we have to continue to do everything we can to make sure that everybody in our city is safe. And I believe you need to take a comprehensive view of what public safety means. It is certainly criminal justice, and we're leaning into that, but it's also everything around that, which is housing, it's health, it's taking care of education, it's making sure that we're raising healthy, hopeful, independent young people. You know, we've got close to 100,000 young people in our city between ages 10 and 19. You know, we've got in the hundreds, maybe 200 that are currently in the juvenile delinquency. That's 200 too many. But we got to keep it in perspective about those young people who need to make sure we're taking care of their education and their housing and their health. So that's one of our goals, is using every tool we have to enhance a comprehensive public safety strategy that means everybody feels safe. Second is, I think we have to make sure that we are focused on making sure we're taking care of the least, the most vulnerable, the people who have not enjoyed the incredible benefits of wealth and assets and resources that have been generated in the city. We have an abundance of resources in the city, but they're not always shared the way they should be. So that's always going to be a priority when we think about affordability, when we think about protecting workers, we take consumers and seniors. That's all a focus on making sure that everybody who is a resident of the district, no matter where they live, gets to enjoy the benefits of being. I too am a third generation Washingtonian, and it's the best city in the world to live in, you know, full stop. But we still have work to do to make sure everybody saves it. And the final thing I would say right now more than ever is, you know, we got to focus on the rule of law. We got to make sure that the laws that we have are upheld and defended. and that everybody in our government understands that laws matter, the Constitution matters, and we have to make sure we're standing strong for that.
Thank you, Ms. Agee. That concludes my questions. I do look forward to working with you and members of your senior leadership and the rest of your team moving forward.
We do too. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Thank you for joining us today. General, I want to move on to human trafficking, which is something of great concern to me, and I think some in the public would be surprised to learn of how often this is happening in our country. Can you talk about what's happened since the establishment of your office's human trafficking initiative? How many cases have you prosecuted and what kind of trends you're seeing in that space?
Sure. And I'm going to ask again, Mrs. Cooper, to get into the details of that. But as you know, where we see human trafficking is particularly with young people who are being exploited to commit crimes. And so when young people show up in the juvenile criminal justice system, there are often times where they are being trafficked either for labor or sex or crime. And it's important for us to recognize that while they are committing crimes, they are also the victim of a crime at that moment. And that's really where some of the genesis around our trafficking work starts, how we engage with the Hope Court, how we think about how we're trying to get to the root cause of a problem. And oftentimes, sadly, that trafficking is happening by somebody who is in their family, is somebody who's close to them, who's in their community. And so the intersection of where we are with our Child and Family Services Partnership and our Family Services Division, of course, it touches on the Public Safety Division because sometimes there are victims of crime that have been committed, and we're trying to look at how we can address it. So with that framework, some of the details about numbers and things, I think Mrs. Cooper can give you.
Sure. And so again, to make sure that I understand, so human trafficking cases, those are handled by United States Attorney's Office. And what the AG was saying is exactly right in terms of OAG and our position with children in the juvenile justice system and the child welfare system kind of uniquely positions us to work with kids who have a heightened risk of being sexually exploited when we think about sex trafficking. So on the delinquency side, we have our HOPE, which is DC Superior Court's program here, Opportunities Prepare You for Excellence. That AAG works alongside a number of other folks who are meeting the needs of that child to help mitigate those risks for commercial sexual exploitation, or CSEC is what we call it. So that's an anti-trafficking provider, a service provider from the government agency, a CASA, educational attorney, a host of folks. On the Family Services Division side, that's where you're going to see a lot of our human trafficking efforts. We have 2 FTEs that are dedicated to that work. One is a HOPE neglect AAG. So when a youth is in HOPE, there's a neglect attorney with a subject matter expertise in CFSA works there. And then our other FTE is focused on human trafficking training and outreach. So we are a co-chair with the Human Trafficking Task Force alongside USAO. That is almost 300 members, meets every other month. We kind of alternate between who's hosting it between USAO and ourselves. There's 4 subcommittees. OAG is the chair of the Legislative and Policy Affairs subcommittee and is key to the training and outreach subcommittee. Our trainer and outreach, Karen, AAG, who goes out into the community, is meeting with schools, meeting with law enforcement, meeting with business and industries. So think hotels, think airlines, massage parlors, to help educate and show the signs of what to look out for. I've said a lot, and there's much more that I'm probably missing, but also just lastly, there's a multidisciplinary teams, making sure that we as a government are keeping an eye on these kids who maybe aren't fully in the system just yet, but we want to keep them on our radar because we have significant concerns that they could be CSEC. Also internally with CFSA, I know that they do an internal monthly case review to ensure that they're also watching kids who may be CSEC or at risk to be CSEC.
Thank you for that. And I think it's another important reminder of the kind of proactive steps we can all take as adults to keep our eye out for warning behavior and unusual activity that's going on so that we can protect our kids earlier. When it comes to truancy, I know you were speaking with one of my colleagues earlier about the kind of steps in the process. Do you think that the system would work better if the referrals were made at an earlier step to DHS?
I have said that I think waiting for some of the triggers, if a young person has missed 15 full days of school within the semester, I mean, they're so far behind at that point that I think that's too long. I think the question's going to be, what are we going to be prepared to do resource-wise to address it when we do it earlier? Because if you do it earlier, you're going to have more kids. But yes, I think unfortunately, when that balance has been struck, kids are so far behind by the time the system really gets in and puts them into the PIN system. Now, we don't want to push kids in earlier than they should be too. And so I'm also, on record having said that I don't think the criminal justice system and the delinquency system is the right way to think about how we address keeping kids in school, getting them into school. It's a counterproductive way. Sometimes all of the other systems have failed us. But too often in society, we then look to the criminal justice system to fix what has been failed everywhere else. And particularly with education and truancy, and when you think about what we're really talking about, our city has already decided that. We had an extensive conversation, a report. The mayor and her team back in 2020 put out a report. JJAG put out a report about how we think about these things. So that's the balance. Because yes, I think waiting too long, having delays. By the time our office sees some of these referrals, some of these kids have aged out. Months have gone by, and that's months after they've been delinquent or not going to school or truant for at least 15 absences. So I think getting to these kids earlier with more proactive support will help us get our kids back in school, more honest assessment of what are the barriers that are keeping kids from school and addressing those.
Okay. Thank you. Reminds me of a youth town hall I was at recently where the week before I heard from some education advocates who said, we're not counting kids as absent enough because people are coming late to school, basically purposely right at the level that they know. And then I spoke to all these kids who said, it's the exact opposite. I'm doing everything I can to get to school on time. And if I'm 15 minutes late through basically no fault of my own, something is going on with the family, or I missed the bus, or, some extenuating circumstance, and then I'm getting received as absent when I really need some support. And it was just another example to me of the same problem and a lot of the perceptions and assumptions that people can make in this space.
So true. And I promise you, I'll stay as long as you want. But once again, the clock is not running. So, and I'm convinced that now this is just to keep us here.
So when there are no other colleagues here, I don't run the clock on myself.
Oh, really?
Yes. And
Okay.
that's always how we do it for all of our hearings.
Got it.
Just
Okay.
when we're lucky to have other folks join us. So now it's just me and you. Now we're in this. So one more question on DDAs. Another example of something that people may look to OAG for, but that really needs some more government services and agencies. What are you finding some of the service gaps are in limiting the government from achieving our responsibility to help kids be rehabilitated when someone may have a DDA that we're not getting to soon enough with the services? Like, what are the most consistent gaps that you're seeing?
Again, Mr. Cooper may have some specifics, but off the top of my head, challenges around transportation, challenges around mental health and therapy, challenges around learning loss, getting kids back to where they need to be in terms of learning. And I will say that unfortunately, housing instability runs through a lot of the cases we have in terms of where kids are living and the health and safety of what they're living in. So I think those are some of the challenges about when you're thinking about a young person who's now in the system and we're trying to make sure that we get that young person back on track. Where are the barriers and obstacles to getting them to do what we want them to do? We often hear about kids who've got multiple different programs and adults, but just navigating who they're supposed to be with and when. And then sometimes we've got really important, I believe, relationships between adults and young people, not necessarily parents, because parents play a very important role, but we know that teenagers are going to listen to other non-parental adults, coaches, teachers, counselors in a way different than they might listen to their parents. And so mentoring and getting those healthy adult relationships are important, but how well are we connecting it? How easy are we making it for young people to have out of school time events and activities where there are really positive role models? That's why I'm such a big supporter and focus on our out of school time community and making sure we're supporting that very important community, because that's part of making sure we're keeping ourselves safe. That is a good investment. And it's also making sure that our young people recognize that they have incredible talents. Sometimes it takes an adult to say, did you know how good you are at that? Have you ever thought about being a lawyer? Have you ever thought about being an entrepreneur? And you see the mind open up when an adult cares enough to say, you could do something great with your life. So, but how do we connect that? How do we make sure kids can easily get in those safe spaces to have those types of positive interactions with adults?
Well, thank you. And thank you for raising the importance of out of school times. I agree. It is just as important in many ways as having kids in school. Is that when they're between home and school, that there's other spaces that are safe and engaging and part of the entire upbringing of the whole person. So thank you for your focus there. Drug court. Can you talk a little bit about your partnership with ABCA and MPD and leading to the closure of 18 illegal cannabis shops?
Sure. And just, I'm going to let Mr. Rosenthal talk a little bit about the work that's being done. That is work that's being done on the civil side. Our role is on the civil side, and it is through our civil litigation division in our enforcement section, civil enforcement section. And so with that context, Mr. Rosenthal will tell you a little bit about that partnership with ABCA and MPD.
Sure. So that partnership with ABCA and MPD began in earnest in late August. And since late August, we've received roughly 35, it changes by the day, but roughly 35 referrals from ABCA to close down unlicensed medical cannabis dispensaries. To date, I think you mentioned 18 at the beginning. Actually, the number is 20 now. And there are still some matters pending. Look, when we first started the work, we heard from the ABCA director that we would be receiving approximately one referral a week. It's actually been higher than that. It's been on average about 2 referrals a week since August. So it's been a lot. And the way the process works is ABCA will prepare the paperwork. An ABCA investigator will prepare the paperwork and send it on to our civil enforcement section. Generally speaking, within 48 hours, a lawyer from our civil enforcement section will be assigned to the case. We'll take a look at the ABCA papers. We'll work with the ABCA investigator and or an MPD officer to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to proceed with summary closure. And then presuming there is sufficient evidence, in the vast, vast majority of cases there is, we will then prepare the paperwork and ABCA will file it with its board. The board then will consider it, and if it believes there's sufficient evidence to warrant summary closure, will issue a summary closure notice. At that point, MPD and an ABCA investigator will go out to the facility, serve the notice, and padlock the door, right? Sometimes, when there appears to be evidence of criminal activity on site, MPD will get a search warrant, and in some cases has actually seized illegal drugs, illegal guns, other illegal drugs, and other contraband. So that has happened, at least in some of our cases. After that, the owner of the property can determine whether they want a hearing in front of the ABCA board. In most of the cases so far, the 20 cases that I've mentioned so far, in 75% of those cases, the owner has basically agreed to close up shop and has agreed to something called an offer in compromise, where they close down. In 5 of the cases, they've gone to a contested hearing, which is a trial type hearing in front of the ABCA board. In all of those cases, we've succeeded in closing down the unlicensed dispensary. Again, those are trial type cases. And so they require, prep just like a trial requires prep. What we have generally been able to estimate so far is that, in cases that result in an offer in compromise, it requires about 8 hours of attorney time. But in cases that go to a contested hearing before the ABCA board, it requires anywhere from 20 to 25 hours of attorney time. So that's generally the way the process has worked so far. We're really proud and appreciative of our partnership, both with MPD and with ABCA in these cases. I will say that in addition to closing down these unlicensed dispensaries, there are now, because of the process that was made available last year, a number of licensed dispensaries. And it is anticipated that our civil enforcement section will begin to see sort of violations, of the terms of somebody's license, where we're not only going to have to go in with ABCA and close down unlicensed shops, we're going to also require compliance with the law with licensed shops, just like we do with, alcohol establishments. And so that's another line of work that's going to continue to grow our workload at OAG.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for your attention to this space. I think it is really important, especially in this kind of new marketplace, that we certainly want to be providing opportunities for people to get their medicine and to use and purchase cannabis when they need to in a legal way. But the businesses have to follow the law. And there's so many risks associated with businesses that are unlicensed. It's another area I'm really worried about our young people. We tried to have more strict protections in place for packaging. We got a version passed that provides some safeguards to ensure that businesses can't be specifically targeting young people in their drug packaging, but something to be mindful of, even in the licensed space, that there aren't sales of other drugs, especially that can be intriguing to young people. Okay, I promised a public witness earlier I would ask you all about the DC Child Support Enforcement System. I don't know if you heard some of her testimony, but this has been kind of ongoing for several decades. The system involved here, and the council has funded different feasibility studies for the DC Child Support Enforcement System. Can you provide an update on where we are with a replacement system and what the status is there?
I can only do that at an extremely high level, so I don't know. Do you have a little more detail? Okay. Why don't you go ahead? Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
So I think that's right. It's been ongoing for a very long time. And initially, in order to, I think, completely replace the system, it was going to cost somewhere close to $85 million, which was not doable. So it was a question of, let's do a feasibility report, see what are some of the things that we can do to update our system, because the people who can in fact fix this system are retiring or no longer, able to do this work. We were moving ahead on it. From my understanding, there had to be a pause because of the contractors that were doing the work. It was not working. We're still seeing a lot of challenges that are still happening now, duplicating of cases in the system, sometimes it hemming up. I think, the public witness testified is absolutely right there in terms of the ongoing issues. And so with that pause, it was going back, finding a new project manager under our new CIO, working with the federal government to identify folks who could for sure update our system in the way that it need to get it working. Because I think before it was maybe using something like Salesforce and that wasn't working. We are in a better place. The federal government has signed off on the work that we're doing under this new project manager. And it has finished, I believe, or it's near finishing the final feasibility report. And we're looking at maybe 4 to 5 years on officially being done. So it's something that we do take seriously, something that we're still working on. I do wish we were further along, but that is where we're at right now on it.
Do you have a sense of why 4 to 5 years? It just, I'm not an expert in this space at all, but it just seems like a very long time.
It's a very good question. I haven't seen the feasibility report, so that's why I don't have the direct answer, but I'm happy to follow up with our IT department and get that response to you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Just a couple more questions about some specific issues. So with elder law, I know that your office pursues some cases to protect seniors. There was a case you brought in September of last year, or a settlement, excuse me, that you achieved with Curbio Inc. against a widespread scam against seniors. Can you talk a little bit more about what that case entailed and some of the trends that you're seeing in the elder abuse space?
So there are a lot of ways in which elder abuse manifests itself, and sometimes it's in the criminal space where you actually have physical violence or neglect or somebody actually being abusive to older people. Sometimes it's family members, sometimes it's caregivers. We have financial exploitation that can sometimes happen to seniors. The Curbio case was a consumer protection case, and where that was particularly important for us to lean into is I've spoken to so many folks who the real value, their net worth is caught up in their home. They've owned the family home for a lot of years. The senior's getting older and they're thinking a little bit about fixing the home up and selling it. And that's where Curbio was really preying upon seniors. The promise that we can come in, you haven't really done a renovation of your house recently and it needs some updating so we can get it on the market. We'll come in and do the work for you. We'll do it at a very fair price. And we won't get paid until you sell it because we're going to promote the value of your house. It's going to go up. We'll get paid later. Well, it turns out that that was not being honest and true to what was really going on because they weren't doing the work. The work was shoddy. And in the paperwork that they had seniors signing, they were giving the renovation company serial liens on the property so that now not only was the house not fixed up, but it had all kinds of liens on the property that prevented the senior from being able to sell. And as the public witness talked about, a lot of times these seniors are not in great health. They don't need the stress and strain associated with trying to run a house renovation, get it paid and put it on the market. And Curbio filled that void with a really devious strategy to take advantage of seniors. And so that's why that case was so important for us to bring. And we are very much focused on, of course, we want to protect tenants. But we also want to protect homeowners. We want to protect people who are buying homes. We have sometimes a phenomena of people flipping homes and people come in and they buy and they've bought homes that are not, what they were promised. And so we are very vigilant on using our consumer protection tools on that piece. And I wouldn't necessarily call that elder abuse, but it is seniors who are being taken advantage of through consumer scams.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any uptick in actions taken around illegal dumping since the new authority was passed to pursue these cases?
I don't think so yet. I don't know what the level of referrals have been thus far from agencies or from ANCs or from the council on cases that would trigger that. But that is a high priority for our environmental team. And we know that those types of cases are ones that will have immediate positive impact on quality of life in people in their neighborhoods. And so we are interested in hearing about those cases, referrals for those cases, and working them up.
Okay. I'll add my thanks to your recent cases around the STEER Act to hold dangerous drivers accountable. I know you spoke with some of my colleagues about that, but I think those are good first steps into doing what we can and pursuing all the avenues we can to keep our roads safe. So thank you. Your office has managed to recover over $10 million in restitution for workers and penalties. I know there's a lot of different areas that you're involved with protecting workers' rights. Can you speak a little bit about the mediation program and litigation work that you are engaged in to protect workers?
So a lot of the work that's done to protect workers is investigatory in terms of working up an investigation and pre-suit negotiation and resolution of cases. Sometimes employers are inadvertently, not following the law. And we try to get them into compliance and get the workers paid. Unfortunately, there are a lot of workers that are being exploited in the sense that the business model of the employer is to treat them as independent contractors, for example, misclassification cases, or not to pay overtime, or not to give sick leave and other benefits that employees are entitled to. And so those cases are oftentimes cases where a complaint is made, a tip is brought in, and we investigate it, work it up. If we're able to resolve it pre-suit, we do. We have a policy of engaging with targets of investigations to see if we can resolve things. But when they can't be, we've brought lawsuits. And those lawsuits have been very, very successful, both in terms of holding people accountable, returning money back. And what I really want people to understand is it is devastating when you are in business playing by the rules in the District of Columbia. Let's face it, we're an expensive jurisdiction to do business in. And when people play by the rules, when they pay their employees, they treat them as employees, that means that that's a cost of doing business. They shouldn't be competing with other businesses in the same field that are not playing by the rules. That's an unfair competitive advantage. And so this is why I try to remind people, this is not anti-business. This is pro-business, pro-economy, saying that everybody's got to play by the rules. And sometimes the people that are hurt the most are our local mom and pop businesses that are playing by the rules, and others come in and don't play by the rules. So that's a big part of what animates the workers' rights. I don't know, I can follow, and maybe Mr. Rosenthal knows, whether we've used mediation as a tool in terms of resolving workers' investigations or disputes, or how often we get a complaint that comes in through our mediation. But I believe there is some workers' claims that do come in through mediation. A phone call, a resolution process generates a prompt response. Do you know offhand the numbers of how much of our mediation work was in the workers' rights space?
I do know that we do get complaints like that, and we are able to resolve a number of them. Like if it's a last paycheck that didn't get issued or something like that, you know, we're often able to do it without having to do a full investigation and having our mediators do it. But it looks like, wrong tab. We had 229 complaints in FY24 in the restaurant and hospitality industry. My guess is that at least some of those involved restaurant and hospitality workers. And then we had 100 straight up employment complaints that were fielded by our mediation team.
And I know years ago, there was a conversation about how we're handling DOES at first instance and then OAG kind of handling more of the pattern and practice cases. Has that evolved in the last 2 years to you all taking on more of these cases at first instance?
Honestly, Councilwoman, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know whether the uptick in complaints that we have seen in the workers' rights space means that there has been a corresponding downtick with complaints that DOES receives. I just don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Restorative justice. So we have from your answers that 110 cases were declined or deemed ineligible. Does that include cases where the youth is going to trial or absconding or being rearrested before the restorative justice process takes place? Or what would the examples be of a case not being eligible?
Sure. And Mrs. Cooper, can you lean into that one?
Sure. So, I mean, there are some reasons why a case will be, like, could be selected, pulled, to offer restorative justice. You know, homicide cases aren't going to be suitable for it. Sex offenses are not going to be suitable for restorative justice. Another reason, and restorative justice is not diversion. So restorative justice is something that's tacked on to, you know, if a kid is on a DDA, if they're getting probation, even if they're getting committed, they can have the option of restorative justice at some point, for a select number of cases. A reason why a child restorative justice might not work is that the victim doesn't want to participate. It's voluntary for them. We don't pressure victims to do it. So if they don't want to do it, then it can't go forward. Sometimes the kid doesn't want to do it. They don't want to participate, don't want to atone, don't want to meet the victim. So that would make another reason why it would be sent back.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So I'm not going to have a discussion with you today about Cure the Streets and our violence interruption program because I'm going to save that for another day soon.
Okay.
But I appreciate your continued effort in the unique model that is our local prosecutor's office, managing violence prevention and managing a program that has expanded significantly over the last several years that is so well regarded in the community and that is making a very important impact. I respectfully disagree with the way my colleague framed not moving forward with a merger. I do think a merger is important and necessary. And I also think in doing so, we need to honor the great work that has gone on at Cure the Streets and the fidelity to the model of violence interruption, which is different than providing community resources citywide to every ward. And so I look forward to continuing that conversation with you and Director Sneed and the mayor and the deputy mayor moving forward. But I just wanted to name that is why I'm not going to have a conversation about it today with you, because more to come on that soon.
We look forward to it.
Thank you. All right. Well, that concludes my questions for you today. I know you're disappointed to hear that. But I want to give you a chance, as always, if you have any closing remarks or want to highlight something that we didn't get a chance to talk about.
No, as always, your committee and your staff's comprehensiveness in terms of going through the oversight process is one that we get a chance to reflect on the work that we're doing over the course of a year. I think it's a very important thing to let the public know. I'm in favor of transparency in terms of our oversight and government process. And as I also said, it's an opportunity every year when we go through this. You can see the extraordinary people. They're in this room because they've been spending a lot of time answering the questions that you asked, and hopefully you have the information you need. But we also use it as an opportunity to reflect on how we can get better. We take a lot of pride in the work we do. We are mission driven. I believe I've got the greatest team of professionals, that the District of Columbia has the greatest team of professionals in the Office of Attorney General fighting every day for them. But that doesn't mean that we can't get better. We all can. And so this oversight process, the comprehensiveness of it, allows us to dig in and ask ourselves, are we pushing ourselves to get better? And so I thank you for that. And I thank you for your partnership on so much of the work that we're doing and are looking forward to continue doing. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, General. And I appreciate you saying that about oversight. I think that's an important way to view it, that it's a good kind of check-in for all of us. And as someone who used to work at the Office of Attorney General and used to be part of the team that would put together some of those oversight responses, I know how time consuming it is. And I say to my team all the time, we don't ask questions just for the sake of a question. Only going to ask a question if we need to know it, if it's going to inform our work, and we all read all of those answers cover to cover. And it helps us greatly in being a partner to you all. So thank you, because I know it's a big effort and a big lift. And want to thank you again and your entire team for all you do every single day for the residents of our wonderful city. We're lucky to have you here, and look forward to a great, productive year ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we are concluded with the oversight hearing in the Office of Attorney General. We are going to move right into our next agency, where we will focus on HSEMA. All right. HSEMA, we are going to hear from our public witnesses first, and then our government witnesses. Our public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. Thank you, Rachel Feinstein, for your patience. I've seen you here all day. Rachel Feinstein, Robert Vincent Branham, and Sandra Seegers, who's joining us virtually. We can get started with Rachel Feinstein, Director of DC Government and Community Relations, Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. And if I can ask everybody in the chambers to try to keep your voices down a little bit so we can hear from our public witnesses. Go ahead, Ms. Feinstein.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Good afternoon. Thank you as well to staff and everyone on the team here. My name is Rachel Feinstein. I'm a Ward 6 resident and the Director of DC Government and Community Relations with the Jewish Community Relations Council, JCRC. The JCRC is the public affairs arm of the local Jewish community, representing over 100 synagogues, community centers, schools, social service agencies, including nearly 20 in the district alone, representing at about 10% of the DC population. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about our experiences with HSEMA and the administration of the federal nonprofit security grant program specifically. I also want to clarify that this program is not to be confused with the recently launched DC-funded Safe and Secure DC Nonprofit Fund administered by the Mayor's Office for Public Safety and Justice and recently established by the leaders in this room today. So thank you for that as well. The NSGP is funded federally and administered by state agencies to help nonprofits at risk of hate crimes pay for security enhancements and personnel. HSEMA administers this program for DC in addition to parts of Maryland and Virginia within the National Capital Region. We are truly grateful for this program as it provides significant investments and opportunities which enable Washingtonians, Marylanders, and Virginians to worship safely and joyfully. The federal program remains vital, but grantees have experienced significant challenges when attempting to communicate with HSEMA program administrators. I reached out to HSEMA staff before this hearing to try to find ways to communicate more effectively, but I never received a response to my inquiry. This is indicative, perhaps, of the community's experience in working with HSEMA, no response to emails or even an acknowledgement of receipt, and I think we all know how that feels when you're on the end of that as well. HSEMA expects grantees to turn in paperwork on time, which is reasonable, but in many cases, it's almost impossible to do so when responses from administrators are so delayed. For example, grantees send several emails requesting paperwork assistance or grant extensions, but administrators take several weeks or even months to reply, which delay and in some cases prohibit funds from being fully spent within the grant timeframe. Attached to my submitted testimony are some more detailed examples provided by grantees about their experiences. One grant coordinator reported to us that they had a process question for DC's HSEMA. After a week or so passed with no response to several emails with the clock ticking, the coordinator reached out to a different program in a different state to get the answer they needed. We know HSEMA staff is very hardworking, covering DC and multiple jurisdictions, for which we're grateful. The process today is not equitable or transparent. We look forward to working with you and our partners at HSEMA to find resolutions to continue supporting this valuable program and dedicated staff.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony. I'll come back to you for a question. Sandra Seegers, founder, Concerned Residents Against Violence. Ms. Seegers, are you here? I can see your name on the screen and that you're off mute, but we can't hear you. Okay, hold for one moment. We're going to hear from one of our ONSE public witnesses, and then we'll come back to you. Chico Tillman. Chico Tillman, you can join and accept as a panelist, and Sandra Seegers, you can go ahead for HSEMA.
Oh, you want me to go?
Yes, you can go.
Okay, you can hear me now. I don't know what happened. Okay, and this is the Homeland Security?
That's right.
Okay. My name is Sandra Seegers. I'm a Ward 8 resident. This is one of the most important agencies within the DC government. This agency has to stay ready for any emergency that may arise. Active shooters, bioterrorism, cyber attacks, extreme heat, earthquakes, floods, hazardous material incidents, hurricanes, improvised explosive devices, power outages, and as well as local and local crime and traffic. After having Kim McCall, Outreach and Community Engagement Director, attend our first Friday group meeting, we were informed about two services that all residents should be aware of: Alert DC and Ready DC. Alert DC provides emergency information directly to your email, cell phone, or text message. Ready DC gives you step-by-step details on how to prepare for emergencies. As far as I can see, they are up to par, and off the top of my head, I have no suggestions on what they should do differently. All ANC commissioners, all churches, organizations, schools, and civic associations should invite them to meetings for a presentation. They would not regret it. And I wish that the office would reach out to the ANCs at least to attend their meetings and give them a presentation. And I like this organization. That's the end of my statement.
Thank you, Ms. Seegers.
You're welcome.
Chico Tillman, are you here? Okay, you can go ahead. You can join the panel.
Afternoon for everyone. So I try to be as brief and concise as possible. First of all, thank you. As a person who has been in the field of community violence intervention for 2 decades, and has supported the city of Washington, D.C. since its inception, along with Cure the Streets and everything. When I was at Cure Violence, it's just amazing to see the evolution of the body of work in the city of DC. And really, I want to thank Councilmember Brooke Pinto and the Committee of Public Safety for really recognizing the importance of keeping communities safe and understanding the part it plays in the entire ecosystem. My name is Dr. Chico Tillman, and I am the Executive Director at the University of Chicago Community Violence Leadership Academy. What really got me interested in this process was I had a conversation with 2 of my close friends, Dr. Daniel Webster and Dr. Joe Richardson, who introduced me to Kevin Donahue, and we began to talk about the many cities across the country I worked in, and he asked me how could I come in and serve or support the body of work that you're doing in DC to enhance it. And he introduced me to people at the ONSE office, and I began to have conversations with Director Sneed about some of the work that had been done at the ONSE office, and I informed her that I was a close friend, not only of some of the previous individuals who ran the office, but in particular, Linda was a close friend of mine, and we did several projects together. So what brings me here today is I was able to assist the ONSE office with an assessment. And I just want to tell you a few of the things that came out of the assessment and talk about what's currently I was able to observe as someone who has not only done research for CVI programs across the country, but help start, implement, create, design, and onboard organizations throughout the United States and abroad. First of all, I love the way that they are taking a more holistic approach or comprehensive approach to looking at the body of work. And one of the things I observed is a need for restructuring. And I will say Director Sneed has been open-minded about how to implement new strategies and policies, and also creating a strategic plan to align the ONSE office more with the mission and values and vision of the organization, as opposed to the way it was moving at first. I see it's beeping. I don't know what that means.
It means that time's up.
In 2 minutes?
In 3 minutes. All of our
Okay.
public witnesses have 3 minutes. So if you could summarize and wrap up.
Okay, I'll wrap up. Also, we were able to bring Director Sneed in, and she's a part of the CBI Leadership Academy, which is a compilation of leaders across the country, her counterparts, so that they can have peer learning along with learn different implementation strategies across the country. So any questions you want to ask me in regards to the body of work I've done supporting the assessment and Director Sneed, I'd love for you to ask at this point.
Well, thank you very much. As you know, we're still focused on HSEMA right now, but wanted
Okay.
to make sure you had a chance to testify
Okay.
while you were here. So thank you for
Okay.
joining us.
Perfect.
Ms. Feinstein, when you talk about the lack of engagement, from your perspective in working with so many organizations that are applying for these grants, what do you think the best practice would be on community education and involvement so that everybody is on the same page of what may be available, how they can seek these resources that are so needed, especially now?
I think transparency from staff to the community of maybe like what their preferred email time window is. Some grantees have noticed that there's a particular time of day that they receive a response. And sometimes if they don't receive a response within that day or the next day, they don't get one at all. So do they have preferred working hours where they're, does the staff have a working time where they're only working on this particular project? Or like what is their preferred communication method and when? There's also a platform for grantees online where they track their paperwork, and I'm not sure, but some grantees suggested in their feedback creating a communication like feedback loop within the portal. I think I'm not sure if there's a communications capability within the grant management portal where you submit paperwork and can track things. But just basics, having maybe a quarterly or twice a year community phone call with grantees or with anyone interested in the program, just to create that feedback loop and provide that ability to speak with staff and know that there's a set time, kind of like an office hours kind of scenario could be helpful. And there were other suggestions in the documentation as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll certainly talk to the director about it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Tillman, as we think about the future of violence interruption and possibly merging our two violence interruption programs, there are some questions around which model should be utilized. In your view, how important is fidelity to a traditional kind of cure type model where the site selections are purely based on the areas experiencing the most gun violence versus what ONSE has lately been moving towards kind of spreading around all wards?
Well, that's a great question. If you think about the way the body of works looks across the country, cure is a little bit antiquated. And there has been an evolution and a more of a multidisciplinary approach to the work, where now we understand that in order to decrease violence, it takes everybody. What I mean by everybody, it takes different agencies to support the body of work. Let me just give you a real natural example. If an individual has a participant who is ensnared in a cycle of violence, but at the root of it, it's because he lacks housing, then this organization doesn't have housing. Or the individual could have substance use disorder. So there has to be connectivity to other agencies throughout the city where if we want to get the individual a warm handoff, we could get him the services that's contributing to him committing these acts of violence. So what we really understand now that the component that is most important for a CBI organization is accessing these individuals and getting these individuals into the proper services that are the underlying or root causes of violence. We want to, of course, do mediations, interventions, but also we want to deal with the situation or whatever is causing them to, disregard the normal way of resolving conflict and using a more aggressive way. That's why we look toward more multidisciplinary and comprehensive ways of doing it and leverage the strength of the city to connect them to other agencies. So what we would do is be able to expedite services based upon the same way you triage in the hospital. You could just say if you're waiting for 2 hours and you got your ankle broke. If a person come in and a gunshot victim, they skips you because it's more urgent. And it could be the same way if we have an individual who's on the cusp of committing a violent event. We could get them into services faster, which will call the likelihood of them committing violence less likely. But also we want to have some type of behavior management mechanism in place, like CBT, CBI, something that allows them to have situational decision-making skills. So not just engaging the individuals and interrupting violence like firefighters, but bringing them into programming to help them now to be able to mitigate their own thoughts when they have those inclinations to resolve conflict with a violent incident.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much. And Ms. Seegers, while you're here, out of respect for your time too, I want to give you the same offer if you'd like to share your testimony on ONSE. I know you're also signed up for them.
Yes. I heard his answer, and I agree with most of what he's saying, because the ONSE office was put in place specifically for gun violence and crime. Whereas the AG's office, they have so many things to do. If you're trying to do too much, you can't do anything too well. So I believe that the ONSE office should handle the crime prevention. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, thank you to all of our public witnesses today for HSEMA and a couple for ONSE. And we're going to move on now to Director Osborne and his team. Thank you all. Director, welcome. No, take your time. I'm so sorry to see that. While you're getting organized, if I can ask your team to introduce yourselves, your name and your position for the record with your mic on. There we go.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Adrian Gill. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for HSEMA.
Good afternoon. I'm John Nitz. I am the AFO that supports HSEMA.
Thank you all. And we have Director Clint Osborne here as well. And can I ask you all to turn your mics on again? I'm going to swear you all in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
I do.
I do.
Great. Thank you all very much. Welcome. We didn't have too many public witnesses for HSEMA today, but I'm glad you had an opportunity to hear their perspective. And so we can certainly talk about some of the public engagement side of things. And at the earlier this morning, I provided some comments and thanks to all HSEMA has been engaged in, not only over the course of the last year, but over the last 7 weeks in particular. Feels like 10 years worth of public emergency and safety events. And so thank you very much for your leadership and your entire team's professionalism and ability to provide direction, coordination, and safety for so many of us during a very intense several weeks. We were in touch regularly over this past weekend following a Pepco incident with a fire underground that resulted in power outages for over 1,000 residents and stakeholders and businesses. And so I do want to talk with you a little bit this afternoon about what triggers HSEMA's involvement in a type of event like that, So just wanted to put that out there. But first, let me turn to you and see if you have any opening statement you'd like to provide for the record.
I do, and on behalf of all of HSEMA, thank you for the acknowledgement. Chairperson Pinto, members, staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Clint Osborne, Director of the District of Columbia's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, also known as HSEMA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on HSEMA's performance in FY24 and 25 to date. I'm joined today by HSEMA's Chief Administrative Officer, Adrian Gill, and Agency Fiscal Officer from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, which is always a mouthful, John Nitz, as well as members of our senior leadership team, both here and online. I'd like to take a moment first to acknowledge the entire HSEMA team. Throughout a year that's been intense for the entire public safety and justice cluster, as you've mentioned, Chair, and many of our district government partners, the HSEMA team has stayed focused and consistently rising to the occasion for our community. And for that, I say thank you to the HSEMA team. This year in 25, HSEMA celebrates its 75th year as an organization. From its origins as the Office of Civil Defense in 1950 through the transition to emergency management, and then through the birth and maturing of Homeland Security after the 9/11 attacks, HSEMA has evolved to meet the needs of the community. While the language has changed with the times and practices, HSEMA's mission remains to ensure that district agencies, businesses, and residents are prepared to prevent, protect against, respond to, mitigate, and recover from all threats and hazards. Before, during, and after special events and emergencies, our purpose is clear. Make sure that the district meets the mayor's goals and objectives for our community through the collective effort of the departments, agencies, and local partners. We do this in close coordination with our neighbors from Maryland and Virginia to coordinate public messaging across our porous boundaries and rally specialized resources. We call this incident management, and it's the reason that HSEMA exists, to ensure that the district as an enterprise effectively manages all levels of incidents, from the daily challenges to planned special events to catastrophic disasters. But to run smoothly, incident management requires continuous and often unglamorous preparedness work. Today's testimony will highlight how HSEMA balanced preparedness and incident management during this demanding performance year. I'll address them separately for the purposes of clarity, but I think you'll quickly see how they're really intertwined. So preparedness is everything that we do to get ready to effectively and efficiently manage incidents. There are two overarching goals in preparedness. The first is to reduce the risk that our community faces from threats and hazards. The second is building institutional capacity to manage emergencies when they do inevitably occur. We know the risks that the district faces are varied and we can't see into the future. However, we are focused on the core activities that will improve our ability to manage any incident. I'll highlight 4 projects that demonstrate the broad nature of projects that HSEMA manages and the varied elements of preparedness. First, we implemented a new organizational structure for the district's Emergency Operations Center. You'll hear me use the term EOC throughout the day, called the Incident Support Model. This new framework updates much of our procedural guidance and aligns day-to-day and emergency roles for staff so that they're better positioned to perform their roles during emergencies. After a series of trainings and exercises to prepare for this transition, we successfully implemented this new model for the July 4th activation. We also deployed a team of 8 EOC staff to Haywood County in Western North Carolina to assist with the response to Hurricane Helene. The deployed personnel brought back valuable insights on the impacts of extreme weather events that may benefit the district in our own future responses to severe weather impacts. Second, we focused on the district's emergency communications ecosystem. This year, we've grown our partnership with commercial carriers to expand cellular voice and data coverage more quickly and in more targeted ways during incidents. Similarly, we took steps to install a suite of new antennas and radios at the EOC to enhance our ability to communicate public alert and warning and maintain communications during catastrophic disasters. Third, we continued work on the St. Elizabeth microgrid project. This year, we reached a key milestone with the council's approval to advance to the design phase. We're now focused on designing a reliable, efficient, and resilient energy solution for the St. Elizabeth East Campus, including the Office of Unified Communications 311 and 911 call center, our backup emergency operations center for the district, and the Joint Information Center, as well as Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center and other off-takers. I highlight this project because it's a prime example of how we reduce risk to the community by hardening our most critical infrastructure. Over the last 10 years, we've fortified DC water pumping stations so that they don't fail during floods and established a regional network of partners for monitoring grocery, fuel, and water supply chains during emergencies. This year, we educated the senior community on heat emergencies with AARP and identified areas throughout the district where we'll place sensors to provide better situational awareness and warn the community of flooding in real time. Reducing risk to the community through hazard mitigation means district residents and businesses experience fewer impacts and are better able to self-solve, reducing the need for support during emergencies. And according to the National Institute of Building Sciences, we save $13 for every dollar we spend on natural hazard mitigation. Finally, I want to share an example of how we never waste an opportunity to test and evaluate ourselves as an agency. 2 weekends ago, we installed a new battery backup for the Emergency Operations Center, and the final stage required us to shut down several of our essential systems. We used this as an opportunity to exercise our continuity of operations plan, and we were successful in temporarily relocating our mission essential watch and information sharing functions to our backup location at the Unified Communications Center. This ensures that we can complete our mission in any conditions. And to underscore the importance of these and other initiatives, in October, the district received full approval from the Emergency Management Accreditation Program, having met or exceeded 73 different standards for emergency preparedness. And that's not HSEMA. As an aside, that's the entire district program. We've held this accreditation continuously for 23 years. We were one of the first 2 jurisdictions in the nation to hold this accreditation, and I think it demonstrates the district's longstanding commitment to emergency preparedness. Now I'd like to speak a little bit about incident management, which is the coordinated series of steps that we take with a whole of government approach to minimize the impacts of special events and emergencies. Our standing goals in this space are 1, to protect life, property, and the environment; 2, to minimize the impacts to DC government operations in the community; and 3, to ensure our ability, again as an enterprise, as a district, to quickly recover from shocks and stressors. Everything we execute during incident management is an all-hands-on-deck effort in support of these goals. When we actively manage an incident, the agency's core focus is on that mission essential function. And during 24 and 25 to date, HSEMA has provided incident management support and coordination for 59 distinct incidents. And I'll mention a few that you've actually already alluded to, Councilmember. From March of 2024 to March of 2025, the district will have hosted 6 national special security events. We've completed the 2024 State of the Union, the 75th NATO Summit, the counting and certification of electoral votes, the state funeral for former President Jimmy Carter, and the 60th presidential inauguration. Number 6, the 2025 Joint Address to Congress is slated for early next month. Now, every NSSE requires months of extensive advanced planning. We began coordinating in earnest for these events in April when our team on the Mayor's Special Events Task Group began organizing the DC Presidential Inaugural Committee, or DC PIC, to execute the district's unique role in hosting the 60th presidential inauguration. Staff throughout the agency led or participated in a dozen subcommittees under the DC PIC. And at the same time, our staff joined 28 U.S. Secret Service subcommittees for each of the 6 NSSEs. These are intensive planning sessions to scope and deliver every aspect of safety and security for these high-risk events. And between the monthly touch points and the planning and preparedness load for a single national special security event, the work is effectively continuous. Our staff also had leading roles in hosting briefings with hundreds of ANC commissioners, businesses, places of worship, and school leaders to share information on road closures and other restrictions. In the background, HSEMA's preparedness team executed a progressive series of exercises with dozens of agencies to refine our plans for these events. And when the event arrives, in this case, the 6 or 7 or 8 events, it involves carefully coordinated execution, often for days at a time. In January of this year, for example, we activated the district's Joint Operations Center, Emergency Operations Center and Joint Information Center, the EOC and the JIC, for 15 total days to support 3 NSSEs and the tragic crash between a military helicopter and American Airlines Flight 5342 on January 29th. Several of these days, I'll note, were 24-hour days, so we worked the entire shift. So that means that 75% of the business days in January were dedicated to incident management. It's remarkable that the district managed 6 NSSEs in 1 year. It's something that has never been done in the United States and may never be done again, anywhere in the nation. I'm proud of the consistency, care, and professionalism that the HSEMA team brought to these events. And while NSSEs challenged us to prepare for known planned events, we also had multiple complex no-notice incidents this year, and I'd like to quickly highlight 3. First, you'll recall last summer, heat emergencies started early and happened often. This included an extended early season heat wave that lasted 10 days in May. It was so early in the year that Mayor Bowser directed the Department of Parks and Rec to expedite the opening of spray parks and pools, while staff across multiple agencies worked with the media to get the message out to the public. This is an example of where HSEMA leads the year-round packaging and distribution of emergency alerts and public messaging to inform residents and businesses on how they can best protect themselves and their neighbors. Second, around 9 p.m. on July 3rd, 2024, DC Water notified HSEMA that the Washington Aqueduct was contaminated with what was called an algae bloom. This required coordination of a boil water advisory for the entire district and all of Arlington County. And we then had to navigate on the 4th, hosting multiple special events during a heat emergency while under the boil water advisory during the July 4th celebrations. Once again, the HSEMA team worked through the night to implement protective measures, prepare and distribute protective public messaging, and support district agencies with bottled water for their staff. And finally, I want to highlight HSEMA's role in the district's response to the tragic crash on January 29th. The Fusion Center flagged the event from the 911 dispatches, then immediately began collecting information from social media and radio traffic. They updated our internal channels as they got better and better information, and they alerted the community through AlertDC and then through our public safety networks. We activated the EOC and the JIC to address interjurisdictional issues and minimize disruptions to the Unified Command and to centralize the distribution of public information. As the incident unfolded that night and in the following days, HSEMA's response staff moved with the Unified Command Group to DCA and posted up at the Family Assistance Center in Bethesda to support the families of the survivors. Our ongoing recovery support continues as we manage the cost recovery process for the agencies and the mutual aid partners, and we prepare for the after-action process. In closing, I'm proud of the HSEMA team's dedication to the residents, businesses, and visitors of the District of Columbia. I hope it's clear from my testimony, which can only provide a portion of our accomplishments, that our team is relentlessly self-improving and unwaveringly committed to our mission. And I'd like to thank them again for their remarkable work as we continue into FY 2025. I thank Mayor Muriel Bowser for her leadership, City Administrator Kevin Donahue, and Deputy Mayor Lindsay Apia for their continued guidance. It's an honor to serve the district as part of this leadership team, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. This concludes my testimony, and I'm available to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Director Osborne. So there are some emergencies or special events that we can plan for, like the presidential inauguration that we know is coming every 4 years. There are other emergencies that we can't plan for, like the terrible plane crash or a visit with a world leader that we weren't anticipating. And so how do you balance ensuring HSEMA has sufficient resources throughout the year and upcoming year with the likelihood that emergencies will pop up so that we don't strain our resources for the basics that we need to provide every day?
That's one of my favorite questions. I'm glad you asked it. It is a challenge. I think the challenge for us as an agency is that it's the same people, right? It's the same folks that work day to day, making sure that all the programs, like we heard about, like our nonprofit security grant program, that they go out the door and that those things happen. And at the same time, those folks, when we get into incident management, they bounce right into new roles. It's one of the reasons we've been working over the last couple of years to really evaluate what we ask of our staff and when we ask it, to make sure that we're asking it of them when the need is there. And that we're making it as easy and as seamless for our team to jump in and do their roles. Adrian here is a great example where she may be working on our agency as our CAO. She may be working on our agency's finances and our budget one day, and she may put that down and set it aside, and she may have to step in and guide us through emergency procurement with OCP during an incident. Make sure that like we had during the early times during the crash, that we were able to provide food to some of our partners, our responders that were going to be out there all night long. So the way we do that is we've been looking very concertedly over time of really what we're asking of our folks and how can we streamline. And one of the ways that we did that I talked about during my testimony is ensuring that the roles that they do every day are aligned to the roles that they do during emergencies. That's one of the big things. I think the second thing is we just have to continue to balance meeting the basics, right? The things that we have to do all the time with our incidents. We've made a number of changes. I mentioned we had 59 different incidents. We can scale the way we respond to an incident. We didn't have the entire Emergency Operations Center and the Joint Information Center in the building operating over the weekend when you and I were communicating. Rather, we had some folks who were taking turns covering from home remotely. We had only one or two folks who were actually either on site or in the field working. So we're able to scale our staffing support to meet the needs of the incident. But at the end of the day, we're going to meet the needs of the incident. That's where we work our way backwards. We say, what does our community need from this incident? Where can we best provide that support? And then we just basically figure out how to scale to get to that. And then we just do a really focused job on making sure our folks are taken care of.
Thank you. Do you have confidence that for the rest of this year, you have sufficient resources and staffing to be nimble in a ever evolving state of temperature shifts and, the snow events we've had, possibly additional, heat warnings this summer, things that we can look at last year and track a little bit of what may be coming?
I feel very confident. You said that there are events that we don't plan. We don't plan for that specific event, right? But we are constantly, through our community risk assessment process, we're constantly evaluating the risks to the community. And that's a balance of what are the types of incidents that we could have, and then what are the impacts to the community if we have it. And our team at HSEMA and with our partners across the district at both the city level and the federal level are constantly having the conversation about what's going on in the world, what's going on in the district. Are there new ways that incidents are occurring that maybe we are not used to? Cyber is a great example where cyber is like ever evolving, right? The way a cyber attack can happen, the purposes of a cyber attack can continue to evolve. The impacts that we see as an agency or as a district government continue to evolve and change. So what we do is we focus year round on preparedness. And we do have a great team on the preparedness side of the house that we try to only bring them into the incident management side when we really, really need them for our larger events. And that allows them to stay focused, whether it's on risk reduction through resilience, or whether that's through planning, training, and exercises with our partners. We try to balance that, and we're constantly balancing that. That's something we're doing all the time as a senior leadership team.
Thank you. In terms of what happened with the plane crash over the Potomac, it's almost one of the most challenging situations we could even imagine simulating, not only with the tragic number of victims, but also how many agencies and jurisdictions were involved and how complicated the recovery it was. From your perspective in helping to coordinate some of the response within our district agencies and across regions, how did that work in practice? How were those decisions made in real time? And were there any areas of improvement that you would like to see moving forward if something terrible like that were to happen again?
I'm going to avoid getting into a lot of areas for improvement because we're still very, very close to that incident. We haven't had a chance to really hot wash it with a lot of our partners and do that in a structured way. One of the things that we look at is how quickly were we able to meet the needs of the community. And in this case, we knew, I think, pretty quickly that all 67 folks involved in that had died, which changes the dynamic a little bit. And obviously, the conditions that police and that MPD and DC Fire worked under on the river were about as challenging as we can have here. It was frigid. There was ice on the water. It was in the river. Water operations, especially at night, are especially challenging, and Fire and EMS and MPD can tell you all about that. What I think we saw were a couple of things that we've worked really diligently as a region and as a district to do that I would highlight right now as early effective practices. The first is that we were able to have multiple different agencies providing critical limited resources to solve a problem together. And that sounds simple, but it's not always simple because there are a lot of things that go into letting each one of those assets, whether that's an individual diver or a boat, work in that water together. As you can imagine, boat operations when we have divers in the water is also extremely challenging and dangerous. So I think one of the first metrics I would look at is we didn't have any acute injuries. We didn't have any significant acute injuries to our operations, to our operators in the water. That's huge. That's huge. The second thing is our partners, we were able through standing mutual aid agreements. You're familiar, we can go to the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, which is our interstate agreement, but we were able as a district to pull in a lot of those, especially specialized resources, water rescue resources and things like that through our local and federal partners from around the region. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because our partners work together all the time with each other to make sure that they know what each other can do and that they can call them in and they know when they get there what your limitations are and what our needs are. That worked really, really well in this. The third thing I would highlight, and then I'll pause, is we were able to establish under DC Fire, under Chief Donnelly, a very effective incident command structure. MPD folded up under there, then our federal partners rolled up under there, and over the course of the coming days, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority Police rolled up under there. Eventually, we had the airport staff supporting us, and we were able to start, like, you know, that first operating period is always challenging. And again, it's night. It's a high intensity incident. There are a lot of safety issues that they're tracking. There's a lot of information to be gathering, but we were able to establish and roll up a lot of issues under the incident command very, very quickly, and then continue to mature that over the course of the next couple of days as we got a better and better understanding of what it would take to remove the wreckage, remove the victims, and support the families. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because we work together regularly, we train together regularly. Chief Donnelly highlighted a number of the what we call incident management team trainings that we provided to all of the public safety partners locally and in the region. And those are the kinds of things that allow that initial response to go really smoothly.
And in an incident like this, where FEMS was really taking on a huge role in the recovery, and then OCME was taking on a huge role with the mortuary piece of this and connecting to families, is HSEMA really operating as the central coordination function, kind of regardless of the emergency, so that there's always that consistency?
That's exactly right. So we look at every incident and we say, what is the crisis? Like, what is the fire that we have to put out, the threat that we have to mitigate and reduce? And there's a lead agency for that. Just like you said, if it's a cyber incident, it might be OCTO. If it's a fire, it's going to be fire. We look at every incident differently, but in every incident across all of the crises types, HSEMA is the consequence management agency, and we provide direct support to the agencies as they need it. And we run all the centralized functions across district government that allow our operations to continue.
Thank you. When it comes to the the disaster mortuary operational response teams, especially in an emergency like this that's so fast moving, whose responsibility is it to make that contact and make that call on who's going to manage which piece of it?
So the way our emergency operations plan is laid out, we identify our emergency and disaster services. We have missions and we have services. And what we do is with each of the agencies, we look at what they might or will be called upon during any emergency to stand up and do. OCME is our lead for mass fatality management. Again, they're going to provide the direct services in terms of collecting remains, doing identification, matching matching up with families for victim identification, positive identification. But in this case, this is a great example where DC Fire said to them very early on, their response, OCME was almost immediately activated and engaged in this. And at the unified command level, between OCME and DC Fire said, we can get this started really quickly and give you a little time buffer to get additional capability set up. And in doing that, we were able to immediately start collecting remains, which were already presenting to our responders. So I actually think this went really smoothly. Of course, OCME will look at that operation and they'll find lessons learned through their operations. And I'm sure Fire will do the same. And that's really what we want a citywide after action process for.
Okay, but in terms of the call that is made to just, like, even when you say mass mortality, that they manage it, what is the threshold of a mass mortality incident that would trigger their involvement? And if it's all subjective, who makes that call?
Oh, so OCME handles all fatalities in the district, right? And so on any given incident, whether it's with police and fire on a normal incident, OCME is involved. For something like this, it's an immediate decision that we're in that space. We had a lot of fatalities. We knew really one of the initial triggers for us was when we got the size of the American Airlines flight, right? Originally, it came through as a small plane. As we got better information, we knew that the number was above 60. That's an obvious mass fatality. At the end of the day, whether it's mass fatality or mass casualty, the mass just means that it's beyond what we currently have online to manage as part of our normal system operations. And so when when working with the unified command, it's really going to be at that point, right? It's going to be the incident commander, in this case it was Fire Chief Donnelly, who's going to look at that and formally say to OCME, here's what we think we have. And OCME will look at that and say, yeah, we're going to turn on our mass fatality management capability for this. Because OCME is looking at that and saying, we need to bring in additional staff and additional specialized resources to manage these fatalities in a timely manner.
Thank you. So speaking of a different type of incident, the Pepco outage over the weekend, where over 1,000 residents and customers were impacted. There was a early morning fire underground about 4 a.m. on Friday morning that caused this power outage. What was HSEMA's specific role or ability to make resources available to people in that outage?
So we're constantly managing and monitoring, more monitoring than managing, especially these types of regular routine outages. So we on the morning of at 5:17 a.m. on the 21st, we sent an alert DC notification about fire department activity in the area. That's a standard alert that we would send when we know that there's going to be activity in an area, and we're making residents aware of it. At the end of the day, and Ms. Seegers did a great public service announcement for Alert DC, we believe that the district's residents and businesses and visitors are in the best position to make their own decisions at the time of an incident in their area about how to protect themselves for most incidents. So our first thing that we did was that morning is we sent out an Alert DC notification per our practices. What we also confirmed with the Fire Operations Center that Pepco was on scene and servicing the manhole. It was much later in the day that I think that we really started to understand in like the 1 o'clock range, where Pepco started to tell us like this is a pretty significant underground fire. If you've ever talked to Pepco after one of these, the underground fires are challenging. They're contained. They're very, very hot. There's some hazardous materials. It takes a lot of time for them to get in safely and assess the situation. As the day went through, we got an update later in the evening, closer to the 5:30 range, and then we started to get some notifications that DHS was working with the Aston, which is one of our transitional communities, and that building was without power. And that the generator that Pepco had provided wasn't going to be able to power the HVAC. We stepped in and just communicated with DHS to see what else they needed. They were able to tell us at that point with high degree of confidence that they were buttoned up, that they had a place to put those residents. And then we provided a connection to DPR for transportation. They wanted to work through their contract provider couldn't provide it. They reached out to us, we went to DPR and helped sort of work that out. That's a pretty typical practice for an incident where we have displacements. Although as you're familiar, sometimes if it's a rental situation and it's a little smaller, we'll often go to OTA, and OTA will provide the housing support. In this case, there was a client relationship, so it really made a lot of sense. At that point, we knew that the most emergent unmet need was met, and we buttoned up for the night. And then the next morning, we were out, and you and I were talking. And we had our Chief of Operations and Intelligence was out working directly with Pepco. We were talking directly to some senior Pepco folks, as well as talking to their command center. They were giving us readouts from their incident management calls. So we were getting a pretty good handle on things. And this was on Saturday. By that point, by the middle of the day, they were able to tell us, look, power's probably not going to be on. I'm not sure if you heard the initial estimates where it could be a couple more days. Ultimately, they were able to turn it on by 11 o'clock on Sunday, which was wonderful. And that morning was when the conversation about warming centers came up. And PEPCO said to us, look, we're not going to have the power back on today. Can you establish a warming center? And what we know from our experience is that our residents feel most comfortable in places where they already go. So we reached out through DC Public Libraries, and they were able to ensure that they could absorb any residents who needed warming, charging, and bathrooms at the West End Library. And then on top of that, as we went through the day and held coordination calls with probably a dozen partners, they voluntarily said, you know, like we can probably extend our hours if that's needed. We confirmed that it would be a nice thing to do. And they, through their security, were able to do that. And then basically we just did the same thing in reverse on Sunday morning. Now on Sunday morning, we'd been working with PEPCO and we were pretty confident at that point that they were going to have the power back on earlier than expected. And so we continued to point residents toward the West End Library. DC Public Libraries Police opened it early, not for services. And this is a pretty typical, what I would call like isolated incident, not impactful, but isolated to a specific area with a limited number of manageable impacts.
Are there resources that HSEMA has available to help residents move into hotels for the evening? Not the residents of the Aston, which we can get into in a moment, but other residents in apartment buildings or condominiums who were also without heat in freezing temperatures, and many of whom's buildings did not have access to backup generators.
Yeah, we don't. That's not something that's currently part of our remit or our budget. We don't have the ability to contract with hotels. When we have a community, especially of renters that are impacted, we'll work with them. The Red Cross historically has provided some level of support, but over time, especially as the district has had more and more fires, they've gotten stricter and stricter about saying like, look, we need to provide the services for our mission, which is smaller residential fires. So there's not actually a capability for that. OTA can do it, but it has to be a rental situation. The exception is that when we have an identified population that has a known vulnerability, we do know, like, for example, the Aston, like that was a situation where we worked with DHS and said, what do you need? And they said, we've got it covered. We just need some transportation support. But if, we have provided support and services in the past. For example, like the Arthur Caper fire, you'll recall, we had 63 units or 180 units. And the district provided direct support for that. But that was because we had a fiduciary relationship with the building. And that was a highly vulnerable population, like as a closed, highly vulnerable population.
So let's talk about the Aston specifically. So the fire happened at 4 a.m. on Friday morning. And at 4 p.m., PEPCO told me that they were confident the power would not be restored that evening.
Mm-hmm.
There had been no update made to the public about that. I went to the Aston about 10 minutes later, and I told them this news. They had not had a plan with DHS yet. They were trying to get through to someone at DHS. I then called the deputy mayor and the interim director of DHS, who were both very responsive and got back to the folks at the Aston, and then, identified locations for residents to move to the night. But it worried me that the information was already available at that stage. The power had already been out for 12 hours. Some of the residents were out of the building that day and were told to go to the Downtown Day Services Center or other locations. The staff and security was there wearing blankets, freezing. It was a freezing day, and there was still no communication and no plan in place. And so I just raised that as an example of, at what point is the city stepping in when these emergencies happen, even though, of course, it's a PEPCO response?
Right.
Like, where's the threshold?
So we're in the process of doing a quick after action report for this. We're looking at this both on the operations side and the communication side. request a little more time to do that as it just happened this weekend. But I agree with you, and it goes back to what you were saying, like there's a crisis agency and a consequence agency. In this case, the crisis is the power outage, and that's PEPCO, and they're the crisis management agency to address the problem. And we're going to look at, on the consequence management side, people being cold, people not being able to charge devices. And we're going to look at what we can do differently, if there's something that we can do differently for that, because, you know, nobody wants to be freezing at 8 o'clock at night on a Saturday with no power in the coldest part of the year. So we definitely take that seriously, and we're already looking into that. I'll be happy to circle back with you and sort of like give you a sense of what our findings are on that.
Okay, I really appreciate that, because I imagine if there was a citywide outage, God forbid, there would be a larger role for HSEMA to play.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a tricky situation. You know, the larger an incident gets, if you think about it, the less we can do about it, right? So, and this is where family and household preparedness is something that I think we don't, and this is actually one of the things we're focused on as an agency coming into 25 is it's really challenging family and household preparedness. There's only so much that the district can do. If we have 703 residents without power, you experienced some of the challenges even with backup generators. Not every property can actually accept a backup generator. Not every backup generator is properly sized to the property that it's supporting, right? Families in the district and across the country, you know, we talk about having 72 hours of readiness. How can you survive in your own home? How can you shelter in place for up to at a minimum of 72 hours? We don't have the hazard profile that places like California or the Pacific Northwest do, but that is a great example you asked, council member, about our residents can be prepared to stay in their homes for 72 hours, even without power and without heat. It's a challenge and it's absolutely uncomfortable. And for some of our most vulnerable residents, it's dangerous. But it is something that we think about. There comes a point where the district's ability to provide governmental support directly to residents is limited by the scope of the event. And we saw that with the boil water advisory on July 3rd. There's no way for us, the initial response in your mind is like, well, then we'll bring in bottled water. But that's millions and millions of gallons of bottled water very, very quickly. We could do it over time, right? But we do need our residents to be partners in preparedness and take basic steps to prepare themselves, whether that's additional blankets or that's knowing someone that you can go to in the community when your house isn't habitable, right? We want to provide those services whenever we can, but we also do really need our residents to be part of the solution. And that's where Alert DC and Ready DC, again, Ms. Seegers, that's what those two programs are really designed to do. One is to inform residents about what they can do to prepare themselves. That's Ready DC. And Alert DC is what's going on in your community right now, and how do you know, you who knows what's best for yourself and your family, how do you know what's going on so that you can say, hey man, I may need to call a friend and stay somewhere else, right? And that's just good family and personal preparedness. And it's a really important part of resilience.
Okay, I can appreciate that. Does HSEMA engage in public education throughout the year around these issues?
Absolutely, we do. We have four team members who provide direct support for community engagement and education. You'll see them out at a lot of the scheduled city programs, but we also do a lot of directed stuff. So, for example, the Georgetown bid, we've had a great relationship working with them to try to meet them where they are. So we did a disaster. I think, what do we call it? HSEMA at the movies. We did a disaster movie night with the Georgetown bid community, where we invited the community and businesses in. We had one of the local businesses hosted us with the bid, and we talked for about 30 minutes with community members about, you know, we were previewing Twisters, and we talked about, you know, what does it mean to have a risk of tornadoes in the district? What does that mean for us? How do straight line winds act like a tornado? What's the difference? And then we talk about how residents can prepare themselves and their families, which also includes preparing your home, to be sustainable and resilient for up to 72 hours. Each resident at the end of the day needs to look at that information and say, this is how it impacts me. And so what we're working on is a new version of the Ready DC website, the publicly facing website, that provides even more directed information that a resident can say, sort of, these are my attributes. I live in this ward and I have a mobility issue, or I'm a senior, or I have a pet. And it'll provide tailored information about preparing for your pet or preparing for yourself. It'll show you more information about your ward, things like that. So we want to continue to improve in that space. But you'll see our community engagement team and some of our senior leadership team out throughout the year at events, both scheduled and on request.
Thank you. Sorry, I had something else in my mind. Oh, you said that there's been more conversation with the Red Cross because there are more fires now in the district. Why is that?
Over time, they've been doing a lot of response to smaller fires in the community. It's a challenge. The challenge they're facing, and when we've worked with them, they're great partners. They're very, very responsive. They want to be with us at everything, and they do activate for all of our major special events, and they plug into a lot of our different functions. But at the end of the day, the residential fire mission, that's one of their core missions, it's all a combination of limited full-time staff and personnel and volunteers. And so what we've been tracking with them over time is the balance between the number of fires that they're responding to and that we're calling them out to, and the number of volunteers that they have. I want to give them a shout out because a couple of years ago they identified in a conversation, I said, it's taking a long time for the Red Cross volunteers to get out and provide direct services to the residents, especially homeowners, but also renters. And they said, look, a lot of our volunteers come from the suburbs. We haven't done a great job of recruiting from inside the city. And over the last couple of years, they've made a concerted effort to recruit from inside of the city. And what we've seen is that they're getting to the district's fires faster and faster. They provide direct financial support and some level of ongoing case management to everybody who experiences a fire in the district. And in the past, they've provided support to other types of incidents that maybe weren't fires, but caused a displacement. And one of the things we're working with them on is to understand where that line is between a displacement that's from a fire and a displacement that's not from a fire. From a fire, they have the resources to provide support. But if it's a building mechanical issue, or we have a building that has had deferred maintenance for too long and now is having issues with its HVAC or its plumbing or something like that, it's become more challenging for them to support those incidents over time just because of volunteers and resources.
Okay, thank you. That's a good PSA for volunteers, for DC residents.
Absolutely.
American Red Cross. So let's talk a little about the security grants that you all manage. On how those are going and being dispersed, especially with everything going on in the world and uptick in threats we've kind of seen around some of our nonprofits and religious institutions over the last 2 years, but also in response to one of our public witnesses who talked about a concern about information flow or lack thereof from your team as it relates to the security grants.
What was the specific question?
Can you provide a status update on how those security grants are going, how you're thinking about those trends and dispersing those efforts to help nonprofits and religious institutions pardon?
Yep.
But also if you have a response to Ms. Feinstein, who talked about her challenges getting in touch with your team.
If I'd like to respond to Ms. Feinstein and just say that I appreciate the feedback, and I recognize that she rolled up feedback from a number of different institutions, and we're committed to providing excellent customer service, especially directly to community organizations and community members. And I think Ms. Seeger's flagged an area where we did that, and it sounds like for Ms. Feinstein's group, there's an opportunity for us to sit with her and understand it better. She, in the testimony that she provided, we're going to dig into a little bit. We're going to meet with the team, and where there are areas for improvement, we're going to drill into those. I'm going to turn it over to Adrienne Gill to talk a little bit about the program itself and give you a couple of metrics about it. But one thing I'll say is that program, the nonprofit security grant program has grown pretty significantly. And Adrian will give you the numbers, but it used to be we were doing like, low double digits in terms of awards, maybe not even double digits for awards in a year. But over the last couple of years, we've seen an exponential increase. And now we're managing grants over 4 grant years. And it's because Congress over the last 2 years appropriated a lot more funding for the program, including an additional appropriation last year which was on top of the normal appropriation. And, we're just like with all of the federal grant programs that are in the news right now, we're keeping an eye on that because that program for this year is tied to this year's appropriations. But we're going to continue to provide support. It's FEMA awarded and HSEMA administered in this case. And we're going to continue to provide that support. And wherever it makes sense, we're going to continue to incorporate feedback from folks like Ms. Feinstein and her group and make sure that we're doing a great job. But I'll turn it over to Adrian to talk a little bit about that program because I know it's important to people.
Good afternoon. So again, we recognize and do honor the feedback that was provided through testimony today. As it relates to our NSGP award, as Director Osborne mentioned, just within the past several years, that activity has increased almost threefold. So just a few years ago, we were handling anywhere between 50 to 60 awards within the year. That has increased now to 151 awards that spanned over 5 active grant years. And so in recognizing that, our grants team has been working very closely with FEMA in terms of how we continuously look at how we support working with the subgrantee populations, the increased subgrantee populations, and how we do better with communicating grant requirements as it relates to procurements, how they administer and work through different specific requirements, such as the environmental historic preservation requirement, which is a daunting task. And so we're looking at ways to continue to improve how we communicate and engage with these agencies. But a lot of that has definitely attributed to the huge increase in terms of the volume of awardees that we are supporting in 1 year.
Thank you. How many awardees have you supported through the security grant?
So currently we have 151 awardees that we are supporting. And again, that's 3 times the number of what we supported just a few years ago.
And is that because the amount has gone up or because the disbursements have lowered?
The number of awardees have increased, and FEMA makes those decisions, not HSEMA. And so we, of course, have expanded in terms of how we market the availability of this award. So we've received a huge spike in terms of those who are applying to this grant. And so again, we package, as the administrators, we package the information and send it to FEMA, and then FEMA makes the decisions. So that is what is driving the number.
And Councilmember, just so to answer a specific question you asked is, the amount of money appropriated by Congress to this grant line has increased over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So we were managing, we were making 8 or 10 awards a year over year. And that's where, like, if you over 3 or 4 years, you end up managing like 50 open grant awards. Over the last 2 years alone, I think we've been in like the 40 or 50. And we do this program for the entire region. So we have 40 or 50 a year for the last 2 years on top of the open awards from the prior years. And so the actual number of awardees per year has gone up 5 or 6 or 8 times. And then in cumulative, over the 4 years that are currently open, which means that an award has been made to an awardee, to a house of worship or a business, and they are in the process of implementing that award and haven't closed out with us yet.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. So last year we talked about, just kind of switching gears entirely, to school safety. Last year we talked about having a more robust alert system for school communities when there were incidents, especially shootings in or around a school. What steps have been taken since this conversation this time last year to get that up and running?
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked during that time, we talked about the decision whether it should sit with HSEMA or whether it should sit with OUC. OUC is implemented inside of their Rave Alert program, which is already tied to their 911 programs. They have the ability And we haven't heard anything to the contrary, that they have the ability now within a polygon around a school to send that alert. On top of that, we talked about a few other things about expanding school planning. We've moved all of the schools in the district, public charter, privates are also welcome to participate. We've moved them out of an old, outdated database software that they really didn't like, but they couldn't change, into a purpose-built tool inside of our incident management system, so that now all of those schools have a system that they can keep track of their information, update all the time. And it gives each of the school communities, the public schools, the public charter schools, the ability to go in and look at those records. And that's something I know you've been in the past interested in, like, what are we doing on the school planning front? And that's a big thing that we've been working on. And then we've been working closely over the last few months with the Deputy Mayor for Education's office. They've gotten more involved and engaged in that. And they're in the process with DCPS and public charter schools of revisiting and going back, now that we've got the information that allows a school to be prepared for a specific emergency, to go back and look at some of the underpinning planning and assumptions of school safety and security, which we have to do from time to time. And you'll hear that referred to as the Red Book or the EAP, the Emergency Action Plans. And that's where we're at. So that's something that we're going to be continuing to work with them on in 2025.
Okay, the second example you gave around the kind of increased communication, could you elaborate a little bit on what that's going to look like in practice for school communities?
It's a better question for OUC because they control from the front end, from the time the call comes in to how they make that alert. It's all done within their, I believe it's called Rave Alert, the Rave Alert program. And what it allows them to do is it allows them to basically identify an area on a map and in their system where they can alert people who opt into that app. It's tied to the app that they already have. And they were able to implement it much more quickly than us going to another solution for the schools communities. And they're working, they continue to work with DCPS and public charter schools on that.
Thank you.
Of course.
St. Elizabeth's microgrid, what's our status?
So with the passing of the legislation to do certain elements of the project in December, we moved from what we call sort of like the ideation phase, which is what do we want to do and how do we make that happen, into what we call the design phase. And so we're working with the DGS and the hospital and other potential off-takers on that campus. An off-taker is just someone who draws power down from a power generation site, to design what that microgrid will look like on that campus, and to continue to look for ways to find efficiency and green energy sources while we're at it.
Okay, and do we have an updated timeline on when it will be fully operationalized?
It's probably going to be 3 to 4 more years.
Why is that? Why does it take so long?
So the reason there's a couple of reasons that it takes a long time. One is it's a construction project that involves a number of different agencies working together on this. So the construction aspect alone, the land leasing agreement, and the relationship and interplay with all of these systems, it's the design process. Now that we're here, we can work with Amoresco, who is the service provider for this, to start both the construction design and the sort of like the electrical system design in the area. And this is just a process that's going to take us a while to work through.
Thank you. How are things going with the new operations center?
Excellent.
It's not too no, but
Yeah. No. We're continuing. We're continuing to have really great luck. We as I covered in January, we had some of the largest attended operational events that we've had. I'll bet you we had over 250 people in the building at one point during the January events. We've been able to partner with DCHR. They've been an excellent partner and neighbor. They've let us use additional space in the building as we've been working on different spaces. And really, we're continuing to sort of kit out and fit out some of the what we call day 2, but to your point, not not quite day two issues. So we're continuing to make upgrades to our IT, our security, and just the kind of things that you do while you're used to living with a space.
Do you all have any additional resource needs to make sure the Fusion Center is everything you dreamt it to be?
No, we're continuing within the resources that we have to make the adjustments that we need. We're closing in, I think, on some of the last, so like I talked about the generator, we made some important connections to our generator and our battery backup that will continue to support our operations into the future. We worked with the zoning group to make sure that we were zoned for additional backup antennas. So no, right now we're in a very good spot with the building.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I understand that HSEMA is partnering with DOEE on this Flood Smart Homes retrofit project to protect 40 homes in flood-prone areas. Given that you're providing technical assistance and helping identify priority locations, what are some of the criteria that you look at in selecting homes that will need this protection or that will be in a most affected community?
I'm going to start by saying, let me get you a write-up on that, because that's a pretty interesting program, and I'll get you a write-up on that. But really what we're looking at is homes that are in floodways, right? That's one of the first things we look at. And we look at homes where maybe there aren't other mitigation strategies, but that doing some of this work, we can help homeowners mitigate. But the principal and core thing we're going to be looking at is things like repetitive loss from flooding.
A repetitive loss of what?
From flooding, like has an area, has a neighborhood, or has a home flooded
flooding.
over time, multiple times.
I see. Okay. And where are those neighborhoods right now in DC that are most prone to flooding?
Separate from the Home Smart Flooding Program, I think what we know is like the Minnesota Ave, Nanny Helen Burroughs area is one that when we have significant storms coming in or river levels are rising, we keep an eye on. Everywhere along the rivers, as well as our flood-walled areas like the Georgetown Bid area, the Wharf, and the Ohio Drive area. A lot of the Ohio Drive area is federal, but we still work closely with our partners from folks like National Park Service and others, and the National Weather Service to make sure we're still monitoring it all the time.
Okay. That would be great. I'd look forward to that write-up. What is the status of Protect DC? And since its launch, you reported training over 300 community partners, receiving 47 referrals. Can you update us on the current progress and impact in preventing targeted violence?
Absolutely. I don't have the updated metrics for you. Again, we can provide those, but the program lives on. It's not a freestanding program within the agency with multiple staff. It's something that a number of our Fusion Center staff can provide training for. And we continue to offer that training to our community, and we continue to offer support and referrals through the Protect DC website. It's the kind of thing, it was really designed as a startup. The program didn't exist. The grants that we got from the Department of Homeland Security allowed us to start up the program, to build the materials, to train our own trainers, and then to really get out in a first tranche and train the community. But we always envisioned that we were going to need to absorb that back into our day-to-day staffing long-term. And so what we do is we make sure we have multiple folks who can deliver that training, and then we put systems in place like the referral system so that we can continue to provide that service.
Can you provide an example of an incident that would be a good candidate for this type of response?
So we work really closely, like for example, with schools, right? We work really closely with the schools. They're one of our partners in the Protect DC program, and our goal is to identify people who are on the pathway to violence. So we train, in a perfect example, we would train somebody, let's say at a school, on the pathway to violence. What does that look like? What does that mean? What are the signs and symptoms that someone's experiencing shocks or stressors in their life, or they're buying into an ideology, like a way of thinking that's violent, right? And then we know from research and the materials that we've trained our folks on that those behaviors are sometimes predictable, right? And what we want to do is we want to make sure that the people who are working with somebody who might be preparing to experience violence or perpetrate violence know how to see those signs and symptoms and then intervene in the most appropriate way to stop that. We have had some real success cases over time where a referral came in. We ended up doing an analysis with the appropriate agencies, and we helped to sort of like connect the person who is at risk with the resources that they needed. And it's not always law enforcement. In fact, the system is designed really to help people get the emotional and other supports that they need to get them off of that pathway to violence. And so if you think about it as a true pathway that they're walking down, if they stay on that pathway, that may lead to violence. And what we want to do is find the off ramps from that pathway, whether it's mental health supports, whether it's emotional support, whether it's other supports in the community, similar to the testimony that the director gave earlier about the pathways to violence for ones. It's a similar type of model. It's a public health-based model, and that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course. That concludes my questions for you today, Director. As always, I want to give you a chance to highlight anything we didn't have a chance to talk about, or if you have any closing thoughts.
No, I think, one, again, thank you for having me. Two, again, thank you again to the HSEMA team for their commitment over this year. I think one of the things, and it always highlights, there are great opportunities for the council offices, the ANC offices, and some things that we took away that I'll highlight here from this weekend. One is your office flagged for us a couple of folks who might have been candidates for the PEPCO critical customers list, right? We sent our chief of ops and intel over. They were not qualified for that program, but they had mobility issues, right? Those are the kinds of things that are important. And I think it was a great reminder for us that year round, we need to be working with PEPCO and DC Water. They both have critical customer lists. And a resident who gets themselves voluntarily on those critical customer list doesn't guarantee that they're going to get their water or their power back, but it does help PEPCO or DC Water make decisions about where to target resumption when it's a, do I hook up this circuit or that circuit? Do I fix this pipe or that pipe, right? They look for ways to support their community better, and residents themselves can sign up for those. They don't sign up through us, but we can help refer them. And I think that's something that we want to continue to reinforce throughout the year. And then I think there continue to be lessons learned. In every incident we have, we look for opportunities to do better on the programming side. So as we think about, what does our critical infrastructure preparedness look like? We're going to look at different ways that we can target, for example, like you said, building owners, building managers, right? How can we find better ways to get to them faster and also empower them to think about how they can support their residents? Because, if you're a building owner and you're renting to people, it really is your responsibility under the lease to make sure that they have a safe and habitable place to stay. And so we want to make sure that our renters and others are empowered. So we're going to be looking at different ways to do better community education and provide better resources to our renters to our businesses, landlords and others throughout the year on their preparedness.
Thank you. I think that's a great point and certainly something we'll continue to remind residents about. And I also appreciate your reminder of building our own resiliency plans for ourselves and our families and neighbors who may need some additional support. And we can all kind of look out for each other, hopefully before an incident happens, so that we're all more prepared. But I want to, again, thank you and your team. You all are not always the most public. And as a result, don't always get the thanks and the gratitude that you are so owed for keeping us all safe and building a resilient city. So thank you for all you've done all year long, especially the last couple of weeks. I hope you have some rest coming up and looking forward to a safe and productive year ahead.
Thank you,
Director. All right. For those still with us, we are now moving on to our third agency of the day, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We're going to call public witnesses. Is Robert Vincent Branham here? Okay. We're going to call virtual public witnesses Sabrina Rhodes. And as a reminder to everyone joining us virtually, if you can accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Sabrina Rhodes, Commissioner Ashley Ruff, Chandra Dawson, Mark Friend, Tawny Martin. And as a reminder, we heard testimony earlier from 2 individuals who will be added to the record for the ONSE testimony. Okay, I see Tanya Martin here. We can get started with you, Tanya Martin, public witness.
Good evening. I've been on the call for hours. I'm glad it's almost at the end. Good evening. Oh, it says something's loading. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Tanya Martin. I'm a Ward 4 resident, been here all my life, and I want to read something to you. I am a born Washingtonian, now living back in my childhood home in the Petworth community since 2020. I have a house in Southeast where I lived for 2004 to 2020. When I lived in Southeast, I felt safe and engaged with my community. I contribute this interacting because people were born in DC. They have a love for the city and want to continue the connection with neighbors and community. My ANC, Olivia Henderson in Ward 8 was excellent. She kept the residents informed of incidents, services, programs, events, and especially crime. Commissioner Henderson and her son would walk around the neighborhood during the first week of each month, distributing the ANCs and other official calendars for the month. I had a great love for the Ward 8 and leadership of Councilmember Trayon White. Trayon White helped me navigate through Ward 4 to Ward 8, which is a different environment. He is the only council member you see in the community when there are serious problems, and I will always support him. Now that I'm back in the Petworth community, my neighborhood has changed. The crime has increased. I do not feel safe or connected to neighbors in even my area. Over here, the ANCs in Ward 4C07 do not engage with all residents, especially what they call the old residents like me. At the monthly meetings, the ANC 4C meeting, there is no discussion about what's happening in the community from them in reference to safety and solutions. Their focus is the neighborhood parties, approval of construction projects, bike lanes, and any other topic that serves them and their friends. Most residents do not even know who their ANC representative or how to contact when they actually have problems. When I have concerns, I try to reach out to my ANC 407, Eric Holder. He usually go ghost or sometimes don't even call me back. So I have to go to another ANC. My Ward 4 Councilmember Jonice George has not represented all residents in her community. She is not concerned enough to me with regards to the seniors, people with disability, and crime. I am a young senior and a disabled veteran who cannot get in and out of my car easily due to the narrow street design. Councilmember Lewis George, she knows about this. Where is she when there's a serious crime or murder in our community? Once again, I do not feel safe here. The ANCs are new to DMV and do not know the dynamics of this city. Last October 2024, someone committed suicide in Grand Circle Northwest. Residents had no clue. In my 60 years, I've never had this type of experience in my neighborhood, and I do not feel safe. Thank you. And let me just say this. Somebody needs to do something about Ward 4. Ward 4 is the most divided ward of all the wards in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. And thank you for sharing your experience. And I'm sorry for the violence that you and your neighbors have experienced. We'll certainly continue doing all we can to prevent violence before it happens and respond to it when it does. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, I'm now going to turn to our government witness, Director Quelly Sneed. Welcome. And Director, if you have any staff joining you for today, if I can ask you to turn your microphones on and introduce your name and your position for the record, please. We can start with you, Julia. Sure, go ahead.
Good afternoon, John Cheek, General Counsel for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Keitha Knight, and I am the Associate Director for VI Programs.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Julia Irving, and I have the honor of serving as the Deputy Director of Government and Community Affairs at the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Good afternoon. My name is Quelly Sneed. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Thank you for today.
Thank you all. I'd now like to invite you, Director, to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto.
I'm sorry. I forgot to swear you all in.
Oh.
If I could ask you to turn your microphones on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
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 Thank you all. Our Director, please go ahead.
No worries. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Quelly Sneed, Executive Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also referred to as ONSE. I am pleased to present testimony today on the work of ONSE and its impact for fiscal year FY24 and fiscal year 2025 to date. Joining me are ONSE Deputy Director of Government and Community Affairs, Julia Irving, General Counsel John Cheek. We're also joined by our Associate Director of Programs, Shakitha Knight Levy. ONSE was created to reduce gun violence in the district while assisting the community with the impact of trauma caused by these incidents. Our mission is to build partnerships and implement strategies that reduce gun-related violence in the District of Columbia. ONSE fulfills this mission by coordinating the district's gun violence prevention and intervention initiatives, using a public health, public safety tools, and focusing on identifying, engaging with those most likely to be involved in gun violence, providing them with an alternative to crime. ONSE also provides vital services and engagement to our client base, which includes families that have lost loved ones from gun violence, individuals at risk of participating in violent crime, and those at imminent or immediate risk of victimization from gun violence. In 2024, we worked to instill an operational shift, placing a focus on compliance, performance, and stability. These are necessary components that will move ONSE forward, driving growth and innovation and making an even deeper impact on the lives of our residents and the communities we serve. These changes emphasize our values of compassion, resilience, flexibility, and adaptability. Most importantly, I'm proud to share our primary mission: to reduce gun violence in 27 priority communities resulted in an overall reduction of shootings by 35%. Priority communities with the largest decreases in the number of violent gun crimes include Carver-Langston, Columbia Heights, and Shaw Mount Vernon. In fact, 10 of our ONSE priority communities had no homicides in 2024. Violence intervention and prevention is not the work of the faint of heart, and I commend the ONSE staff and community-based organizations who play a critical role in saving lives and building safer communities. The ONSE Violence Intervention Initiative is designed to work collaboratively with community-based organizations to reduce violent crime throughout the district, and specifically within our priority communities. The program uses tactics to address potential conflicts, stabilize communities after violent incident, and provide support to individuals at high risk of being directly involved in violence. Our providers conduct neighborhood ceasefires, a short-term postponement of violence that allows for negotiation with people involved in conflict. They also lead mediations by bringing individuals together to resolve conflicts that can lead to violence. In FY24, 18 neighborhood mediations and ceasefires occurred. ONE staff also hosts mediations with opposing groups within the District Department of Corrections. Last fiscal year, we held 41 peacemaking consultations at the DC jail. The People of Promise Initiative, or POP, is now part of the Violence Intervention Division. People of Promise is an interagency strategy designed to disrupt cycles of violence, poverty, and incarceration by strategically reaching individuals at imminent risk of victimization or involvement in violent crime and connecting them to case management and supportive services. During FY24, ONSE increased its engagement rate with People of Promise individuals from 22% to 65%. An actively engaged Persons of Promise has completed an initial intake survey, a needs assessment, and is currently receiving supportive services or meeting regularly with members of our team. Our violence interrupters also attend more than 100 advisory neighborhood commission meetings to strengthen community ties and communication. The VI program hosted 85 events and activities engaging hundreds of community members and clients, including a job interview seminar and weekly client group sessions. The Pathways program is a transitional employment program for individuals at risk of participating in and/or being victims of crime. During FY24, we successfully promoted 3 cohorts of young men between the ages of 18 and 35 at risk of involvement in gun-related violence for a total of 62 individuals. These individuals from cohorts 15, 16, and 17 received 173 certifications in information technology, cybersecurity, and welding. And they also received commercial driver's licenses, enhancing their employability. 60% of Pathways graduates receive subsidized employment opportunities, and 11% of our graduates transition to unsubsidized employment at the end of the subsidized employment opportunity. In December 2024, we promoted 25 members of our first graduating class of FY25. Cohort 18 and cohort 19 is now underway with 24 active participants. The Family and Survivor Support Division, or as we like to call FSS, serves residents of all ages who have experienced a traumatic loss or hospitalization caused by gun violence. FSS serves as the district's response to community violence by coordinating multi-agency emergency critical responses if a violent incident becomes a homicide, involves a juvenile being shot or stabbed, or is believed to be gang or crew related. In FY24, the Metropolitan Police Department made 642 referrals to FSS, and 43% of those families received some type of support from the agency, which included emergency housing, behavioral health services, burial assistance, and vigil support. In FY24, FSS facilitated 17 remembrance events and launched 2 new support groups, one geared specifically toward adult men who experience losing a loved one to homicide, and a support group for children between the ages of 5 and 18. These groups have positively impacted nearly 300 people as they journey through the grief and loss process. In partnership with Sycamore and Oak and the District Department of Transportation, FSS held an event on September 25th for families in recognition of the National Day of Remembrance for Homicide Victims. On that night, the Frederick Douglass Bridge was lit up in orange in their honor, the official color of this event. Last spring, we opened a second office space located in the Brooklyn neighborhood in anticipation of increasing the number of participants in the Pathways program and to provide space for our growing team. In June, ONSE held a healing-centered forum designed to empower credible messengers and help residents build community resilience against the plague of gun violence. More than 400 individuals attended the forum, with more than half coming from locations across the United States. This two-day forum created safe spaces for attendees to process trauma, share experiences and skill sets, and build community trust. For the first time, ONSE provided 27 community and faith-based organizations with $5,000 mini grants, allowing their violence intervention programs to operate and expand during the summer months when structured youth engagement is needed. These programs encouraged emotional expression, provided safe and creative spaces. I am pleased to share that more than 8,000 individuals were engaged with and benefited from our mini grant program. Working with these organizations also helped the ONSE team forge deeper connections within our community. After seeing the success of the ONSE mini grant program, the Greater Washington Community Foundation awarded $280,000 to these grantees, allowing them to continue their gun violence reduction efforts and programming in the fall. We are grateful to the Community Foundation for recognizing this need and for their collaboration. Sticking with our mission to build partnerships, the agency paired with the Department of Parks and Recreation in the second annual Art for Change contest for gun violence reduction. The contest engaged 136 young people in creative expression while raising awareness from their perspective on the devastating impact of gun violence around them. This past fiscal year has presented numerous challenges, and together we have met each one. I have great expectations for our new ward-based approach to community violence intervention while we remain focused on the priority communities. This shift provides flexibility and adaptability to support all areas of the city if data shows an uptick in crime in a location outside of priority community boundaries that would benefit from targeted violence intervention and interruption services. As I shared with the committee in December, we are strengthening our partnership with MPD and community leaders to most effectively identify areas where ONSE will concentrate its efforts. We have instituted a new grant monitoring operation with updated policies, processes, and controls, including in-house grant monitoring with our new compliance unit. We have laid out plans to strengthen the Pathways program to add more workforce development and job readiness training for our participants. I have brought on a team of exceptional administrative professionals and subject matter experts to build upon ONSE's existing processes and infrastructure. We recently selected the providers for the FY25 Empowering Communities through Innovative Violence Intervention Grant Program. They include the Intercity Collaborative Community Development Corporation, National Association for the Advancement of Returning Citizens, Together We Rise, J&J Monitoring, and Hillcrest Children and Family Center for Wards 1, 4, 6, 7, and 8. ONSE resolicited for Wards 2 and 5 and will provide an update on the selected providers soon. We are steadily transforming ONSE into a high-performing agency. I want to thank the many facilitators, clinicians, case managers, providers, graduates, Pathways ambassadors, the dedicated staff at ONSE, and all the people who work behind the scenes to prevent gun violence in the district. This work is critical and it's courageous. We are committed to doing our part to keep our residents and neighborhoods safe. I am honored to be serving as the Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. To the ONSE team, I appreciate your support and focus on our mission. Our work of gun violence prevention is important and it is valued. I am proud to be working with you. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I welcome additional questions. I would like to add an update since this has been submitted. I would like to let you know that we have identified a provider for Wards 2 and 5, and to add, it would be East of the River Clergy Police Community Partnerships. They will be providing those services in that area. And I will restate, Madam Chair, thank you and for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I welcome additional questions.
Thank you very much, Director Sneed. And thank you to all of your team who's here with you today and everyone in the community who does this very important work. Just to confirm what you just said, so the name of the contractor that is going to be servicing wards 2 and 5 is East of the River Clergy?
Clergy, may I restate the entire, I want to make sure.
Sure.
East of the River Clergy Police Community Partnerships.
That's one CBO?
That is a community-based organization, yes. And it will be providing services for what we had resolicited, but now have selected wards 2 and 5.
Okay. Seems a little ironic given their name,
No.
but understood. And these are the same service coverage areas that were previously covered by Ward 5 Violence Prevention Network?
Yes. That is correct.
Okay. So thank you again, Director, for your testimony. Let me start with the recent allegations of bribery that have come down from the U.S. Attorney's Office of a former ONSE employee. When there was the indictment of my former colleague in August, I asked the executive to engage in an internal investigation and for you to look internally at ONSE to see if there was any impropriety and what additional safeguards we could build to kind of root out any vulnerabilities when it came to improper use of government resources. And ORM conducted a report, and part of the report's findings found there was, quote, no willful wrongdoing by any ONSE employees. Last week, the deputy director at the time, Dana McDaniel, was named as someone who was alleged to take $10,000 of bribes. So was this individual known to ONSE? Were there any pieces of evidence that you had that they were involved in impropriety?
That would be no. So let me, I think it's important for me to really kind of put the timeline in place in terms of when our administration got started and when there were former administrations in place. So my tenure with the agency began as the as the interim executive director began in June of 2023. If you look, you will see that the tenure for Ms. McDaniels ended in April of 2023. So therefore, my tenure started after her exit from the agency. And so no, in terms of any known propriety, no, I'm not aware of any. However, when and I always say that, I feel bad that the work that we do in this is often overshadowed by these incidents that actually happen across in many of our sectors, within the government, within for-profit. And what's important to highlight is the goals in terms of all of the things that we have put in place to not remedies per se, but when these types of activities to bring them forth for us to be able to see very clearly like something is going on and to be able to triage and remedy very quickly. So I want to make sure that, this is not an indictment on the work that the men and women of ONSE wakes up to do every single morning. This work is not easy. It's hard, but when you have such this constant dark cloud, I guess, placed over, it's not an indictment on the workforce. We have approximately 89 employees, and we're focusing on less than 3% of the agency, but I want to celebrate the 97% that come to work and do everything they're supposed to do and are trying to work to end gun violence. So I would like to highlight and maybe reframe the picture a little bit, because for instance, our 97% workforce will be in the same building come next week to bring 25 or 24 ambassadors to represent and speak with leaders within the executive office, the mayor, and on the legislative branch to share their ideas and share their thoughts about what will help further reduce gun violence in the city. In another 2 weeks, we graduate those same same 24 ambassadors as they were moved on into workforce placement exercises. Again, we have a FSS team that works constantly and responds to incidents of where there's grief and counseling. So for the 97%, I say thank you. For the 3%, I am so grateful that there are now policies and processes that are in place that help shine lights on these improper activities. But I really want us to be very clear that there is not an overlap in when my administration began and when that employee exited the Lawrence agency.
So I understand your point, and I hope I have made very clear throughout my time chairing this committee that I believe in violence interruption. I have deep gratitude to the people who are putting themselves on the line in very difficult situations, and there is very important work going on. That can be true at the same time that when there is an allegation of bribery, of accepting $10,000 in bribes to misuse taxpayer dollars, that is not acceptable.
I would agree.
And that we all, at every level of government, have a responsibility to be preventative to ensure that doesn't happen. And when we have evidence that it has happened, that we are looking seriously into filling those gaps. So I believe both of those truths can be held at once. But we do need to focus on the 3% first, not because we are undermining the belief in the work.
I would agree, but I also would like to add, when ONSE is asked to participate in investigations, we comply, we respond, and we participate. And again, for the person that has been, has the alleged bribery, I will say to that is why you have such an honorable team that has been assembled to establish and mitigate processes and policies, to put those things in place to ensure that we are safeguarding not only our residents' trust, but also working and operating in a space of integrity.
But you see, when you say things like that, it makes it seem like you were aware that this happened.
No, what I'm saying is that I think when we were assembled, we were here to look at where the shortfalls and the gaps in what existed. And we were here to assemble and make sure that we put remedies in place for that. I've always said when we arrived at ONSE, there were some missing key pieces, and some of those key pieces you see before you right now. For instance, there was no general counsel when I arrived. There was no grants manager. There was no grants specialist team. There wasn't a COO. There wasn't an administrative officer. So that is something that we felt that we needed to kind of fill in and have direct management and oversight over the policies and processes that fall under those spaces.
Okay, so I think there is a important value, as you noted, of going over the timeline. Because there's some confusion in the public around if these allegations just happened.
Okay.
Which they did not. So my understanding is that these allegations were said to have happened in spring of 2023.
Correct.
Right.
I'm assuming. I do not know.
Okay. So while you were at the agency, I think you were serving as chief of staff at that time. Were you aware of any impropriety that Dana McDaniel was involved in or had a sense of?
No.
Okay. So when did she leave the agency?
April of 2023. So let me go back and reestablish the timeline. Upon our arrival, and at that time it was then Linda Harley Harper serving as the director. We arrived on February 9th of 2023. Ms. McDaniels exited the agency or resigned from the agency in April of 2023. And we suffered the most unfortunate incident of losing Director Linda Harley Harper in May of 2023. And as a result, I stepped into the role as interim executive director in June of 2023.
Thank you.
You're
And
very welcome.
what was the rationale given for Ms. McDaniel's resignation?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
I'm not aware.
So is it your best recollection that as the chief of staff, the deputy director was leaving, but you don't recall for why?
I just recall that she resigned from her position.
Okay. And one of my concerns around this is that she then went on to work for another district agency.
Mhm.
And so if there are incidents of an employee at any level at one agency, I think it's incumbent on all of us to ensure that the next agency has that information
Mhm.
so that even if a person is gone from one, we don't have this type of behavior being exposed to another agency.
Mhm. At my recollection, she resigned clearly from the position, and so therefore it was not under, it wasn't a separation under of any kind other than a resignation.
Okay. When I am hiring any person on my team at any level, I will call their previous employer to discuss how that went.
Mhm.
Were you ever called by the Department of Employment Services to get a sense of how the deputy director served at ONSE and what your experience was with her?
Usually that's from an HR to HR call. That's a human resource to human resource call. If there's an action taking place, I know that there usually is a discussion of timeline of like, when did that person start? When does that person's end? But there's no deeper discussion that I'm aware of that takes place from an HR to an HR office. But again, that would have to be asked of the HR team.
Okay. What was the former deputy director's role in selection and oversight over the VI contract management company?
I'm not aware. I would have to just defer to John.
Okay.
Councilmember, I'm not exactly sure either. That's something we will have to follow up because, again, this is before we arrived, so we'll need to circle back with you to kind of research that.
Okay.
But I do think it's important to correct that Ms. McDaniels was not the deputy director. She was the associate director.
Okay. Thank you. When the indictment came down last week, have there been any steps that the agency has taken to look into these allegations further?
Like you said, Councilmember Pinto, this news just happened, so I think we've been preparing for this hearing. So we have a lot of we have a lot of things that we want to do beginning in March, and this activity by the former employee we'll definitely look into.
Thank you. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this new administration with the protections and safeguards that you have implemented or are committed to when it comes to oversight over the grant management. What specific policies or safeguards do you now have in place to prevent and detect any conflicts of interest, financial mismanagement, or abuse of authority at the agency?
So I think when we started to, so as we moved into this new model for like specifically for the grant that we are currently operating under, one of the things that going into the grant, we decided to say, all right, so we know that sometimes things have a tendency to morph in scope, if you will. So we really started from the very beginning to say what services are needed specifically in a violence interruption space. One thing that I believe is that a lot of this had to be brought in-house. I think we've had conversations before, which you agreed that a lot of the functionality needed to come in-house. And so one of those functionalities were how we engage our communities, for instance. Or our community engagement events. Instead of making that a part of the provider's responsibility, that was a function that we now bring in-house. And we like to partner with the providers to kind of get a sense of what communities are asking for, things that they're hearing on the ground. But we also kind of supplement that data that we receive from our providers. We also supplement that with an assessment, a community assessment, to kind of give us an idea, so we make sure that we are bringing a direct delivery of services that they're actually looking for and events that they're actually looking for. So we really kind of, I don't want to say we scaled down the violence intervention, but you know how things over time tend to morph in scope. And so those things that we felt like that wasn't necessarily violent intervention specific, we began to bring it in-house. What does that do? How does that bring in safeguards? So it kind of narrows in terms of the scope of what our expectations are. We really want our providers to really get into the communities, to be what I refer to as the getter. Right here you have someone that I'm gonna refer to as a person of promise, who is in need of assistance, that it may need to be introduced to a different approach, a different lifestyle. And I really want our providers to be solely focused on that, and then bring them to us so we can begin our own needs assessment to see where this individual is in terms of needing services and delivery, but also in terms of our programming and support. Another piece that I would like to say in terms of developing this grant, we have our grants manual, something that really kind of guides and really fully transparent as to what the grantee, what are the responsibilities of the grantor, what are the responsibilities of the grantee, and how those things will be impacted and monitored and managed through the lifespan or the life cycle of the grant. That's another thing. Internal policies and procedures in terms of how our employees interact with our clients, in the sense of documentation, dates, ensuring that there's a complete, I should be able to see the progress that is being made with each individual client, and what those needs are and how we're meeting. So for instance, if there's a need of a license, or if there's a need of a birth certificate, these things that do come with requiring support, we have a mechanism within our agency to be able to provide it, but it's also tracked and managed and monitored. Public posting, another thing, our transparency. When we're hiring within our district, we are posting on every social media platform to ensure that it's fair, racial equity is met, and that people have an opportunity to really be a part of the ones. In terms of kind of triaging, and one of the biggest complaints upon my arrival is to say that, you know, I've been asking and requesting support for my program, and I have not actually received it. So now we have a mini grant process where is applying. We have internal and external reviewers that also look at that information as well.
Okay, thank you. That's great to hear. And that was going to be my next question around the continued oversight once the funds have been dispersed. I know we've talked in the past that some of that follow-up is going to be especially important moving forward. But even before that happens, when the applications are coming in the door and you have a certain amount of grants to disperse, talk me through what that decision matrix is and how many people are involved in those determinations, so that we can prevent against some bad actor making decisions for their own personal financial gain.
So I have removed myself from that conversation, in the sense of, I really want the community, and I also want those that are related into grants to be a part of reviewing and analyzing, and I receive those recommendations. So for instance, in this last cycle of grants that we've received for the empowerment, we had assembled a team of grants specialists within the district, from agencies that are very fluent in granting and reviewing applications. We had community-based organizations represent on the panel as well. They received applications, they will review them, score or scale them, and then provide a recommendation as to, based off of the scoring, what the strength or the strongest recommendation is for this particular grant. And I, in fact, received those recommendations. But it's also 3 separate divisions that are also play a role in this. So you have the compliance team that's also involved. You have to make sure that the grant is structured in a way so it's clearly articulating what you will be held accountable for. Then we have the programmatic team, that's the violence intervention, and that's the internal ones team that actually also is going to look at the program, be out when there's engagement opportunity. There's going to be outside or when canvassing is happening in the community, or it's going to be present when I'm just losing a blank. I'm so sorry. When there's canvassing or when they're responding to incidents. So to make sure that, they are actually in the community, being visible in the community, but also just doing this work. But going back to the original statement, when you mentioned a part of this process as we move, as the grants are coming in, it is a team of people that are really, that are subject matter experts at grants, subject matter experts in the work that are reviewing these applications.
Okay, and how many people total are involved in that review?
Let me refer to, in terms of the team, how many would we say? I think 5.
5, okay. Has ONSE conducted an internal review of all past contracts and procurement decisions to identify any other vulnerabilities or if there were any patterns of misconduct that we also need to address now?
In terms of our contracts, and we're not specifically talking about grants at this point. So in terms of our contract, we worked very closely with OCP. Many of the contracts were coming to an end. And so many of our contracts had to be resolicited from the very beginning to begin the new FY25 fiscal year. So we went through an extensive exercise into resetting, just kind of doing a reset and working with OCP to reestablish our contracts.
And how about the grants?
Well, that's what the empowerment. So our grants and the mini grants that we did during the summer fell under the monitoring of our scope or our manual, our grants manual, but also our new empowerment grant, which now has yielded the violence intervention monitoring that is was held under that as well. Yes.
Do you have 100% confidence now that the structures ONSE has in place will protect the fidelity of the program and the commitment to stewardship of taxpayer dollars?
I am very confident that with the new monitoring teams that we have with our compliance team, that it will also, any falling out of in terms of compliance, it will be immediately addressed.
Thank you very much, Director. I'm going to turn to my Ward 7 colleague and member of the committee, Councilmember Wendell Felder, for a 15-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Director Sneed, members of your senior leadership team. It's good to see you. I'll dive right in. In light of the recent findings of corruption within the ONSE office, what specific steps are being taken to restore public trust and ensure that the office operates with full integrity moving forward?
Thank you for the question. Under this new empowerment grant that we have for our violence intervention, one thing that I think that ONSE may have historically fallen short on is the real connection with the ANC community to let them know who is in your community, who are the organizations that are representing and performing these violence intervention services. And so one of the ideas that the team and I have come up with was to kind of take a show on the road, if you will. And so beginning next week, we start our engagement opportunities with the ANC communities for the different wards. Each ward has a different violence interrupter or community-based organization providing those services. And so therefore, during that meeting, I want to talk about 4 really specific things. That first thing is that what is ONSE? What does ONSE do? Because I think a lot of misinformation about what is ONSE. And I think it's really important too to talk about point number 2. What is community violence intervention? What does it look like? What should you expect? The third thing that I really want to talk about is the data specifically in that ward in terms of incidents and talking about crime reduction strategies. And then the last component of that is that I will also like to introduce to the ANCs the organization leadership that will be providing the violence intervention. I think that is the best way to really begin that conversation and being able to have an organization to place and say, this is who is responsible for providing these services. And I think that's the beginning of building trust. The second thing that I would say is that bringing in and having opportunities for more of our community engagement sessions. One thing that I'm very proud of at the end of Gun Violence Prevention Month in June is that we had a symposium that was for all residents across the city to come and participate in trauma-informed care, to how to recognize trauma, and what are those things that we can put in our tool belt when we feel triggered. And in that space, we had a lot of counselors, clinicians, but also art therapists. And then even if you wanted to get a chair massage just to relax and release and just to be in a space with like-minded people who are also interested in how gun violence really, even if it's not directly impacting us, but it's having an impact when we hear about it. And so this was a safe space to have those conversations, and we plan to do more of that in FY25.
Well, just a follow-up, how is the leadership at the ones holding itself accountable for these past issues, and what reform are being implemented on the managerial level to address these concerns?
A lot of it is training, right? Keeping up with best practices. One of the things that I am so proud of, that I was accepted into the University of Chicago Violence Interruption Leadership Academy. And this is where I really get to sit with leaders from across the United States. We are 30 participants representing 22 cities across the United States. And then one thing that best practices is a discussion of what is working there, why it's working, and I get a lot of ideas that I get to bring back and implement here in the nation's capital. But in terms of the accountability, one thing is for certain, I think our community has, and our community representatives have been very vocal about, and have come to say, hey, this is what we're seeing, this is what we're expecting, and that's how I know that we are on the right track, because they feel very comfortable coming and saying what the needs are. But in terms of the accountability, it's dealing with best practices that we're constantly engaging. It's our ethics training. It's our, which we do with BEGA on a regular basis. It's also bringing that not to just the leadership, but to the entire agency. We do that annually. But again, I always say that the biggest thing is our all hands sessions, where we come together as an agency and have conversations on different topics. And it's also used as an opportunity to share, build, and communicate the expectation.
Director, you mentioned trainings. Are there any plans to implement routine audits or oversight mechanisms to prevent future ethical lapse or corruption within the agency from
I know
happening
that
again?
we are currently a part of many oversight audits. I will let the general counsel speak to the depth of it, but and again, I want to make sure that it's very clearly stated, and I probably will say many more times, that when there are outside parties and there is an investigation, ONSE responds, we comply, and we participate. But the most recent audit, I will just kind of let John Cheek, our general counsel, address.
Yes, so we actually recently received an engagement letter from the Office of the Inspector General, I think earlier this month. We mentioned in our performance hearing responses that the engagement with the OIG is for them to review a district-wide violence reduction effort evaluation. OIG's objectives are to assess the oversight, implementation, and coordination of the district's violence reduction programs and the effectiveness of activities in reducing forms of violence across the district. I believe we actually scheduled our kickoff meeting with OIG this Thursday. So, and we'll actually be, the meeting's supposed to be with our sister agencies, DRS, as well as OAG.
Once the audit is completed, could you share that with me?
I believe I can. I'll check with OIG if that. I mean,
Shouldn't be a problem.
I'm expecting that they'll publicly release their report.
Thank you. Shifting gears as it relates to the effectiveness of the programs that are administered through the ONSE office, what steps are being taken to evaluate the effectiveness of ONSE existing programs aimed at reducing violence and promoting community safety? Can you provide specific metrics or outcomes that show progress?
Sure. One of the things that we have, something that was not done under our leadership collectively, was that to hear the client voice, to kind of see how they feel about the services that they're receiving from ONSE. And so one thing that we have begun to implement, and specifically with our FSS and our Pathways organization, is an opportunity for them to share, as the client, as the participant, to share what their experience in our programs are, as well as what we can do better. I will also kind of shift to our Deputy Director, Julia Irving, to speak a little more about the actual the voice of the client and the surveys that they are actually using to get the voice of the client.
Sure. Good afternoon, and thank you, Director, for an opportunity to speak. So in Pathways, we've recently implemented pre and post surveys for the ambassadors. That's what we refer to our participants as. And it's just an opportunity for us to do a temperature check with them at the beginning of the program, mid-program, and then post-program. Additionally, every time we have a different facilitator come in, we afford the facilitator an opportunity to receive real-time feedback from the ambassadors to ensure that their intended goals were met. And we do that through a QR code that we provide to our ambassadors in the program.
Couple follow-up questions. I love how you're focused on hearing your clients' voices. I think for me, I've heard conversations about some awardees of your grants not properly fulfilling the desired outcome or tracking the level of the population that needs the services, not properly engaging with them. My question is, how are you holding bad actors accountable?
And that is our compliance team. So ONSE before did not have a compliance team and I want to talk a little bit two-pronged if I can. We have a compliance team that kind of is auditing in nature, but we also have a internal violence intervention compliance team in the sense of, and even though they're violence intervention, they are ensuring that the activities are occurring. They're ensuring that they are in the community when they say they're in the community. So I think it's two-pronged. We have the compliance team that's more in auditing in nature, meaning are you in good standing? Have you been putting in the reports? That type of thing. Is your staffing in compliance with the agreement? But also we have the violence intervention internal ONSE team that does a lot of work to ensure that the work is happening on the ground. The direct service delivery is also occurring, because therefore we have an established set of, and I think our RFA really went into this very clearly, where we had the performance metrics of what these expectations are up front. So when you applied for our grant, you knew exactly what those accountability measures were going to be. You knew what the goals and the deliverables and how we would assess those outcomes and impacts.
And I just want to follow up with Director Irvin's response, just a follow-up question. What evidence-based practices are being utilized to ensure that the ONSE programs and services are effectively achieving the desired outcomes? You mentioned surveys. Did you want to expound upon that?
Sure. So our Pathways program is steeped in cognitive behavioral transformation. And so when we are doing our statements of work, we are ensuring that any of our program partners that are coming to the table, that their curriculum incorporates elements of CBT. And so then our surveys, they are reflective of those elements of CBT. Though we may not use that exact language with our ambassadors, we do incorporate that to make sure that those key elements of the CBT, which is the best practice in this space, is utilized. But then also, again, going back to the curriculum that's there and ensuring that the deliverables and the outcomes from the curriculum that was outlined in the statement of work, that our ambassadors have achieved that based upon their responses in the survey.
Are the surveys shared publicly?
No.
Not at this time.
Not at this time. But do you mind, Councilmember Felder, that I will also ask our Associate Director, Shakitha Knight, to speak to the same question, but with respect to the Balanced Intervention Program?
Thank you, Director. I would like to speak more about how we're measuring impact with our programs for VI on the internal and external and internally. We have 3 goals that we set for our providers to measure impact. As you know, we have our People of Promise, which is 219 individuals. As to date, we've actively engaged 74% of those individuals, and we provide wraparound services and resources as we go into DOC with these individuals to help them transition back to the community by doing a warm handoff to our providers and providing these wraparound services to reduce recidivism. So those are some of the ways that some of the strategies we use and some of the ways that we measure impact is identifying the individuals that we're working with currently, helping them understand what next steps could look like once they transition out, and providing those wraparound services and resources to reduce recidivism, as well as looking at the decrease in crime in the area based on the trends that we identify in the communities and the strategies meetings that we host with our VI staff and providers on Tuesdays to decrease violence in our priority communities as well across the district.
Thank you. And Director Knight, maybe you'll be the best person to answer this question. Are there any gaps in service delivery or specific communities that are not being adequately reached by the ONSE programs? And if so, how is the office working to close those gaps?
Would you like me to take that?
Yes.
Okay. Initially, there were. Right now, we're working closely with our providers, and we do a collaborative approach as it relates to this work. It's not just a ONSE thing. It's ONSE, CURE. It's we use the ecosystem to support the work that we do every day. We meet with MPD, we meet with the providers, we meet with community-based organizations, we meet with ANCs so that we all can take ownership on the work. And some of those gaps that we identified in 2024, we've put systems and processes and strategies in place for 2025 to get baseline data from January through September the 30th to ensure that what we're doing is working, that it's efficient and it's effective. So we're in that process with this ward-based initiative based on the data we collected for the year and a half that we were here, 2023, to October 30th of last year to roll out this platform. So we're in a state and space now looking at some of the gaps that were in place prior to us coming on board, as well as the first year that we did this work. So we should have some additional data for you at the end of the year to see if what we're doing currently is working based on the gaps that we saw back in 2023.
Based on the gaps that you identified, do you think you may need to come to the council to ask for additional funding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I have some.
I mean, I can't say yes. I have to ask the director. Sorry.
I would assume so.
Well, you know what? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I would like to add one more thing. I think that in terms of the question regarding the gaps, I think what our new model and our approach is with this ward-based approach is it helps fill in what we have perceived as gaps. One of the most disheartening things is when you have a resident to come to you to say to you, I feel like crime is increasing in my neighborhood, but then I will have to respond and say that you're not, unfortunately, where you live is not one of my priority neighborhoods or communities. And I think with this ward-based approach, it allows the flexibility for us to be able to move and triage when there is an uptick and the data shows that there's an uptick in a community that we would not necessarily be within. But now that we have the ability to move in this ward-based approach, it will give us an opportunity to see what's going on there.
Thank you. I have some additional questions, but I'm going to pass it over and wait till my second round.
Thank you, Councilmember. Director, can you just confirm for me, I didn't write them all down, the 3 divisions you said were involved in the contract review under the current rules?
So that would be the violence intervention program team, that would be the compliance team, and that would also be our grants management team.
Which management?
Grants management.
So those are 2 teams?
Violence intervention.
And grants management?
Grants management, and I'm missing one. Compliance, thank you. The compliance team, thank you.
And are all of those kind of equal level reviewers?
Yes, in addition to also, please remember, we also have community based organizations that are also a part of the review.
We received information that there was a change.org petition in 2023 about Miss McDaniel alleging concerning behavior. Was that something that you all were aware of?
I'm not really sure. Do you have more detail about it?
We will try to find it and pull it up.
All right.
We'll come back to that. So let's talk a little bit about staffing. I'm seeing in your answers there are several vacancies currently in the agency within crucial departments, most notably in the Violence Intervention Department, 10 vacancies, 4 outreach specialists, 3 program analysts, 2 program managers, and a procurement analyst position, all currently vacant. What efforts have you engaged in to fill these vacant positions and to improve the vacancy rate as we head into the second half of FY25?
What I believe is since the posting of that, we have pretty much, we have worked very hard to fill many of those vacancies. I still have vacancies to fill. But what I want to say is that the importance of making sure that we don't rush this and we get the right people in the seats. One thing that we have utilized a lot of our social media outlets to really begin to post positions to kind of really draw in a talent, try to get, solicit talent. One thing that I also believe in, and I know that this is probably kind of archaic to many, but I believe it's important to do in-person interviews to really to make sure that the person who is interviewing and considering us for as an employer gets an opportunity to see what work and what life is on the ground for the agency, as well as get us the opportunity to get them to know better. I do think the working through a screen sometimes can feel impersonal, and it doesn't necessarily kind of give a good or a true accurate depiction of what the work and what the working conditions are. So we utilize several. We use hiring events. We use our social media to promote constantly. And also, you know, we also, DCHR is also provide referrals to our HR office as well.
Can you provide a distinction between what an outreach specialist for VI is and a case manager under Pathways? Why are there no case managers under the VI program?
Generally, we have case management within our community-based organizations. But one of my great ideas that I want to put in effect, and probably will speak to more in our next hearing, is that I really do believe that I see it as a front door, if you will. So our violence intervention team in the community are our getters in so many sense, in making the connecting with our people of promise, also have their eyes on the ground for those that may not necessarily be on the radar of anyone. And then as we have this front door, if you will, of case managers, before you are directed to go to any program, we have a wraparound team that sits with you, conduct a needs assessment to really see what it is that or where you are in life and what specifically you are in need of. So you have this tailored support, if you will, because everyone doesn't necessarily, as much as we love Pathways at this table, but everyone doesn't necessarily need to go to a Pathways. Some just need support in getting vital and critical documents. Some are in need of some workforce development skills and placement that doesn't necessarily have to come in the form of Pathways. So this front door, if you will, of what I'm envisioning as our case management before you are directed to a program, that we are able to kind of get to know you and those that are in your support circle. And then with our Pathways program, we have several levels of, and I'll allow Julia to speak to it a little more, but we have several levels of contacts, if you will, in terms of not only just case management, but also that wellness and behavioral health component as well. Julia, did you want to speak a little bit to?
Sure. Thank you, Director. So within the Pathways family, we call it the village. And so when an ambassador comes into Pathways, they're generally referred by one of our VI partners, or they're referred by one of our Cure partners. So that's your first level. Then once you come into Pathways, you're assigned a case manager. And that case manager is someone that helps you to navigate city services and other resources to aid in your stabilization. But in addition to that, you also have what we refer to as a credible mentor. And that is an individual that's available for the ambassadors during non-traditional hours to support them if in case they're in a state of crisis. In addition to that, we have a behavioral health partner that comes in and provides behavioral health services once a week for 1 hour for every single ambassador that's in our program. And in addition to that, we have a job coach that stays with the ambassadors as they begin to navigate the employment world and giving them the supports. And so all of those entities, everyone in that village, and for those persons that are under supervision, their CSO is there as well. And all of us come together to make sure that that individual and his or her family are stabilized as well.
Is your sense that all of those different divisions are working together appropriately, sharing information when they need to, or is there any kind of duplication of services that's going on because they are living within different divisions?
I'm seeking, so within Pathways, though, all of those partners come together for a case staffing so that, and our case staffings happen 3 times throughout the 9 weeks that the gentlemen are with us. And the intent of the case staffing is to identify any potential points of duplication, but also to proactively identify who's taking the lead on what areas, what supports are needed for that individual, but making sure that at the core of that, our ambassador has a voice and that our ambassador is guiding that conversation.
Thank you.
And if I'm sorry, I wanted to add one
Sure.
piece to that in terms of the staffing level I just wanted to give you an update that 2 new case managers and 3 new outreach specialists will start in Q2 for our violence intervention. So I know that you did ask in terms of the case management staffing, in Q2, they will be onboarded.
A Q2?
Q2 in terms of, I'll just say April 1st.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Since the creation of the Data and Compliance Unit, has there been an improvement in one's ability to track and evaluate its programs? And what kind of metrics does that unit look at?
So for our compliance team, I definitely feel it gives another layer of oversight for the activities of, in terms of our violence intervention organizations. One thing specifically that, in terms of, I think this has been a learning experience for our new, because we do have some new CBOs that are with us, or community-based organizations that are with us. And so the first realm has been more of an education of what these expectations are, what is the language with our community. And so it's more of that technical assistance piece. But I think as we are moving towards the end of, as I guess we begin April 1st, we will begin to see where each of those agencies or organizations, rest in terms of their compliance. But right now, there's more of the technical advising piece in terms of this is what this documentation, this is how you could better enhance the information that you're providing. This is the data that we're really looking for. And if you have any challenges with combining or compiling this information, they are actually providing that program level data or assistance.
Okay. But one of the things we talked about in the December hearing was this kind of concern that if some of the ongoing support following the issuance of the grant was, event sign-up sheets or how much engagement did you have? And I think we had a meeting of the minds then that there really needs to be more robust, consistent follow-up to say, how did those engagements go? Did they reduce violence? Have we connected people to additional resources? So that's kind of more what I mean about metrics that you're now looking at?
But I think also the engagements that you're speaking of also have to be approved. So as a part of this compliance piece, it's to make sure that it aligns with the mission and the vision of the agency. In sense of, or with respect to, is this an engagement? Is it appropriate for the population that it's addressing? How and what are we measuring, and how do we know that we've gotten there? So that is a part of this impact, if you will, that we're looking for. So I think we're still on the meeting of the minds. That's I didn't realize that's what you were asking, but in respect to the approval process, that's a part of that approval.
Okay. And what does that look like in practice? I'm a violence intervention specialist and I say, you know, I have a client who I'd really like to get out of the city and take to a park or take to a amusement park, I mean. Where do I go to get approval?
You go to the grants manager to say, hey, and one of the documents and the violence intervention management team, one of the things that they give this week in advance. So you kind of get a laser eye of what's coming before it actually occurs. And then that begins that dialogue.
Got it. Okay. And are those expenses that are given at the front end or reimbursed?
Well, you know, this is a reimbursement grant. But one thing that we are finding is that many of our community-based organizations aren't necessarily structured for reimbursement all the time. And so what we have done is to say, okay, we know that if you're looking at any operation, the important piece is for the employee piece to ensure that the continuity of services. So part of this grant, starting up, they could request an advancement of up to 10% of the grant with justification as to why this advancement is needed. And that also kind of goes through our grants management, that 3-level prong, if you will, of a meeting of the minds of our compliance team, the violence intervention team that may have a different or may have a view to explain as to why there might be some new employees that are being onboarded, things of that nature, and our grants management team. So the 3 team members come together to discuss these things at length.
Thank you. So last year during performance oversight, we talked a little bit about the need for ONSE to go back to basics and really educate the community on true mission, which is to reduce gun violence. And we talked a little bit about then on the kind of expansive role some of the divisions within ONSE have taken over time. Some of that makes sense of these are human needs and we realize, okay, we're reducing gun violence, but someone has a need for employment or housing or transportation or some other connection that we need to help support them with. But when we talk now about a ward-based approach to violence, with all due respect to all of our wards, not every ward is experiencing gun violence the same way as all of them, as each other. And so how do you reconcile what the plan was last year to zoom back in and be laser focused on reducing gun violence and adherence to that model versus what you talked about in your opening statement of ward-based kind of community response? It feels to me like a departure of that plan.
No, not at all, but thank you for the question. When we say everything is data informed, it's not arbitrary movement or motion. What we're saying is we are still very solidly in our original community or priority areas. However, we do know that crime moves. It does sometimes can spill over. But in that instance, we know that there's data that will say that in fact, this is what's happening. And to keep from a contagion, if you will, or such a massive spillover, we can move when we see an uptick in an area to see and go and check it out and see if there's some remedy that we need to put in place there, or if it's related to, sometimes our conflict mapping also shows that groups or crews that were not necessarily on our radar before are now in our radar, and they're tending to move into areas that aren't necessarily been a community or responsible for the uptick of crime in certain areas.
But when you say crime moves, are you looking at an incident or are you looking at incidents over a certain period of time and then comparing them to one another? Like, what are the metrics that you're
And that's
considering?
exactly, we're looking at the uptick of incidents when there is a multiple or multitude of incidents that are occurring in a neighborhood or community that has never occurred before. We are able to work and see if there is something that we need to be concerned about that's related to gun violence. We also, with our partnership with CARE, because again, I don't want us to lose sight, they're in our neighborhoods too. And so they also, or we work together to triage and come together with our data to see if that can be helpful for them as well.
But if I'm in a neighborhood that has always experienced gun violence for the last 30 years, there's not necessarily an uptick, but it's just constant. Versus a neighborhood that has traditionally been basically free of gun violence that has one or two incidents, they've had a 200% increase now. Does that mean that those resources are going to the second neighborhood?
No, what it means is that we're acknowledging that crime can be displaced. And so we try to be fluid in the instance that if we notice an uptick, we're not going to ignore it. We want to see what's happening in the community. It may not necessarily, it could be something that and often we also get recommendations from MPD to say, hey, we're noticing a trend here. Could you go over and check this out to see if there's something of concern?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Sneed, could you walk me through the current contracting and procurement process for the ONSE program? And how does the office ensure transparency and fairness in awarding contracts, particularly those involved in public safety and community engagement initiatives?
Thank you. We work completely with the Office of Contracts and Procurement. They lead this process and we follow through. We ensure that our contract COTARs, or they're no longer COTARs, but contract administrators are trained on the best standards that are provided by the Office of Contracts and Procurement. But we in fact follow the lead of OCP when it comes to that process of procurement.
What steps are being taken to monitor the performance of contractors and vendors involved in ONSE programs to ensure the funds are being used effective and efficiently?
So we have each of our contracts is managed or monitored by a contract administrator that has been trained by OCP, that has within the contract, it has the deliverables, it has the outcomes or the desired outcomes and the measurement or the metric in which they will measure whether it's appropriate or not. Generally, if there's an issue with the contract or from the agency's perspective, we go to OCP for mediation and to kind of bring all of the parties involved to the table to discuss what are the appropriate steps. And again, that is usually led by OCP.
And you mentioned contract administrator. As a part of the overviewing process, you know how you go on a job interview and they may ask as like your reference, do you know anybody in DC government or list your references? Is there a similar requirement for the contract administrator to, or during the overviewing process, to make sure that they're not interviewing anyone that they may know personally or have a close relationship with?
To my knowledge, and the OCP process does have a disclosure form for conflicts of interest.
Okay.
And that is also provided.
Are there any systematic challenges or issues within the procurement process that have led to delays, inefficiencies, or financial mismanagement? If so, what reforms are being considered to address those challenges?
I'm not aware of any mismanagement from a contractual perspective.
Shifting over to like collaboration efforts with other DC government agencies, how does the ONSE collaborate with the Office of the Attorney General on violence reduction and community safety initiatives?
It has been actually a wonderful collaboration. I have since being confirmed. And even prior, we've always had a relationship with the Office of Attorney General, working very closely. They have been great in terms of providing us feedback and on some of the experiences they have in their growing and growth to get to where they are in terms of their grants management process. Also in terms of the collaboration of the two teams, the ONSE team and the Cure the Streets team, in terms of what that looks like on the ground, as well as is carried over all the way up to the top. One thing I think that it's been a very opportunity for us to share. Especially we do have some organizations that are in common, but it also gives them an opportunity to just basically it's a cohort, if you will, of to just be able to kind of share, ask questions, and exchange ideas.
Can you provide examples of joint efforts or projects aimed to reduce crime and improve neighborhood safety?
Community cleanups, that's one of the things I'm going to actually ask our Associate Director, Ms. Knight, to speak to a little more. But one of the things that we have been very supportive of some of their events and activities by showing up. They invite us to table events, some of their organizations. We also partner with community cleanups in different parts of the city. And I'm going to ask Ms. Knight to also kind of give a couple more examples for your consideration.
Thank you, Director. As the Director mentioned, we do community cleanups in collaboration with CBOs and Cure the Street to help residents receive transferable skills through workforce development. We support any events and activities that they host in the community with some additional workforce development transferable skills as they set up and break down for these events. We support as Cure the Street responds to incidents in some of our communities, we support them by attending their 3-day cool down and providing additional resources and support in those spaces. We work together collaboratively to have our Tuesday CBI strategy meetings where we come in to do prevention, intervention, and suppression support, not only for incidents that have occurred last week, but prevention measures to get in with the mediation services and support to ensure that we decrease retaliation.
Thank you. What steps are being taken to improve information sharing and coordination between the ONE's office and the OAG's office, particularly in cases that involve criminal justice and public safety issues in the district?
So that's a great question. So we definitely come together in a Deputy Mayor Public Safety and Justice has a weekly meeting where we exchange information. We come to discuss matters or incidents that have occurred that we all may have some information sharing that will be useful to the group and the team. We do a lot of that. That's a weekly meeting. We also have our shooting reviews that take place where we are also bringing and sharing information, and information is being shared with us. But it's also inclusive of other partners as well.
Well, shifting gears to Pathways program, which I'm a big fan of, kudos to community advocates like Tony Lewis, Marcus Ellis, the former ONE's director, Dale McFadden, for all the work that they've invested in creating pathway opportunities for individuals who are likely to have interaction or come home from the juvenile or from the justice system. With that being said, from FY 2024 to FY 2025, have you seen an increase in participants in the Pathway program?
I think what you'll see is an increase in the number of sessions that we're providing moving forward. Historically, we have addressed or had 3 cohorts. The 3 cohorts can consist of anywhere from 25 to 30 participants. Sometimes you lose or have an attrition of 2 that may have like a family concern or a medical concern, but on average, this fiscal year, we will have 4 cohorts, which we're really excited about. I'm also an advocate of this program and the work that our former administration has put into this program is remarkable. And to be able to build upon what's already in place, we want to expand the number of weeks. I do believe that 9 to a 10-week program is a great beginning. But for real transformation and transition, we know that best practices says that it needs to be as close to a year. Now, I know I can't get to a year immediately. However, I am looking to expand the number of weeks, even if it's incremental, from a 10-week program to a 13-week program until we can get to a baseline where we are really getting into real transformational change. I think for a lot of my opinion of what I've observed is that you begin to see the light bulb kind of change and turn on, and you see the excitement. But I do believe a little more time honing in that behavior theory, and then also being able to allow examples for them to really engage in their own diagnosing and understanding, okay, this is a trigger for me and this is how I respond with the support of the team, I think is definitely something that we need to add to, a component that we need to add and expand upon in our program.
So expanding upon, just want to make sure I'm clear, I hear you correctly.
Behavior theory, CBT,
Okay.
opportunities, really giving more opportunities, also a little more additional time with the workforce development piece.
Copy.
But I just think a 10-week program is just beginning to really touch on the surface. To get a little deeper, we need a little more time with our participants.
Are there any, are you guys working to expanding more opportunities with your sister agencies once individuals complete the pathway programs? Like, are you trying to increase your partnerships? And I only speak to that. I'm so much of a huge proponent of this program. I have a neighbor, he was formerly incarcerated, did 5 years. He came home, I saw his mother, and she said, at the time, I was the ANC commissioner. She said, my son's just returning back home. He needs a job. You know, is there anything that you can connect him with? I referred him to the ONSE office, and 5 years later, he went through the program, got a job in DC government, makes over 80,000 and has never looked back. So that's a success. And oftentimes, I don't think these stories are really being shared. So I'm a huge proponent. So it goes back to my original point. I'm a huge proponent in trying to expand the ONSE program and figure out how we can bring other DC government agencies into the conversation to create more pathways, opportunities.
I also would like to expand that more to not only the district government, but I would love to include our community organizations as well as the business community. I believe that we all as residents have a role to play in these success stories as well in terms of the opportunities. And so I'm always extending, and this is not a shameless plug, but for those that are in the business community to also be a part and willing. And once we have done this great work and see a lot of this transformation that takes place, to extend an opportunity for one of our ambassador graduates from our program. And also, I think this is a great important piece that I want to add is that a lot of this success, and I don't think we highlight enough, is our vendors that do this aftercare component with our ambassadors once they graduate. It is not, once the program is over, it's not necessarily over in the sense that there is still an aftercare component. There is a organization that's still, and you'll find many of our participants always will want to come back and have a conversation and give us updates and even let us know if they're being challenged. So it's not a one and done and you're moving on. We're a family, and it's always an open door if you should return and need some assistance.
That's a good segue to my next question. Say I go through the Pathways program and I have a misstep and I don't get into a DC government agency. Are you tracking the progress of individuals that go through that go through that program and ensuring that they have sustainable resources to continue to develop those workforce skills that you talked about, Director Sneed?
Yes, but I'm gonna let Julia, our Deputy Director, or Julia Irving, to speak to that because she's done a phenomenal job with building out this component. So, Julia.
Yes, thank you, Director, and thank you, Director, for your guidance in the Pathways build out. So since January, in January, we implemented our workforce aftercare program, and that's an intensive effort to re-engage our alumni of the Pathways program. Because to Director's points, many of our ambassadors were coming back and seeking assistance. And so, Councilmember Felder, since January, 3 of our alumni ambassadors have received their CDLs. One of them, as recently as yesterday, received an apprenticeship with DOES, and 6 of them have received unsubsidized job offers within the private industry. And we were able to achieve this by hosting tailored job fairs for our ambassadors. These job fairs, and I really want to give a shout out to our workforce development team and just their creativity in going out and engaging potential employers, explaining to them about our program, and then cultivating an environment where that employer that we knew had available job opportunities, that employer was also open to our population. And so we were able to provide 2 days of refresher in workforce development through one of our program partners. And then they were able to participate in a job fair that was solely catered to our ambassadors, which yielded the numbers that we shared with you. And so we wish to continue that on a monthly basis, to continue to re-engage those that are alumni, but at the same time, building upon that momentum so that our business partners will be more open to our ambassadors that are graduating from the program as well.
If I was a chef, I would never tell anyone how to run their kitchen. Given the recent scrutiny and in terms of corruption, I think that oftentimes the good work can be missed in that distraction. I would strongly encourage you all to, figure out what you can do to highlight the successes of the ONSE office, specifically Pathways programs or any other programs that you think better contributes to the overall public safety ecosystem.
I think, I'm sorry.
Oh,
No, I wanted to add to that, and I thank you for that comment, because I think one of the challenges as we in our protection of our ambassadors to ensure that they have an opportunity to fully engage and receive the services is that we're very protective of telling their story before they are committed and completed the program. We really want to give them an opportunity to exist, to be, and not necessarily sometimes I don't know if the word is recognized, but just to allow them to not necessarily come with any of the affiliations that come with sometimes that they often come to a door with, but allow them the time and space to shed that and then to just really be a participant. And so sometimes that is challenged with sharing stories on Instagram or sharing stories or media inquests, but we are working to see, because that's not for everybody in the program,
right.
but that is a lot of our participants that really would truly like kind of just not have that spotlight on them. I think we're trying to get them prepared and ready for the spotlight that they deserve to be in.
Very much so.
But they don't necessarily come with that. We build up to that.
Understood. I got 2 more questions, and my Madam Chairperson has been gracious to extend time, but I want to be mindful of her time. What is the one strategy for engaging with the public, particularly community stakeholders, to ensure the office remains accountable and responsive to the needs of district residents?
And that's a part of our engagement strategy that I've just finished sharing.
Right.
We start next week, starting our ward by ward tour, if you will. Right now, we are specifically working with our ANCs.
Okay.
We're also, the plan is to also bring our providers to you all, the council, to get an opportunity to kind of hear what you're hearing from your constituents, to share that data with us as we're making these decisions. And also to our symposium and forums that we have towards the summer, when we know that there's a lot of activity. We really go out into our community and bring trauma-informed care approaches, as well as healing circles, and it gives an opportunity for space and dialogue between the residents and the ONSE agency.
Copy. My final question, looking ahead, what are the key priorities for the ONSE office next year? And how will the office address the ongoing challenges as it relates to its operations, transparency, and/or community safety efforts?
We keep building and adding the components that I've just addressed in terms of like having case management, a strong case management department, if you will, that will be able to be that front door as we are trying to disseminate. It's also getting more access to data. I think the Public Safety and Justice Deputy Mayor has been working really hard to create these spaces where we are sharing information. Information is not only just coming from us, but we're also receiving it in these spaces with our community partners, but as well as our public safety and justice partners as well. But in terms of and updating and completely and making sure that we have the policies and procedures and testing to make sure that they're actually working and seeing where, and as gaps are revealed, ensuring we're mitigating by putting the right policy in place. One thing that I always say is that sometimes, and it's okay when you start off researching or measuring, and then you realize, you know what, this number really isn't quite what I thought I was measuring, and being able to change. I think this agency in the past may not have had the nimbleness to be able to change, but now that we have oversight, we have the right people in place managing direct lines, that we now are able to kind of watch it a lot more closely as to what's working and what's not, and making changes when we see things not working.
Thank you, Director Sneed, Deputy Director Irvin, Deputy Director Knight, General Counsel. I look forward to working with you all, and I appreciate the work that you all are doing.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, there's been a lot of comparison to the ONSE violence interruption program with Cure the Streets, run out of the Office of Attorney General. And one of the things that occurs to me is the Office of Attorney General's Cure the Streets program is just that, it's Cure the Streets. But ONSE has 6 programs that I'm aware of: Pathways, Violence Intervention, Family and Survivor Support, did have the ONSE Leadership Academy that was transferred to the Deputy Mayor's office, People of Promise, and Restorative Justice. And so going back to this idea of staying focused on our core mission, do you think that there are any improvements to be made by not limiting the services that we're offering to people, but by, again, answering every question with how is this division reducing gun violence?
One thing I would say that some of the ideas that we have implemented because of exactly that, to ensure instead of having a restorative justice division or department, we still have the program, but the program will be embedded across all of our programs. So it'll be a part of FSS, it's a part of violence intervention, it's part of Pathways, versus the original structure where it was its own department. We think it's important for our staff to be trained in restorative justice practices, for instance. So our approach is still the same in the sense that, yes, restorative justice is an integral part. It's just not isolated to one program. It is now going to be embedded across all of the programs. But one of the things that we have in terms of ensuring that we are meeting the correct population is the fact that we have VIs on the ground that's doing this work, refers to our pathways, FSS refers to pathways. So it is the cyclical approach, if you will, where all of our programs are connected and are referred to one another.
And do you think that is the best practice moving forward, or are there any kind of areas that you're looking towards for the second half of FY25 that will be different than what we've experienced?
We've really asked a question. Right now, the focus is, of course, as the violence intervention is focusing on the compliance component to ensure that we are safeguarding and being very cognizant of and transparent with our actions. Well, another program that we are collectively looking at is FSS, and asking the question, is this the right model and structure? We know that the needs that the FSS team are meeting are needed. This is an integral team, but let's look at the bandwidth, what we're asking of that team to do in terms of, and how do we hand off and who do we hand off to when it comes to a place where we have stabilized a family or stabilized a victim of gun violence or have assisted with the unfortunate when there's a demise or a transition of one of our clients because of gun violence, but looking at what that transition looks like and as more cases are coming in. So we are actively asking that question, yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit more specifically about the violence intervention program, your largest program. Is there a particular evidence-based model or theory that drives your strategy for ONSE VI?
You know, I'm glad this question, because I know that this question constantly comes up. And so in these spaces, when I get to travel and see what violence intervention looks like on the ground in other cities, I always ask the question, what's the model? What's the model? And I'm always receiving the response that, you know, models were something that kind of were informing the work in the very beginning. But as time and as this space grows, it's more of a multidisciplinary approach. Models are great, but they can be very strict and stringent and not nimble. And then when you start to modify or tweak the model, then you're no longer using the model. And so what our approach is a multidisciplinary approach where you are looking at what works across all the models. So like, for instance, if it is a community-based, I want to be able to address not only the community, but I want to be able to address the family and the individual that is either the driver or impacted by gun violence. And what model this or supports that is a multidisciplinary approach where you look at what works and what has worked and made that in turn your approach.
So is there a model that you'd say that is the basis of your site selection? Like, is it most similar to Cure, or Chicago Cred, or Oakland, like as a baseline, even though there might be some departure?
I don't think there's one model for one baseline. There's a piece of Chicago Cred. There's a piece of the Cure or the Cure the Streets model. There's a piece of the model that the Newark Violence Intervention Network. There's a piece that I enjoy from like the Man Up in Brooklyn, New York organizations. For instance, I'll give you a great example. It's the visibility and the canvassing in terms of the presence. So we love the idea of having presence, and having lived experience and being from that community. But there are times when the individual that's assigned doesn't necessarily have the relationships going in, but they build that relationship over time because of their presence, because the community has been informed and educated on what this organization is here to do and provide the safety and to safeguard not only its residents, but to be able to remedy and mediate and hopefully lead to a ceasefire if that's the need. But a lot of this is the visibility, right? And what I've observed is that in many of these communities, the visibility is important. That begins that trust, that begins that conversation, and then it also holds the organization accountable for what they're supposed to do in that. So that's something that I learned in Brooklyn, New York. Another piece of evidence that I watched and observed on the ground in terms of violence intervention in Newark, New Jersey, is a similar in terms of having that handoff, that violence intervention handoff. So again, that getter, we get there, but once you have to have something provided for them once they get them to bring them to ONSE. So what is that for ONSE? That's our programs. That's our case managers. That is our pathways. That's also that workforce development piece. That's also the connecting to job opportunities or job development skills.
So would it be fair to say DC has its own model?
I would say I love it. I think that's very fair to say. I love it.
Okay. DC has its own model and it takes into account the most violent neighborhoods to reduce gun violence. So we talked a little bit about some of the evaluative metrics that you're considering when it comes to the grants themselves. But as you look at the efficacy of a violence interruption specialist, him or herself, what do you consider success? Is it mediation of a conflict or prevented retaliation that was afoot or a reduction in shootings in an area? What are the metrics that you're looking at and what are people being trained on means success?
All of those, actually. So one of the important pieces is that when you have acquired a ceasefire, how many incidents or is there any breakage in that ceasefire, that contractual agreement between the two parties to say that they will remain separate and apart and there will not be any incidents. So to me, one measure is how long is the ceasefire in place without incident. Another piece that I consider is, yes, the number of mediations. Now, sometimes all mediations don't necessarily lead to a ceasefire, but what it does is maintain the engagement and the continuity of conversation and the reliability upon the organization that is keeping their hand or the pulse of the community. That's another piece that we look at. So all of that is like data that's informing, is it working? And so the question always goes back, is it working? Is it, and how do we know? And those are different metrics that kind of show when something is working.
Is there consistency with all of the violence interruption specialists with their expectations of what they are supposed to be doing and, you know, all those measures that you just went over? Is it working? Do you feel that there's consistency across?
I think there's consistency in the reporting of it. So when we rolled out this new RFA, which now has resulted in the identification of 7 providers, or maybe it's now 9 providers. How many do we have? 8 or 9. In 7 providers, one of the things that we've outlined very clearly as to what are those accountability metrics would be to show if this is success, if it's working. And that's the consistent part, because I don't believe that was consistent before. But now that we're here, we also know that training is consistent and capacity building is another layer of consistency. So one thing that we did that started off in February after the new year, and once we got on a board, we had the University of Chicago to come on the ground and to connect and to deal with an assessment to say, what are your training needs? Where do your organizations fall short in terms of the consistent? We know that our trainings are definitely Stop the Bleed, Narcan, CPR, ceasefires and mediations, in the approach of what that looks like. But also, I think it's how do you acquire and build a relationship with the client or a person of promise. I think that that's also, because that takes skill and it doesn't happen overnight. I think sometimes when our residents here, it's just like, go talk to them. Yes. But it takes multiple conversations sometimes to make the connection. And there is a science to making a connection. And so those are the things those are the trainings that I am going to now incorporate in April. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So going back to the word-based approach you talked about, just in a world of limited resources, how are you prioritizing? We got cut off on this discussion at the end of a previous round, but you know, in the neighborhood example I gave that has been traditionally very experiencing a lot of gun violence, they're still stable with that high level of gun violence, but there hasn't been an uptick versus a neighborhood that's had very little in the past, but now has several shootings. So they might have a 200% increase. So on paper, it looks like there's a huge impact. So you're deciding between 2 neighborhoods. how do you make that choice?
It's not a choice. We are still remaining in our prioritized communities. I don't want anyone to lose sight of that. We are very much still invested in our historical communities that have shown great progress in the reduction of crime. We don't want to lose those gains, and we want to make sure that we are still keeping our the temperature, ensuring that there's no shift, and if there is a shift, that we put things and supports in place to make sure that we mitigate as much as possible. What I am saying, though, is oftentimes there can be an increase in another area. It doesn't necessarily mean, but we watch the data. What is the data telling us? Is the data saying that, oh, we might want to begin to look over there because there's a possibility, and we have the flexibility of doing that in this ward-based model. We're not just where our priority areas are still very much the priority, but we get to get a laser eye view on and look at the data, and if it starts to really trend upward, which we don't want, we get to kind of go in and see what's happening there.
And so if that happens, there wouldn't be a permanent pull of resources from a priority area. It would just be more of a floating team.
A floating team model, correct. So we've always had a floating team model, and we still very much, I think this is a really good part where we can share about our internal ONSE team as well. So we have, and maybe I should say this, VI. We have our own VIs as well to kind of, while we have our community-based organizations really concentrated in the ward or in that priority area within the ward, but we also have a huge team that's growing by the day in violence intervention internal to ONSE, where we are able to deploy and say, hey, I want you to go into this community, talk to the ANCs, talk to the residents, talk to, and look at the data that we have been provided by our cluster, our public safety and justice cluster agencies, and see what's happening there and come back and let us know if there's something. And I'm actually going to defer to you so you can actually respond. This is Associate Director Knight.
Okay, thank you. So just to go back and give you an idea of what it could look like. So we currently ask our providers to do climate checks. So we have a internal mediation team that kind of serves as a floating team. So we watch the climate checks from the communities so that we can do prevention work by going out into that community based on the climate to de-escalate any situation that could be brewing. However, this same team also goes out in case there's an incident to ensure that there's no retaliation. So they have the relationships in the community. They have once worked for a provider, and it's almost like they have transitioned from in the community to district government to provide some of the same or similar services, but in a space of a mediation team to support, to do the prevention, intervention, and suppression, and they're all credible.
Thank you. That's very helpful context, because I think to me and frankly, others who have reached out to me with concern, when we say a ward-based approach, it sounds like a departure from priority areas. But it now sounds to me like you're saying we're still focused on our priority areas, but we have the ability to check if there's an uptick and make sure we're being responsive.
Absolutely.
Okay. Our VI programs both at ONSE and OAG are being studied by researchers right now to see their efficacy over the long term. These are professors from Johns Hopkins and University of Miami. Excuse me, University of Maryland. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Thank you. Have you worked with these researchers on sharing kind of what we're finding internally, what you've been measuring, so that we can all be on the same page that over the last 10 years, what have we seen and how can we make sure that we make sustainable improvements?
Yes, to answer the question, yes. One of the things that with this new approach, under this new grant agreement, we have now a few new community-based organizations that were not a part of the original deployment under the former grant. Our structure is different. We have a compliance team. And so in January, once original set of grant agreements were established and acknowledged and signed by our organizations to begin. We provided that information to the research team, so they are aware of the new structure. Another thing that we'll be sharing now that we have the final 2 wards, sharing that information. There has been some dialogue in terms of questions. I know that there has been on my part just with this change, because we are not that same original structure that we started this research under. I just wanted to make sure that that is also being factored, because the structure has changed. It doesn't look in my opinion, it doesn't look like what it was originally when the research first commenced. But now we are, they have their information. They have kind of gone back and forth with questions to follow up. They also have been invited to participate in the weekly team meetings where we're discussing shootings or we're discussing incidents that have occurred across the city. And so that I know that that will also lead to probably additional engagement and conversation with us as the leadership team, but also with directly with our community-based organizations that provide the VI services.
Okay. You touched on this a little bit with your recognition. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that you were looking at family services.
Yeah.
Kind of going back to something one of our public witnesses, Ms. Seeger, said, she said it in a better, more eloquent way than I say it. I say it as no one agency can be all things to all people. She said it in a more positive way, like we can't do everything well at once or something like that, to paraphrase. And I do believe that as a general matter. Especially in government. We all have a job to do. And sometimes if we try to kind of fill every gap and every need, we might make just an inch of difference as opposed to really focusing and going deeper. And so how do you think about the services that are currently existing within ONSE to connect people to resources, pathways, familial housing, employment support, versus the role of ONSE to connect people to services that exist in other agencies?
I wanted to approach it 2 ways. I understand to a degree, I understand the question, right? But I think it's also looking at our capacity internally. I think at some point, we've always get back to, are we doing what we say we're supposed to do or what we're going to do? And I think when you're dealing with heart people who have big hearts and want to do everything and want to save lives and save the world, as we all want to do, that's when the scope begins to creep. And in that creeping is, I am very good about bringing us back to, are we in position to do? And this is where our partnerships with our sister agencies are at best. I think one of the best partnerships that I can say is with Director Jennifer Porter at OVSJG in the connection to the services that are in the community. Every year, there is a robust list of those that do behavioral health, provide behavioral health services to children, behavioral health services to adults, and grief and trauma services that we utilize from the granting that she provides to organizations in the district. Also helping the helpers, which is more focusing on the trauma of employees, as well as our community-based organizations that tend to really work very closely with those that are in public safety and justice and understanding that the trauma that falls upon them as well. We work with a lot, DBH in terms of our vouchers, in terms of providing services. So that network is there. But I do have to ensure that our team who are driven by love and driven by hope and driven by the ability to, in the want and the desire to help, it to kind of to ensure that we are still very laser focused and do well what we do well, and then be able to shift and connect to our sister agencies that also do amazing jobs in the spaces that they are. And they exist. So that definitely is one of the opportunities where we see a lot of connection with our sister agencies. And I really just cannot thank OVSJG enough for their partnership, as they are also a great connector for us in terms of a lot of organizations in the community.
Do you have specific people whose job it is within ONSE to connect at-risk individuals with services that are offered from other agencies?
That would be our case managers, as well as the community-based organizations. A part of our RFA was the fact to have resources within the community to speak to different needs that they encounter as they are working with our clients.
And then are we tracking those efforts over 3 months, 6 months, 12 months to see how your clients are doing after those interventions have been made?
I will let our associate director speak to that a little more, but yes, the answer to the question is yes. That's a part of the impact of measurements that we're having under this new grant agreement. But Shakitha, if you want to speak to it a little more.
Thank you, Director. So we have an internal and external as well. So we have an internal staff member that connects with other government agencies to identify a point of contact. We've also developed a resource manual for our providers because we want to provide them the same resources and services as well. So for the second hour of our CDI strategy meeting, we provide resources to our providers by bringing in government agencies to let them know who they are, what they do, and how they do it. And as we begin to engage with individuals, we track and monitor that data to ensure that the individual is better off now than they were when they came in. And we can also do an assessment of what we're doing or what wraparound services and supports that we've put in place, as well as the goals achieved, where we are and where we're going to support the individuals of the people of promise, as well as our community individuals.
Okay, and when you say to see if the clients are doing better than they were, what are some of those considerations?
Sure. One of the things that we like to do is stabilize the individual once they come in. So each client is different. So we do almost like individual assessment with these individuals to see what their needs are and how we can support them and to connect them with resources. So just say I'm gonna give you a case scenario. We had one young man that started in DOC when we start going to visit him inside of Department of Corrections. When he came home, we connected him with the Ready Center to help him get his driver's license, his ID, birth certificate, and things of that nature. Then we connected him to DHS to get the resources that he needed through DHS. And then we connected him to the provider who supported him with getting housing. And then they made a referral to Pathways. And so once the individual got his housing together, we reduced some of the barriers to get him in Pathways. He went through the 10-week program at Pathways. Once he went through the 10-week program at Pathways, he did 14 years in jail. And he was incarcerated for 14 years. And he stated that he wanted to be a violence interrupter. So his placement was at our office to support him in that space to see if that was something he was capable of doing. That individual went through our WEX placement process. He's now a DC government employee. He's been home, I think, 1 year on April 1st. So that's what success looked like to him based on what his needs were. He wanted to become gainfully employed. He wanted to stay out of the streets. He wanted to do better. So those were the steps we took for that individual. And as the director mentioned before, it took us 1 year, almost 1 year to get that done.
Okay. And that's an amazing example. And in that example, why wasn't the Ready Center the one to connect him to housing needs? Why wasn't the Ready Center the one to go into DOC and say, okay, you're coming home after 14 years and here's what we're going to do to help get you prepared?
That individual was an individual that was assigned to us on the Nick Jr. list as a person of promise. So we worked with DOC to identify that individual to provide those wraparound services and resources to support with the transition. We are at the Ready Center once a week. Our team is there. So we work collectively and collaboratively. So some of those services that are offered at the Ready Center, when I say these are the steps that we took those steps alongside the Ready Center or we took those steps alongside DHS, who's also housed in there. So it's a collaborative effort. It's wraparound services and resources. We do weekly case reviews with these individuals to come together to connect the dots, to ensure that we're not duplicating services. But we also have QuickBase that we chart in to help the other district government agencies understand where we are with that person or to see where they are with that individual. So if just say if if we're assisting or supporting them with housing, I'm just using us for an example, then the Ready Center, if they offer housing, they can pour in and say, hey, we can provide some additional support or assistance so that we can streamline the process. So it's almost like we have a needs assessment to support this individual, and we all come in together collaboratively to support this individual for the same desired outcomes, and we all report out on them.
If I could just add one piece, council member, is that also too, a part of our People of Promise engagement was for us to really kind of go into Department of Corrections to establish those relationships. So when our clients return home or return to the community, there's already an established relationship there. And so they often do, even though we know we're a choice, it's not we're mandated or anything of that nature, but we've invested the time on the front end to really establish. So it is kind of most likely an alignment and also a familiarity that we've established. So once they do come home, they do tend to, for those that we have worked directly with, to kind of continue to work with us even once they are at home.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In terms of the Pathways participants, what percentage of them or how many have gone on to become violence interrupters versus other industries?
Let me speak to this year. I can speak to this year, or last year and this year, because we started with the agency February. I started February 9th as well. For FY '23, I would say we had a total of 2. And for FY '24, 2 Pathways participants who became a violence interrupter.
Out of how many?
How many Pathways participants that has gone through the program?
Well, in the same time period. So if you're talking about FY '23,
how many
Pathways?
80.
I think the distinction in the question is because not everyone wants to, and that's in the Pathways program, wants to be a violence intervention or.
I know. No, I'm not making that assumption.
Okay.
Yeah. So I will speak to the VI side because that could be a pipeline for me. Currently for FY '24, there has been 2. One works for a provider and one works for us. But I would have to ask Deputy Director Irving to elaborate more as she supports Pathways and I support VI.
Understood. Yeah, I'm trying to just zoom back a little. How many Pathways participants were there, let's say, this past year?
Sure. So in FY '23, we had FY '24, we had 82 graduates of our Pathways program. So we conduct a career assessment for our ambassadors, and through that career assessment, we're able to properly align them with an interest in a career placement, prayerfully an unsubsidized career placement. And of that, 2 of them voiced interest and also demonstrated the aptitude to move forward in the VI space.
Okay. So then there were 80 people who went through Pathways who did not become VIs.
That is correct.
And where did those 80 people go?
So it would be a myriad of opportunities that they had. Some of them secured employment with DPW because we still had the relationship with DPW at that time.
Do we know how many?
I think because we had 64. So it's probably about, last year, we probably placed approximately 24 to 25 individuals with DPW because we had a certain allotment from DPW. So we were making that allotment of positions from DPW whole at 24. And then we've had other ambassadors that have gone on to work for clean teams. We've also had other ambassadors that have gone on to work for WMATA. So again, it varies. And then through our partnership with the Department of Employment Services, they have a work experience where they're introduced to the maintenance field, for instance. And in that situation, I know that at least 2 of our ambassadors, they were brought on full time with one of our property management companies here in the District of Columbia.
Okay. And you may not have all of the specific numbers in front of you today, but just going back to my question from a couple of minutes ago of what we are tracking, it will be useful to have that information of, okay, how many people are going through this program, how many weeks they're in it, how many are then employed in what industries, and then we can back into where the gaps are. And how long people are staying employed would also be a useful metric.
Yes, we're hopeful that we'll have that information now that we've fully built out our QuickBase database. That is something that we are beginning to track.
Okay, how is the QuickBase database going?
It's coming along, but it has really allowed us as an agency to see the intersection of the work that we do with families and individuals. And most importantly, it allows us to see on a daily basis our work. QuickBase allows us to have a dashboard. I know that our VI team uses the dashboard. In Pathways, we also use the dashboard, and it allows us to monitor our engagements. And by monitoring those engagements, it helps to set the stage for the course of work that we're going to take in the respective programs.
If, kind of switching gears for a second, if we were to merge the Cure the Streets program with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, do you feel that you have the resources and the support and the direction that you would need to take on the work that Cure is doing right now?
Every day we're building and expanding the processes, the policies, the procedures. So I would say yes, with, of course, with conversation to see what that looks like in terms of timeline. I always talk about culture in terms of, I think the important piece is when you're merging and bringing together two cultures, I think that is something that we also have to be mindful of, and what that training and what that bringing together and merging would look like. I think that's also a very important piece for us to also consider if that is the direction that that is decided to go in or to be taken.
Given our discussion about the DC model, how would you handle taking on a program that deploys a different model?
Again, that builds the culture. In terms, again, it is because you're also asking a group of people to unlearn certain things that they have been tied to and adapted to for a career of however long they've been with the organization. I think the synergy really comes into, there are pieces of that model that are that could be incorporated into our multidisciplinary approach, or probably exist within our multidisciplinary approach, if you will. But I can't overstate the importance of the culture and building a culture and understanding the culture that the organization could potentially be merged into, but also understanding what the new culture of both organizations coexisting together would look like. And I do, thank you for that, Shakith. I think it is very important to acknowledge or to recognize that on the ground, I know we have these conversations up here and it sounds very separate and apart, but on the ground, the men and women and the humans that are supporting these on the ground efforts work together all the time. And there's a collaboration in a space. It's just figuring out what the coming together would look like collectively.
Okay. From your pre-hearing responses, I asked about the restorative justice program. And it was my understanding that it's no longer an actual program with dedicated staff, but is a quote, operational philosophy. Can you elaborate on what that means?
What that really means is that it was a settle loan program that was deployed as needed. But what we have found is that restorative justice principles are one of the basis of the work that we do. And it's important that it is embedded in all of our programs across the agency. And so, like, for instance, just recently we've had a group of, how many was it, 19? 18 participants within our organization to go through this training as we're building and ramping up, because again, this is a baseline that we believe that's a part of each of our programs, but we also recognize that we want to have this train-the-trainer model to also to be able to go out into the community with it as well.
Okay. People of Promise was merged with the Violence Interruption Program right in August. Has the scope of the VI efforts changed since that merger?
Yes, because I think the last time we've had a conversation, we were at a 22% achievement level. And I'm so happy to say that today we're at 74%, where we have in terms of made connection, conducted needs assessment, and are in the district jail working to continue our relationship in building together. We work together to provide the support. And hopefully build a relationship. So once they do return home, most of our people are promised that are within DC jail, or for those that are in the Federal Bureau of Prisons, how our connection looks a little different, but we make sure we send letters and we send books that kind of keep them encouraged and also allow them to understand when, in fact, they do return, we are here as an option. So yes, people are promised. I think the change is the fact that it's now absorbed. That change happened as part of the ARPA funding ended. And so we thought that it would be best fit to have it a part of our violence intervention program, but also to have our community-based organizations that to provide violence intervention service to also to be aware of, here are our persons of promise that we want you to work directly with as well as they're returning into the communities.
But I understand that from your rationale of why you did it, but since you've done it, has there been a scope shift in the VI work?
No, I guess I would say no.
Okay.
Aside from that, there is additional focus that hadn't been there before in terms of engaging the people of promise.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So I really am glad we had an opportunity to talk about a lot of the wonderful work going on at ONSE. I do need to circle back to some questions about Ms. McDaniel. And again, this is not to suggest that there is widespread, abuse at ONSE, but it is very important to understand what happened always so that we can move forward, all being on the same page. So you spoke about earlier, Director Sneed, that you did not personally know that there was impropriety with Ms. McDaniel. What was your understanding at the time of her role in selecting or influencing the selection of VI contracts?
They were already the ones, upon our arrival, the ONSE agency was already in the midst of their grant. That had already been predetermined, selected. And we
Their
were not
grant to life deeds?
Their grants, well, the grants across all of the organizations at that time, not specific to just life deeds, but all of them. So upon our arrival, that grant was already in place. And so that determining and that process or the process that went into it was already decided.
But what was your understanding of what her role was in making those decisions?
That she oversaw the violence intervention efforts for the organization.
Okay. At any point, did you hear allegations that Ms. McDaniel may have too much influence over the selection of VI contracts?
No, I wasn't aware of any allegations or if there was a investigation or anything that I can recall.
In any conversations internally at ONSE or with DCHR, did you or Director Harper ever discuss or request termination of Ms. McDaniel from her position?
A part of I know the Director Harley Harper at the time wanted to bring in her own leadership team. And I think that was part of the asks of her going into to the ONSE as she was also managing the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. She wanted to be able to bring her own team and put them in place. And that was part of what she was establishing upon her passing. She was in the process of building that team. I think if one of the first two recruitments was our deputy director, Julia Irving, and I believe the second recruitment was our COO. And then I think later on, I continued to build out that team and in the vision of what we had decided what was a good fit for the organization.
Okay. Was her specific role of associate director filled?
That would be now the Shakitha Levy Knight role, elder violence intervention.
Okay.
Today.
And when did you begin?
I began February the 9th,
Of 2023.
2023. Yes.
So that was 2 months before Ms. McDaniel resigned?
Yes.
So what were you brought on to do?
I was a program manager for community engagement. It used to be, initially it was an associate director in the VI space, associate director, a program manager for incidents, and a program manager for community engagement. So I was hired for the program manager for community engagement.
I see. And then were you promoted after Ms. McDaniel left?
About 9 months later.
Okay.
So when Ms. McDaniel left, I stayed in the role of community engagement program manager. And as the office began to shift, like in time, I think I was promoted in December or something like November. It was on
Okay.
down the line.
Of 2023.
Yeah, 2023. Yeah, I think maybe 2024. I can get you that information. I can get it back to you. I can get it to you. I don't know.
So if it was 2023, is it correct there's no one who took on that role in the interim?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
And did the role change at that point when you were coming into it, of what the confines of authority was when it came to contract selection?
At that time, we brought on a second deputy director who oversaw the programs directly. At that time, her Tatanisha Wallace was that director that oversaw, to kind of give a little more oversight into the inner workings of not just violence intervention, but pathways as well.
Okay. So there was a Bega investigation and settlement agreement finalized in April of 2023 around misconduct of a ONSE program manager in the violence intervention and prevention program. Bega found that the program manager approved payments to a contractor, communicated with the contractor, was responsible for monitoring the contractor's performance. The program manager was separately employed as an independent contractor by the contracting organization. This all occurred allegedly under Ms. McDaniel, who, according to the Bega settlement, was serving as the deputy director and approved all those payments. So I hear you that the title was actually associate director, but were there any discussions at ONSE at the time about how to improve protocols to avoid any future misconduct, given that Bega finding in April of 2023?
I believe that's why our director at the time, Linda Harley Harper, wanted to continue to have her own staffing and put in place her team that she believed that could kind of carry out and really look into, do a deeper dive. At that time, I would say the management layer was kind of scarce in terms of having the widespread ability to kind of do a deeper dive. And then that's when the recruitment efforts really, that started and then continued under the start, or my interim tenure.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That is very helpful context. I appreciate it. And then Mr. Cheek, excuse me, in any conversations internally at ONSE or with DCHR, were you aware of discussions or a request for termination of Ms. McDaniel from her position at ONSE?
Trying to recall. So I came over to ONSE I think I came over to ONSE in April of 2023, or April, yeah, April. And so my time before that, I was actually at DCHR. And so I believe I'm trying to think. I think there were. I'm trying to recall. I believe that at the time, while I was at DCHR, we did receive termination requests for Ms. McDaniel, but as far as like what that entailed, I can't recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And it goes back to my earlier question, which I think, and I'm not trying to play gotcha here with anyone. I think it's just important moving forward, that if there is any agency that has an individual with suspected misuse of taxpayer dollars, that we need to make sure that information is shared with DCHR so that we don't hire that person at another agency. I mean, you know, we're one government. And so that's what I'm trying to understand, so that going forward, we can build in those kind of notification systems or additional designations, even if the person in this case kind of beats the termination and resigns. Technically, then it's not marked as a separation, is my understanding, but we should think about how we can make those behavior concerns known so that our own government can stay ethical, and can, you know, do the best we can.
I think that was also a part of Linda's approach coming into the organization, if you will. I guess, you know, the best way to describe it is this clean slate, if you will, not really knowing if what's true, what's accurate, or if there's anything, but really just kind of coming in with your own team that you've built relationships with to kind of work towards seeing where the needs are and how to begin to move and usher the agency in a different direction, but also just usher it into under a new leadership and understanding what that looks like for at that time for Linda. So I think that's a very much important piece, that, you know, this recruitment efforts that were going on, looking at the talent from within to see who is capable of leading a team or leading the different divisions and programs, but also bringing in recruiting from the outside to bring in more talent to kind of help shepherd us into a new era under her leadership.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. So I understand that OGVP's Building Blocks website tracks the locations where VI work is being done and statistics for crimes committed there. Why is that work not being done internally at once?
I think that's just, it was always a partnership. We sit with the OGVP data team to kind of go work in tandem, in collaboration. I don't think it was not to have it with ones or not to have it, but I think because we knew that at that time, especially with Linda having both, it would be a natural synergy that just has lasted beyond, that still works for us.
Sorry, one moment.
Council member, if I could just also add, our deputy just kindly reminded me that at that time too, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention did have the capacity to do the data capturing that was needed for that time as we were building out the infrastructure. Thank you.
So I just want to return to QuickBase improvements for a moment, because this is something I've heard a lot about in recent weeks. How does ONSE's adoption of QuickBase improve its ability to track program outcomes? And are there plans to integrate additional data tools? I know there's been a lot of discussion too around privacy and how we can balance the need to make sure this is a trusted system so that someone knows the information they're sharing isn't going to be shared with the police or shared with some other government entity, that they'll be in trouble when they're trying to get services, but also balancing that with the accountability for the people doing the engagement so that we're all on the same page of what's going on.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask our deputy. Deb works very closely with the OCTO team and as those that are building it internally to address.
Thank you, Director. So when we arrived at ONSE, we recognized that there was not a unified data capturing system. And in an ideal world, you would build the main app first and then break it down into the programs. But because of the immediacy to have data capturing built in for specific programs, there was already a platform established with QuickBase within our People of Promise. So we used that to begin to map. And so in that, we basically replicated that application for the other programs, and then we tailored it for each of the programs. The relationship with Octo is one where you need to have an internal person that can also build. And so we were really fortunate to have interns through DCHR to help us with it. But now through the leadership of Director Sneed, we've identified individuals that have that ability to build alongside QuickBase. And so we see that development coming faster. And so 100% of our programs are now on QuickBase. The next step in the process is to now have all of those programs begin to communicate with one another so that we can have what is considered the ONSE app. And so with the development of QuickBase, and this kind of gets to your point of the database, as we begin to mine through the data to make sure that it's clean and to make sure that it's accurate and it has the integrity that it needs, that will better position us to begin to put up dashboards, which I mentioned earlier, to allow the team to see their progress. But also as we begin to build that out and we really understand the unique needs of the programs, we're able to add other elements to it that will then get us to a posture where internally we can begin to monitor those trends in crime, whether it be in a location, a time of year, per provider.
That's great. And do you have a timeline by which you think all of that will be up and running?
We have a timeline and we are slightly behind in our timeline, again, because we needed a full-time employee that would be dedicated to building it. So we are hopeful that by midsummer, we will have our ONSE app.
Okay, midsummer 2025.
Yes.
Exciting.
Yes.
That would be great. Okay, well, I think that's a good note to end on. I want to again thank you, Director Sneed, and your entire team. There are always going to be challenges anytime we start a new agency. This is still a new agency.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And so I really appreciate the efforts that you have been engaged in to really professionalize this agency, and to make sure that things that happened in 2023 or that happened with my colleague, not only don't ever happen again, but if someone tries to engage in that behavior, we quickly are aware of it and can root it out, because we have no time for corruption. We have no time to have people engaged in efforts that are in pursuit of their own personal financial gain when we have violence to prevent and people's lives to save. So I appreciate you and the vast majority of the people doing this work who are so committed to violence interruption and setting people up for success. I want to give you an opportunity, as always, if you have any closing thoughts or want to highlight something that we didn't have a chance to talk about today.
I just wanted to say to the humans that wake up every day in this space that you are valued, you are appreciated. As the executive director for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, I am extremely proud of where we are today. Each year, as I sit before, whether I'm in the interim capacity or in this, I feel supported, and the information that we are able to present to you, council member, is because of the hard work of the men, women, or the humans that work at the Office of Neighborhood and Safety Engagement. And for that, I want to say thank you to each of them for their hard dedication, their hard work, and to not giving up even when there are challenges and times when they feel like this work is somewhat challenging to the point where it's a dark cloud. But I want them to know that they are that bright space in time for us. And I appreciate everything that they're doing. And I appreciate all of the support that you have given to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement to date. So I appreciate you as well. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss.
Thank you very much, Director. And, you know, I don't know all who's watching this hearing, but I think that it is a important message to continue sending consistently throughout our city, that if you are in trouble, if you feel like you have nowhere to turn, if you feel like you've got no option than to pick up a gun and protect yourself, there are so many people in this city who love you, who want for your safety and success, and we are here to
Absolutely.
support you. You do have other options.
Thank you for that.
I'm sorry to keep you. There is a public witness who still needs to testify. It's my own fault. We had some miscommunication earlier. So Ms. Seegers, if you are here, we'll give you an opportunity to testify. I'm speaking very slowly. I think you're going to be joining in a moment, and then we'll hear your testimony. Thank you for rejoining us. All right, we have been rejoined by our public witness, Sandra S.S. Seegers, founder, Concerned Residents Against Violence. Ms. Seegers, please go ahead when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Sandra Seegers, Congress Heights, Ward 8, DC. Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as ONSE. This office was a godsend because it covered so many programs that focus on stopping crime. The Violence Interruption Program was a great idea, but enough money was not put into it to cover enough crime-ridden areas. The Violence Intervention Initiative, the designated covered areas in Ward 8, Buena Vista Terrace, Shipley, Hartford, Savannah Terrace, Woodland/Langston Lane, Congress Park West, Congress Park East, and historic Anacostia. These are the specific areas where violent crime continues. It's very heavy. Perhaps the interrupters are outnumbered or have the wrong shifts. I still say if the program is not fully funded, it's not going to work the way it should. I would like to point out some of the programs that are well-serving and should indeed be fully funded. The Family and Survivor Support. This program ensures connections to a broad spectrum of district services and support for impacted residents when a violent incident becomes a homicide or a shooting or stabbing involves a juvenile or is believed to be gang and or crew related. The People of Promise mission. The first director of ONSE, Dale McFadden, said instead of calling them criminals, they called them people of promise. This program provides the services and resources people of promise need to overcome their hurt and trauma and stabilize their lives and the lives of their families. The initiative partners with other district government agencies and community-based organizations to prioritize people of promise for accelerated service delivered and program opportunities. The initiative is focused on 7 services and resource domains: mental and behavioral health, physical wellness, education, employment, financial, family, and legal and community creativity. And the Pathway Program, this program offers employment for individuals between the ages 18 and 35 identified as being at risk or participating in or being victims of violent crime. This is exactly what is needed to get a person headed in the right direction. Get a person needed to get a person headed in the wrong direction. The OAG school-based initiative is ONSE Leadership Academy. This program selects specific schools and focuses on students, attendance, behavior, credits, course, and performance, and safe and safety passage. All home lives are not the best, so this program forms relationship with caring adults, engaging youth, and experiences that promote growth and personal learning, and creating environments where youth feel safe and cared for, which is the must for a young person to function in society. If they start wrong, they more than likely will end up wrong. And this office this agency is doing a great job. And the new director will be on first Friday in a couple of months, and I think next month. And we appreciate your service, and we appreciate you, Councilmember Pinto, for having these hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seegers. Really appreciate your testimony and thank you for sharing your experience and perspective on ONSE. That's certainly helpful, especially as we head into budget season, which I can't believe is almost back. So with that, thank you. Thank you to all of our public witnesses today. Thank you to ONSE, HSEMA, and OAG. And thank you to my team for being here with me and the building team for being here this late evening. We really appreciate it. With that, the time is now 7:33 p.m. and we are adjourned.